Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.
Bridge.
23.
Safe. Whoa.
Bridge. 23.
Safe. Whoa.
Bridge. 23.
Safe.
Simpson, if he gets it. Yeah. Simpson, if he gets it. Yeah. Hook first slip, if it's out. There it is. Hook first slip, if it's out. There it is. Hook first slip, if it's out. There it is. Hook first slip, if it's out. There it is. Stumped. Yeah. Stumped. Yeah. Stumped. Yeah.
Georgie, I can see that Gurinder Sandhu is going to open the bowling, which suggests the new ball may be being taken. I'm a little surprised. I think I might have had a couple of 3 overs with the old ball this morning, because I thought Duke and Revis just looked a little uncomfortable against the spin of Coles and Carson last night. I might have been tempted just to have kept him going for 2 or 3 overs, but clearly John Simpson's got other ideas, and I don't know if the new ball has been taken. Have I missed an announcement, or have you seen Georgie?
I didn't hear one.
No. Well, in comes Sandhu to bowl to Harry Duke, and Duke is forward and plays him to the offside. That looks like a pretty old ball to me.
So you'd be happy then?
Yeah, but I might have been tempted to bowl a little bit of spin. I've had a lovely morning actually, Deutsche. Apart from our early morning, slightly alarming phone call from you.
Yes. Maybe Lee said soonest mended, Harmsley.
Yes.
Let's just say that we're lucky to be broadcasting this morning, because all the equipment could have gone.
Sandhu bowls to Duke, played onto the onside, and there is no run. I think your bowling coach is coming to talk to us.
He is.
So I'll finish this over and I will vacate. The story was that I was walking to the ground this morning, got a phone call from Doidgy, a rather panicked phone call, slightly out of breath. And Doidgy was saying, have you got the key to the commentary box? And I'd locked the commentary box up last night and given the key to Doidgy, although I thought I had. But I rang him back after some thought and thought, well, actually, did I actually lock the commentary box up when I left last night? In comes Sandhu and bowls. Duke defends onto the onside, and there is no run. I still don't think they've taken the new ball here, Sussex. I may be wrong, but there's been no sign that it's been taken. And as it transpired, I said to Doidgy, maybe go back to the commentary box to have a look, and the key was in the door. The door was locked. I mean, I had locked the door. I just hadn't taken the key out.
Brilliant.
which wasn't the best thing.
No, by making this announcement publicly, of course, you now know that I'll never be entrusted with the Scarborough commentary box key again.
I apologise to all those at Scarborough Cricket Club. In comes Sandhu bowls, and Duke lets that one go outside the offside. A bit of extra lift through to Duke, and there is no run.
To be fair, Harmsley, Scarborough Cricket Club would have lost the cost of a key and a barrel for a new lock, maybe, and they'd probably have a spare anyway, whereas you and I would have lost a few grand's worth of gear.
Yes, and then trying to explain that to the boss may not have been the easiest conversation. No. But what I did do, George, I needed a coffee after that rather dramatic start to the morning, so I went to the Scarborough Public Market and sat at a table there and had a lovely cup of coffee as in comes Sandhu over the wicket. Bowls, and Duke defends into the offside. They take a quick single. Need to get a move on here as the throw comes in. In the end, it was a comfortable single. I think Matthew Revis was thinking, crumbs, I need to get the skates on here. As Danny Ibrahim underarmed the ball in, but that's the first run of the morning to Duke, who goes to 21. And the total to 293 for 4. Yeah, a really big mug of coffee, a latte, £2.90, and I sat at the table in the middle of the Scarborough Public Hall. Lots of lovely fruit and veg and flowers. It was really pleasant. But then I came out and got lost. I walked down the wrong way and ended up getting to the ground about 20 to 11. But it was very nice. So if it happened to, I think there were people in there going to the cricket as well. There were people with rucksacks and people enjoying breakfast. It was a really nice morning. In comes Sandhu, bowls, final ball of the over, bowls to Revis. Up in the block, Revis drives to mid-on, and there is no run. So I'm going to vacate for someone far more important than me, and I'll speak to you later on.
You have a nice rest, Harmsley. That's a tough gig, that first over there, pal. That's it. We booted out the commentator for the expert.
Thank you very much. Sussex this morning from the Peacehouse Park. Finn Hudson-Prentice.
So Finn Hudson-Prentice going to start from the Peacehouse Park end. Howard did make a lengthy announcement there, but I must admit I wasn't concentrating. Did he say new ball?
Don't think he did, no.
No. I'm glad you're on the ball, mate. That's what we pay you for. Mick Lewis, welcome along for the first time to a BBC broadcast this season.
Thank you, mate. I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Yorkshire's bowling coach, for those not familiar. We've got to keep doing ball by ball, so I'll just keep bringing you in between deliveries if we can.
That's fine, mate. That's fine.
So 2 slips and a gully to start the day from the Peace-Home Park end. There's a man square on the offside on the North Marine Road boundary edge. Ringfield and a deep backward square. First up wide of off stump to Harry Duke, who leaves. You and I have both watched the bowling attack all season.
Yep.
I've seen them a bit longer than you, I guess, in the longer term, some of the lads, but I thought the first innings bowling performance was as good as we've seen all season from them. Agree or disagree?
I agree. I think the performance at York was pretty good as well.
Yep.
Just wait after this ball.
Hudson Prentice makes his way in then, past umpire Peter Hartley. Oh, there's some nip about that, and he's gone. Harry Duke has just got a little tickle on it, and John Simpson with a very comfortable catch against his opposite number. So Yorkshire have lost an early wicket, 293 for 5, and Harry Duke gone for 21 in the second over of the day, and he was on the money enough to pick up the wicket there. Finn Hudson Prentice, I reckon Harry Duke will probably look back at that and think he could have comfortably left it.
Yeah, he got drawn into that shot, really, didn't he? I think Sussex yesterday were just with the new ball a fraction too short. I think they're making a real conscious effort to get a bit full this morning. So, not a great shot selection by Dukey then, but it's a good piece of bowling. He drew him into it. Harry Duke, we also call him the double agent.
Go on.
I can't explain it further, we just call him the double agent.
Okay. There's got to be a story that I can prize out of somebody about that one then, Mick. So you were conspicuous by your absence from the sports quiz last night. Is that because you're too good for the teams that were going to turn up and it would have been too easy for you? Yeah,
I wasn't allowed to go because obviously back home over here. So that's one of them.
Unbelievable. Typical Aussie front there from Mick Lewis. We've started off on the right foot then. Let's get this first delivery of Will Sutherland out of the way, and you can tell us a bit more about him as well. A player you know well is Hudson Prentice, right-handed of course, Will Sutherland, and good contact on the first ball out to mid-wicket, no run. So for those who don't know so much about Will Sutherland, I've tried to fill him in on a few gaps. You're a big admirer.
Yeah, I've worked with Will obviously when I was in my Victoria and Renegades days and Stars. I saw him as a young kid coming through. He was 16, 17, and he was just as aggressive back then as he is now.
Hudson Prentice bowling to him. Leave to a similar ball that Harry Duke's just played out and got out.
But Southern, not a lot of people would know this over in the UK, obviously, but he was a very exceptional AFL footballer as well, and he could have gone top 10 in the draft in AFL. So he had a choice when he was 17 to go pursue AFL or pursue cricket, and luckily for us, he went the cricket route. He's an outstanding young kid.
Hudson Prentice in and passes Hartley again, straight delivery and treated as such with a block.
I think Will Sutherland, he's 25 now, I think, but was made captain of Victoria at 23. So if I look at Victoria and New South Wales, they're probably the two biggest states. You'd equate that to maybe Yorkshire and Lancashire.
Sorry? Yorkshire and...
some other sheer side, I can't remember. But to be made captain at 23 is quite an honour for him.
Very much so, yeah. Hudson Prentice in, it's wide of Sutherland's off stump, and he leaves end of the second over of the day, 293 for 5. Matthew Revis yet to add to his overnight 22.
I'll tell you what, if you look at those two blokes out there batting now, they're quite imposing figures, aren't they? Matthew Revis and Will Sutherland.
Yeah, both tall, athletic guys. And Matthew Revis, as we've been finding out more and more this year, when he hits it, it stays hit. Have we seen the best of Will Sutherland, do you think, during his spell so far?
I think the way he bowled after his first spell on day one is the Will Sutherland I know. And I think for the first time he's ever played in the UK, he's learnt a lot. I think what we saw after the first spell yesterday, he was on breaking his toe, sort of put him back a couple of weeks in the T20, and he was on bowling restrictions up until last game. So
Here's Sandu, wide of Revis's off stump, and he leaves. Is that something then, we're here, obviously, there are certain things that you want to tell us on the record and all of that, as not just you, but just as a general coaching staff or club thing, and things that you might want to keep private for ethical reasons or whatever it might be, looking after your players. But I'll come back to that in a sec, because he's turning at the end of his run. And comes in past umpire Kettleborough, bowls it now straight.
Shot.
Nicely played. Straight down the ground, just to the onside of the stumps there from Matthew Revis. And the first shot of the morning from a player who is loving his cricket out there in the middle with the bat at the moment.
Yeah, I know what you're going to ask, but the thing for me is, Will came over, he had a plan to bowl enough overs through the first half of T20 to be right to play first 4-day cricket, but breaking his toe just put him back a couple of weeks.
Okay. Sandu in again, Revis solidly behind this one, no run. What I was really building up to saying was, who controls that? So is that his employer back home? So is that Cricket Victoria? Is that Cricket Australia? I don't know.
Well, at the end of the day, it's a collaboration, obviously, between the Yorkshire medical staff and the Victorian medical staff.
Okay.
He's their player 12 months of the year. We're only sort of renting him off them, so we've got to do the right thing by them.
Sure. Sandu to Revis, flicking off the legs this time. He's got it away just back of the square. Danny Lamb makes his way around the top boundary, and he'll keep him to 2. There's cries of 4 from some of the Yorkshire members down to the left. 299 for 5, not signalled as 4. Vitally by Richard Kettleborough. 28 now to Revis, so that 4 and 2 for him added to the overnight score. Don't forget, Tonnerre last week, 90 odd at Trent Bridge, 150 at York as well. He's in tremendous nick, and he's just pushed this one to mid-off. And again, no run. So it sounds to me as though Will Sutherland is a player that you want to continue a relationship with from Yorkshire's point of view going into the future.
Yeah, look, Will's been outstanding. For such a young age to have such good leadership qualities. And a lot of the guys in that dressing room, a similar age, can't believe he's captain. He was captain at 23 years of age.
Yeah, Sandu in again. Revis turns that one to leg. Crocombe will pick up, no run.
And I think he's a good character to have around the training rooms. He comes from a winning culture. Obviously, Victoria, they've been quite successful. He drives high standards, being captain himself, and I think for him to sort of pass those standards on to some of these guys is been quite invaluable for us. So it's more powerful when it comes from a player rather than the coach. And I think a lot of these guys watch the way he trains, goes about it. He's quite disciplined, off the field, and just he always asks the right questions. So his homework he does in opposition that he speaks to me about is spot on.
Hudson Prentice continuing at the Pease Home Park end to some background pings as Sutherland is up on his toes and turning that into the leg side. And there is no run. It's like in the local bingo hall.
Yeah, it's Ben Scarborough Jazz who's been in touch.
And you yourself enjoying, we're past the halfway point of you. I know you've obviously been with Essex before, so you know the county scene, but the experience of Yorkshire?
Yeah, I've loved it so far. I'll just expand that in a minute.
Hudson Prentice, 2 slips and a gully, and defended by Sutherland, no run.
Yeah, no, I've loved the experience so far. All the supporters, they can be a little bit gnarly at times, but they've all been really good. They've all been welcoming. They always want to have a chat, and I'm always happy to stop and have a chat to them. There's been a few chats this year which they don't understand what kind of style we're trying to play, but I think once you explain it to them, they understand.
Hudson Prentice to Sutherland, who's yet to score. He will do here, up on his toes, and nice little square drive to pick out Danny Lamb once again. Single takes Yorkshire to 300 and therefore a second batting point. There's still the best part of 17 overs to go for more bonus points. They'll be in the game for another one, whether or not on this pitch, slow pitch, 100 in 17 overs is realistic. I'm getting a no from the body language of Mr. Lewis alongside. So Hudson Prentice making his way in again. Revis on strike now. And again, beautiful straight blade to mid-on, no run. So talk to us about that style and the style you're trying to play for those who are probably have listened to that comment and gone, go on, what is it? What's that style?
Well, I think we want to be known for an aggressive style of cricket, but it's an aggressive, smart style of cricket. I think there's no secret the wickets were produced at Headingley this year. I'll expand in a minute. Yeah,
they've been a bit woolly in that respect as Hudson Prentice is in. Revis flicks off his legs. He's going to pick up a couple here, I think. Ibrahim's giving chase, but no, they're back for a comfortable 2.
Yeah, they have been a bit longer than they're used to. I think, up until this year, they hadn't been result at Headingley for 3 or 4 years. So when we came in, Mags and I, and obviously said, well, what can be our point of difference? Can we make this a fortress where other sides fear coming? So we've decided to leave a bit more grass on it. We've been in every game we've played there, we've been in a position to win, and we've just lost those critical moments.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice. And again, I'm bowling to Revis once more, right in behind that. And there is no run. 302 for 5 at the end of the 94th.
I think if you go back to that first game of the year against Worcester, we batted first. We got 440, I think it was. And then we bowled them out twice and we won by 512 runs, which I think was a record. So everyone says it's the first time in April, May that Yorkshire won a game for a long time. And it's the first really result they've had at Headingley for 3 or 4 years. So that's the style we're going to play. As I said, we want opposition sides coming to us and say, well, what's our point of difference? And it could be the conditions that are in front of them. So I think you come here, there's different conditions. You've got a bit more bounce, a bit more pace. Headingley, we want a bit more, exactly the same, bounce and pace and a little bit more movement. And we've just got to get better at adapting to those conditions.
Yep. And I think some of the Sussex boys have said that first innings bowling performance here was probably as good as they've had to bat against in any match this season. As that's a lovely flick off the legs by Sutherland. He's going to pick up 4 down towards the snappers, who does a bit of fielding as well. So first boundary to him, 5 on the board for Will, and 306 for 5. We can talk about Matthew Revis from all points of view. His batting has been outstanding the longer this season has gone on. But I'd like to talk to you about his bowling, because we regularly get asked questions about this.
Yep.
And I've asked a few myself. Sandhu coming in to bowl to Sutherland, who plays that one towards mid-on. He's taken on the field and comfortably gets through. Hughes it was at mid-on doing the fielding, 307 for 5, so they're just starting to tick along, this pair. So Matthew Revis, he's very often been used, and this is both under yourself and Mags, and previously under Gibbo, Otis Gibson, as a kind of battering ram, bang the ball in short of length. Sometimes from the outside it can look quite wayward. Sandhu comes in, and Revis over the top of this, dropping into the offside, can't get through for 1. I know there's got to be points of difference and all of that, and the ball's going softer, and he's often used at the back half of of the use of a useful life of a ball, Mick, and all that. Is that still, in your opinion, the best way to use him? Just before you answer, actually, probably the best spell I think I've seen him bowl was here last year at top of off stump.
Yeah. I think Rev...
More in a sec, because Sandhu's about to bowl to him again, getting through these overs fairly quickly, the seamers, and he's just worked one nicely off his hip for 1.
I think Rev, I wasn't here last year, and obviously he broke down, and I was quite clear with him at the start of this season, and it's the same with Matthew Milnes. I said, this isn't going to be it's going to be a slow burn. I don't want them peaking in, March, April, May, whatever it is. I want them to be able to have the ability to get through the season. So when it comes the back end September.
Yeah, Sandu to Sutherland, who defends.
So if you go back to when we first played Rev, I think it was against Durham was his first game. So he missed the first two, even though he was playing in the seconds. But he needed to get some continuity in his bowling. And I think sometimes when you're bowling those 4 or 5 over spells, like he has been, he's sort of lost the art of bowling a little bit. And we don't. He's not the type of bowler who can bowl 7, 8 over spells. He's like a 4 to 6 over spell bowler.
Sandu to Sutherland, who's right in behind that and defending once again to complete the over at 308 for 5.
And I think the important thing for Rev was actually getting the confidence in his body this year that he can actually get through a game to cricket and feel okay. But I never had back injuries, but from all the blokes I've spoken to, as soon as they feel something in their back, whether it's tightness or stiffness, they think the worst again. And I remember sitting down after the over having a conversation with him, and the bowling didn't go his way that day, and he was quite annoyed with it. And we just had a chat, and I said, mate, look, at the end of the day, I said, what's the worst that can happen from now on? I said, like, you've had a bad day, that happens,
Yeah. Hudson Prentice bowling to him now, Matthew Revis, and he's shouldering arms.
But I think, just reminding the players, especially when they're so young like Rev is, and telling them it's okay to make mistakes. Like, I've made mistakes in my life and I'll continue to make mistakes. But just giving them the confidence to know it's okay to make mistakes and they're not going to get hauled over the coals for it. I'm not that type of coach. The game's hard enough as it is, and players don't need to be told in the day they've bowled badly because they know that themselves. So,
yeah, in comes Hudson Prentice and Revis right in behind this, and there is no run. So on that thing of the length he's bowling, is that him in the moment? Is that what he's been asked to do? There's that point of understanding I think there's a few of us are not sure about.
Yeah, bowling, as I said, bowling's about feel and rhythm, and I think of Rev, as I said, this year he hasn't had a lot of continuity in his bowling. Obviously, we're still trying to not risk manage him, but take care of him because of his previous injuries.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice is in and nicely flicked off the legs by Revis. He might pick up a boundary here. Yep, feel that Sandu has given up the chase down through long leg. 35 now to Revis, 312 for 5.
And just to continue, as I said, with Rev, obviously with the injury he had last year, we said it wasn't going to be a quick turnaround. It was going to be a slow burn for him. So he played all the blasts, and then we decided in the first week of July just to give him a rest because he'd had a heavy workload, because we knew what was coming up. We had 2 championship games in July, so that's why in that July period of T20s, he plays the batsman only.
Yep. Hudson Prentice bowling to him now, and he's right in behind and blocking that one.
Because the way I look at it, yes, we are the coaches, but we've got a duty of care to the players as well. And all these conversations go on in the background, but the players are always included in these conversations. So, it's just not about us making a decision and telling them what to do. We want to include them so they're happy. And that's happened with Matthew Milnes the whole time. He's been included in every conversation. Every decision's been made, he's been a part of.
Hudson Prentice to Revis, lovely shot, beautiful shot. Matthew Revis is just pushed at that wide of mid-off down towards his teammates on the pavilion steps, and 4 more. 39 to Rev, 316 for 5, and somebody like Matt Milnes, who's clearly a talented player, but we just haven't seen. This is his 5th match in first-class cricket since he came to the club, and this is the back end of season 3 now. But when you've had the injuries that he's had, anytime you feel a little bit of a twitch, you must be, on tenterhooks straight away.
Yeah, I'll continue that after this ball.
Hudson Prentice to Revis again, who works this one through the gap between gully and second slip, and another good, lovely stroke by Matthew Revis, just using the pace on the ball, and a little bit of width he was offered. 43 now to him, 320 for 5. They really are clocking on here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And another one, I mean, Rev and Milnesy the same. I think coming back from injuries they had, Milnesy had that operation, got back quite quick from it. But another one, it was always going to be a slow burn. If we had accelerated too fast, he could have potentially broken again. But another one, as I said, same with Rev, every decision was made. He was a part of the decision-making process. Was quite clear on what direction we wanted to go with him. And as I said, like all these decisions are made not only just by us, but we include the player as well.
Yeah.
We always go through the plans and we make sure the player's happy with it. And they always say, "Yep, happy sounds like a good plan."
Sandy was going to continue at the Trafalgar Square end.
So there's always a method to our madness.
As long as there's a plan, that's a good start. Sandu to Sutherland, who blocks, and there is no run.
Well, I remember saying back in, I think it was March, at the first, might have been the members forum where it was, I said, like, championships aren't won in April, May, but they can be lost. If we're in a position this time of year to be challenging, we're going okay, but if results start to go away all of a sudden September.
Yeah, Sandu to Sutherland, gone, bowled him. Off stump, has been knocked back, and he didn't really get forward to it, did he? It's a good delivery at this ground, picking up top of off stump, so clearly just getting the ball that little bit fuller, and Sutherland gone for just the 2, 320 for 6. What do you make of that?
Yeah, he just nipped back a bit, I think the ball did. So they just pushed it a little bit, maybe playing away from his body a little bit. Replay here. Yeah, it's just nipped back a little bit between the gate.
Yeah, good delivery by Gurinder Sandhu and Will Sutherland then.
Chief, Big Chief they call him.
Yeah.
It's called the Chief.
You wouldn't want to argue, I don't think, especially with that AFL stuff going on as well. I wouldn't know loads about AFL, but what I've seen of it, there's some units play that game.
It's a nice ball, yeah. They're proper athletes, those blokes.
So 320 for 6, and George Hill has walked out to the middle at number 8 these days, remembering of course that George started his first class career at the top of the order a few seasons ago down at Northants, got 70 odd on his debut. 2 off 13 by the way there for Will Sutherland, and he was out the second ball of the 97th, so still a bit of time, certainly time to get a third batting bonus point. So bowling coach, imagine money was no object. Imagine if your club came into, I don't know, £100 million and you could go out and sign any seamer you liked in the world, any spinner you liked in the world, one of each.
Yeah.
Who would be top of your lists? As George Hill in behind his first delivery from Sandhu and defends.
Well, I think with the wickets we have at Headingley, I'd go for Pat Cummings.
Why?
He doesn't miss his length. I think Pat Cummings and Scott Boland go at over 80% on between 4 and 6 metres, and Bumrah's up there as well.
Yeah, some cracking bowlers as Hill is in behind this one, and again blocking, no run. Yeah, there was a little bit of a rumbling of Scott Boland during last winter from a Yorkshire point of view.
Yeah, he was never coming anyway. I know Durham were probably the front runners because of what he did last year, but as soon as he went on that Sri Lankan tour, I think it was, he wasn't coming over. So I did have a chat, Mags and I did have a chat to him. A lot was dependent on whether he's going to Sri Lanka or not, and as soon as he got picked for that, he ruled it out.
Sandhu to Hill again in behind this one and pushing to mid-off, no run. So when Paddy Cummins retires from Test cricket, we can fully expect you'll be flying back to grab him and stick him on a plane. Is that right then?
Well, you're assuming he's not going to be playing IPL still.
Just pushing the buttons here. What about spin-wise? I mean, who's the pick for you then? Would you want a left armour?
Santner's not a bad call.
Yeah.
Santner, I don't mind him. I think Moriarty's got...
Hill in behind this one, no run.
He's got some good upside. He's been working hard, been doing a few drills. And the good thing about Moz, he wants to get better. Every time he trains, he wants to get better. So that's the dream. You can hope he turns into a lot of John Holland, Santner, Stephen O'Keefe. I had a good chat with Stephen O'Keefe last night about left arm spin, just over a quad beer, and just told him about Moz and what we're trying to do and what he does with some of these young players. So it was a really good, insightful chat to him about spin bowling. So I can't explain what it was about. Don't want to give away too many trade secrets.
Lock the commentary box door, please, Kate. Harmsy did last night, but just left the key in the outside of it. Hudson Prentice to bowl here to Matthew Revis, pushed into the offside, no run. On the Revis front, we talked about the bowling side of things. From a batting point of view, he just seems to be sky high on confidence, and his timing of the ball in numerous knocks, even the ones where he's not got a lot of runs, has been superb this season.
I think it all goes hand in hand. I think his confidence in his batting is obviously transferring into the confidence in his bowling. He's just in a really good place at the moment. He's confident.
Here's Hudson Prentice, and there we go. The shot of a confident young man. Back foot and crashed away through the covers for 4 more. Matthew Revis is scoring again here, 47, 324 for 6.
I think with a lot of these young guys, they can overthink the game too much, and sometimes that's our fault as coaches. We give them too much information rather than just keep it simple. The game's hard enough already as it is.
Here comes Hudson Prentice again, straightens things up, and Revis up to the task of defending.
And I think sometimes we can overcomplicate it too much for them, and that's, I think someone like Rev, when he overthinks the game too much, rather than go out and just play the game, hit the ball, see the ball, hit the ball, run in, bowl the ball. So, yeah, I think it's taken us a while to sort of understand the players and what information to give them, but we're finally getting there.
Hudson Prentice then on his way in again. Revit this time, actually, for the first time in about 2 months, missed times one towards the inside edge of the bat to mid-on. No run. He's having a cracking season. Let's just have a look at his stats. He's in innings number 14 here in first-class cricket, got nearly 600 runs. In fact, no, he has got more than 600 runs against his name now. Averaging 65, batting at 6-7 most of the campaign. Brilliant effort.
This be a PB year for him with the bat.
Yeah, no question. As Hudson Prentice in again, and this time with an open face. It's played back at a point for another single. Yeah, he got 2 tons previously, and of course he's got 2 in the last 2 matches now, and should have had that one at Trent Bridge really, I suppose, as well, wouldn't it? Yeah. 90 odd not out, but as good as, apart from in the stats books.
I think that innings he played at York was quite outstanding against a pretty good side in Essex.
My phone's just pinged. I forgot to turn the sound off as well. Sorry, folks. Sorry, Harmsy. Hudson Prentice in, and that's blocked by George Hill. Sorry, Mick, what were you saying? Just say that again.
I said I think that his knock at York was quite impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Against, a seasoned good side in Essex. That Simon Harmer bowling still, and he's still quite feared amongst the county circuit, Simon Harmer, and obviously they had Shane Snader as well. Lucky for us, Jamie Porter was expecting a second child, and Sam Cook was with England, so we got him at a good time, but still, they're still a quite outstanding side, and I think the way we bowled that first day against them to restrict them to 270, I think it was, for 2 or 3, really set us up for the next day to actually have the right to actually go a bit more aggressive.
Has it surprised you that Essex have been at the wrong end of the table for a while this season?
No, it hasn't. I think Essex have relied on, they're such good players still, but I think their depth, obviously got proven this year when they lost Sammy Cook, their depth got tested from a seam bowling point of view.
Yeah. Sandhu continuing at the Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Revis, who has turned this one into the leg side, and this will probably is in fact a half century once again for Matthew Revis. 2 up towards the bleachers, cow corner side of the ground, and there you go. 3 in fact, warm applause. 51 to Matthew Revis, 328 for 6. He's got 200 this season. That's his second 50 to go with them, and that's not going to harm that seasonal average of 65 in any way, shape or form.
This morning, they have picked up a couple of wickets. Finn Hudson Prentice and Gurinder Sandhu with a
just need to try and get a few on the board for George as well, which would be nice. He's got his opportunity here, yet to get off the mark.
No chance of any thunderstorms, as far as I'm aware, so we should get a full day's.
And in comes Sandhu once again. And Hill dropping that one out squarish on the offside. And there is no run. And going back to your own playing days, Victoria, did you spell it W-A?
T20s, you did, yeah.
Yeah. And you're obviously around at the time of the great Aussie side, which would have been, so, to break tough into that as you did in white ball cricket.
Yeah, it was tough to get into.
With a feat in itself, but to get into the red ball side in those days.
No, it was quite tough. I mean, obviously, you had McGrath, Gillespie, Brett Lee at the time.
Sandhu to Hill, dropped into the offside for a single. He's off the mark, George.
And obviously the late, great Shane Warne. But you look at that side back then, I mean, in the wins, I mean, it took me 2 years of getting 45 plus wickets to get a game in white ball. So, I mean, back then in the wins you had, Stuart Clark was waiting, Andy Bickle, Michael Kasperwitz, Adam Dale, myself, Matthew Innes, who was a great left-arm swing bowler, Brad Williams. So there was a few floating around just on the outskirts, but it was quite tough to break into that side.
Yeah, Sandhu to Revis, flicks off the legs, will pick up 1 backward of square. Henry Crocombe Fields, how many will England win the Ashes by this winter?
I think it will be an interesting series. It'll be interesting to see how England go about it. I've got an idea on how I think they'll go about it. Whether it's the right one, we'll wait and see.
Sandhu to Hill. He's also flicking off his legs down to Danny Lamb in the pavilion corner. 1 run.
I think I think their idea of going with a good pace battery is good, but that pace battery's got to have skill as well. I think if you look at some of the sides, fast bowlers going to Australia, they're fast, but they've got no skill. They come out on the wrong side. If I look at England now,
Revis facing and drives straight back at the stumps at the non-striking end, so no run.
If you look at their crickets they've got now, so I think they've got, they're trying to get Wood fit for Australia, Jofra Archer, Atkinson, Tongue, Cass. 5 guys there that are quite quick. Obviously Wood's the outlier because he's quite scarily fast, but he's highly skilled as well. Jofra Archer's highly skilled. Atkinson's, quite quick but skilled as well. My concern is blokes like Tongue and Cass. I don't think they've played a lot in Australia before. I could be wrong about that. But I think they need obviously a skill component as well. Someone like Wokes or a Sam Cook. I think you need someone that can actually control the scoreboard from one end potentially. If that makes sense.
Hudson Prentice then continuing at the P-Zone Park end, 3:31 for 6, and George Hill on strike, leaving the first ball of the over. Obviously, you're fully aware, I'm sure, that Chris Wokes' away record is not a patch on his home record. So, on that basis, and given he's had a few goes now, would you be more inclined to give Sam Cook? You know him obviously very well.
I think Sammy, with his performances obviously in county cricket and obviously on the England Lions tour last year in Australia, I think he was a leading wicket taker in the Lions tour last year in Australia. So I think Sammy's earned the right.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice to George Hill, who walks into this delivery and defends into the leg side. And
I don't think you'll meet too many people who will say that he hasn't. He does deserve the chance. Sammy's a competitor. He's highly skilled. I know the first test, speaking to him after the test, I said, how was it? He said it was an amazing experience. He looked maybe a little bit nervous, as you would be representing your country for the first time.
Hudson Prentice in again. He's fairly wide on the crease, and George playing inside the line of that delivery, wide of off stump. And
for me, Sammy, it just looked like, this is going to sound silly, it just looked like he was just trying too hard. And sometimes the harder you try, the worse you go. But look, I mean, he'll be better for the experience. I hope he gets another chance. I hope he gets a good run of it. But at the end of the day, I'm not a selector.
No.
I think England, if they want to win Australia, their first test is at the Wacker. Not the Wacker, Perth Stadium, Optus Stadium.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice to Hill, who drives firmly back to the bowler, no run.
I think with Australia, and I hope no one from Cricket Australia is listening to this, but I think...
we can arrange for it.
Yeah. I think Australia always pencil in Perth and Gabba as wins because it's so unique. So for me, if England want to win, they really have to try and find a way to win it in WA and in Queensland. Queensland might be a little bit different this year because it's a pink ball test, which I think, it's going to be interesting at the Gabba how that goes, the pink ball test. But for me, I'd be really trying to target that first test because if you beat Australia in WA, Australia's under pressure.
Yep. Next question is obviously, I'm going for Adelaide and Melbourne, so can you get me some tickets for Melbourne?
You're about the 400th person that's asked me that.
But there's nobody more important that's asked you that question, Mick, surely.
Yeah, true.
Hudson Prentice bowling to Hill, who drives nicely between mid-off and the bowler. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. He had a clunk against the advertising board. Lovely shot. 6 to George, 3:35 for 6. And so,
doesn't BBC have reciprocal rights with ABC in Australia or something like that, or BBC in Australia?
We'll talk about that one off the air. 3:35 for 6, and there are 10 overs remaining for bonus point pickups. So you'd expect them to get to 350 unless something drastically goes wrong. The 400 probably looking out of reach. But what was the plan at the start of the day? Just is it bat until we're naturally all out?
Pretty much, yeah.
We'll get as many on in front and then have a go at him. You've got a second innings if needed.
We want to try and get ourselves in a position where there's only one side that can win.
Yeah. And how long do you think realistically on this pitch you've got to allow yourselves to bowl them out for a second time?
Well, we don't know. I mean, if you look at the game last week, even though we're in day 4, it was only a 2.5-8 day pitch. And what we saw, the reaction of the wicket, what some of their bowlers were doing, the spinners especially, was we didn't expect that. So if it plays out the same way, all of a sudden you've got another 100 overs in this wicket. Tomorrow, who knows what it could do. So, and that's why we want to try and get ourselves in a position where we're the only team that can win this game. We'll just keep batting normally. There's no need to rush anything at the moment. There's still how many overs left in the day? Can't say. 16. Or the bowl, how many of the bowl today? 16? No.
I'll soon tell you. There are 86 remaining.
So you got 86 and 96, minimum 96 tomorrow. So there's still plenty of time left in the game. But we want to put ourselves in a position where we don't have to rush and we're the only side that can win the game. But that's going to take a lot of good batting from here on.
Yep, change of bowling then at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, because Jack Carson is into the attack. And Matthew Revis playing out into the offside, and there's no run. Have we done the new ball yet?
Well, I just sort of message to the scorers on the way back.
I'm just going to have a look at it through the bin to see if I can pick anything up.
Yes, it was taken first thing this morning.
Oh, he was taken first thing this morning, right? We didn't hear an announcement, did we? But I mean, it's a long time in to not take it, so we'd assumed that they had. So they've given Jack Carson a fairly new ball here to have a go with, and Revis had just turned that one aerially for a moment into the leg side. He got away with that one, okay.
I wonder if they'd hit that pancake out there.
Yeah, Revis turns another one into the leg side. No run. Yeah, there is from Jack White, I think, really bowling around the wicket. There's a bit of rough in there outside the right-handers off stump here from the Trafalgar Square end. Had a look out there this morning. And again, Revis goes back foot and drops it out into the offside and takes a cheeky single. I didn't, from James Cole's bowling a lot of his overs at this end yesterday, didn't feel like he was hitting the rough that's been created there. It was a bit straighter than where he was bowling it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if you watch Carson on TV, his position on crease, where he's actually bowled from, he's quite consistent where he bowls from all the time, and where that pancake gig, he almost has to bowl around his front leg to get the ball out there, so he's actually asking the ball to travel further.
Yeah, George Hill advances down the pitch as he likes to do against spin. Ollie Carter's out there sub-fielding, and he fires that back in. They get one run.
So if you look where he's quite tight into the stumps when he bowls. I think if he actually comes a little bit wider, his chance to hit that pancake's going to be a little bit easier. So he's not actually bowling around his front leg, if that makes sense. He's bowling more over the top.
Yorkshire bowling coach giving the Sussex off spinner a bit of a leg up here. I think the volume will be off in the Sussex dressing room, Hamsey. It's all right. As Revis goes back foot, there is some turn, and there's also a very good shot by Matthew Revis, who gave himself plenty of room and has banged that one away in front of point for 4 runs down towards the covers. 57 to him, 341 for 6. He's looking very well set once again here, Rev.
I think, as we always talk about fast bowlers using the crease, and I think sometimes we lose that a little bit with spin bowlers, and that's one thing I've been speaking a lot to about Mozer and the Bessie about. Yes, you can use your crease more. You don't always just have to bowl from the same spot. As I said, the conversation I had with Sock the other night, a few chats I used to have with Warnie when he was alive, he only started using the crease in the back half of his career a lot more, and he said, like, if he had used it early in his career, he would have got 1,000 test wickets. So I think spinners sometimes can just sort of get into a groove and just keep bowling from the same spot. And I think that's where Simon Harman has improved in the last couple of years. He came in and just spoke about position in the crease, about you potentially using the crease more. And it's something that he's found quite beneficial. As I said, you can bowl the same ball but a different spot in the crease, and it just creates a different angle for the batsman to see the ball come in on.
Henry Crocombe to have his first go from the Peasholm Park. And are you still okay for time? You don't need to be back in there for
another 3 minutes, I reckon.
3 minutes, okay.
I'll tell you one thing, up north compared to down south, there's a lot more bumblebees down south.
Oh, really?
Yeah, than up north.
It's a great observation.
Yeah. I saw one the other day and I thought, I haven't seen any this year.
Maybe it's the cleaner air environment in the north, you see.
Yeah, potentially.
First ball of the over there was a dot, and Crocombe coming in over the wicket, and right in behind it George Hill once again. No run. Oh, no ball. What was I going to say to you on the Simon Harmer front? Doesn't look like he gets quite the purchase that he used to do. I know he's had an injury which maybe has affected that, but he's still a very difficult bloke to score runs off, isn't he? Yeah,
I think the fact he gets so much bounce. The guy playing down there, they're playing against the moment, that Corey Roccacelli.
Welcome to Hill, who's flicking nicely to mid-wicket. Ibrahim Fields.
I think watching him bowl in Australia the last couple of years, plays at WA obviously, and get 40 wickets the last 2 years playing at the Wacker is pretty impressive. So Harmy's a big spinner of ball, but his most important asset is the bounce he gets. And when he gets the wickets to suit him, he's still top draw.
Yep. Yeah, Crocombe to Hill, lovely shot. That beautiful shot, George Hill. Straight blade, struck it just beyond the hand of Henry Crocombe in his follow through for 4 runs.
And I think with Bessie and Moz, just get in their head that I think sometimes when bowlers think be tall at the crease, they're thinking the wrong thing. They think tall, and all of a sudden they start to go backwards. So they're actually bowling with their limbs rather than actually using their body to bowl the ball a bit more. And just teach them about getting your head going at the target a little bit more.
Crocombe in again, and George now flicking off his legs square. He's going to pick up at least a couple here.
And I think
Sando Fields, 2 runs.
If they're thinking about getting their head going towards the target, they're naturally going to be more taller at the crease.
Yep.
I think a lot of young kids, as I said, they come in and they get taught to be tall at the crease, but the natural thing is before they take off the bowl, they think tall and they go backwards. And we all know the heaviest part of your body is your head, so that's the key factor. And wherever your head goes, your body will go.
Just a change in the field, and Allsop has been moved out deeper in front of square on the leg side. Just one slip in place now. Crocombe to George Hill, who's dropping out into the offside and calls Matthew Revis through for a single, and that's a 3rd batting bonus point for Yorkshire. 350 for 6. They've made pretty good progress this morning from 292 for 4. They've lost both Harry Duke for 21, Will Sutherland for 2. Mick Lewis, Yorkshire bowling coach, alongside myself, Jonathan Dodge. We've got Adrian Harms and David Townsend with us as well today. We'll get them on at some point soon. But before we let you go, Mick, as George is out there batting, we've talked about Rev from a batting and bowling point of view. George with the ball. I know he's missed a game or 2 recently because of that bruised heel, but what a great season he's had. What do you make of him as a bowler? Crocombe, he's going to bowl this next delivery to Revis. Ooh, there's a little bit of extra Scarborough bounce about that, and Matthew Revis beaten this time.
I said at the start of the season that I believe we've got a bowling squad that could be feared as being the best in the country, and I still believe that. I remember talking to George, and George said, "Do you really believe that?" I said, "I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe it, George." George's point of difference is he's really a genuine swing bowler. If you look at when we played Essex down at Chelmsford, yes, it was a nipping wicket and the ball was swinging a bit. George got wickets by swinging the ball, and he was the only one all game that swung the ball. Highly skilled competitor. Again, another one not super fast, but puts the ball in the right areas enough times to answer the right question. So, for me, he's great skill is controlling his length and shifting the ball late. Another one, still got a few things to work on, but super impressive for such a young man, young age. To be so skillful is quite good.
Jack Carson's going to bowl to him now, slip and backward short leg in place. Backward short leg comes into play with the thick edge inside edge. So you say still got a bit to work on. What might those things be then? What would you be saying that he can improve on?
Well, George is another one where he's got to work at his. Hang on, let's finish this.
Carson in and George playing up towards long on for 1.
Another one who's always been a bowler to bowl from the same spot, but just trying to get into his head a little bit. Actually, you can come a little bit wider, especially when you can swing the ball like you can. If you can come wider the crease and swing the ball still, you draw him into a shot.
Carson to Revis, who's turning that to mid-wicket. Good diving stop.
I don't think we saw enough of George in white ball cricket T20 this year, but
you think he's got a future with that as well?
Yeah, I do. He's unbelievable Yorker bowler.
Interesting. As Carson is in and Revis turns it to mid-wicket, no wrong, because the art of bowling the Yorker, it's not completely gone out of the game, but it's certainly diminished, hasn't it? You don't see anything like as much as you did.
No, it's still the hardest ball to hit in the world, isn't it? If you get it right. But I think bowlers are just that afraid to bowl these days. I mean, if you look in one of the games we played at Headingley, I think Matt Milnes bowled 6 wide Yorkers in a row. And sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, smack that out of the park if you can, sort of thing. Yeah. There was a dot ball, by the way. Revis trying to force it into the leg side and missed out, and Carson's in again. And this time he gets an edge on it along the deck. Half stopped by slip, and coming back for 2, and will get there. So Revis on 59, I think, following that. 353 for 6 come the end of the 103rd over. We keep saying on finally, Mick. I know you've got to get back, but so let's just go back to George. If he's swinging it at Essex when nobody else is, why does he swing it when others can't? What is it? Seam position? Is it body position? What is it?
I think it's just mainly to do with his wrist. Some people say like to swing the ball, you got to have it. It's got to be at a certain degrees, and I think just at a release point, his wrist is in that perfect position to swing the ball. And for me, he doesn't come down the side of the ball. He comes down the very back of the ball, which creates that backspin, and it creates that seam position to come out nice and straight. Where a lot of guys, if they come off a certain finger, it will wobble down a little bit more. So sort of, your seam's almost like a steering wheel. Simple as that. If you turn your steering wheel, the car will go a certain way, and it's the same with your seam. Like if your seam's slightly pointing the first slip, but you're coming down the back of it and it comes out perfectly. Obviously, I won't go into the physics of wire ball swings and stuff like that with smoothness and hot air and roughness, and I can't understand it myself sometimes. But
here's Crocombe to Hill, who's playing back to the bowl at no run.
I think it's just his wrist position at release point is just obviously in that optimum spot for him.
Really interesting. I'd love to ask you loads more about Ben Code and Jack White, who's had a great first season for Yorkshire, but maybe we'll do that another day.
I'll expand quickly on those two. Those two, I think Jack White for his first year has been super impressive.
Welcome to Hill. Short ball pulled. Not quite going to get a boundary because there's a sweeper out there square. Tom Alsop, they get back for 2.
Jack White's been super impressive. He's been great to work with. He's quite an interesting character. We've got a lot in common. He loves his fishing. Doesn't fish in dangerous places like I do up in Darwin. He's more in New Zealand and put the waders on and go and sit in the water, where I stay in Darwin. If I stay in the boat, when I get up at night time to go to the toilet, there's eyes everywhere looking at me, waiting me to fall off the boat. So,
Welcome to Hill, who's just trying to flick it to leg and gets a leading edge on it, no run.
And Ben Code, obviously Cody's the leader of the pack, the leader of the cartel, and we've had a lot of good conversations this year, and he wants nothing more than for Yorkshire to be successful. He's one of those guys who's driving the high standards that we want to set for ourselves. And I said to him earlier in the year, I said, look, it's going to be hard because.
Welcome to Hill, who defends.
It's going to be hard because his standards have been so high himself, but he has to go to another level now because we're in Division 1. And if he tests himself and makes his standards higher, which he has been doing this year, I think the last couple of games he's played, he's been excellent. He'll drag the rest of those guys along.
Yeah, Crocombe to Hill, who drops into the offside, and again no run. And of course you'll be fully aware, obviously, of that very similar record to Sam Cook.
Yeah,
in first class cricket.
I don't know who rocks the better beard though, Cody or Sam Cook.
I'm not sure about Cody's, I've got to say. I think he does need to sort that out, Ben.
Well, I think ever since he's been wearing it, he's been taking wickets, so we're not superstitious at all, cricketers, are we?
No. Ball just back of length, and lovely shot by George here. Really have pinged that out of the middle. just opened the face and ran it out back at a point, and he'll pick up 4 more. Probably a good note for us to finish our chat, Mick. It's been an absolute pleasure. We've done an hour together. First hour of the day.
There you go. We said we'd get an hour in, didn't we?
Yeah, you'll come back and see us again sometime?
Yeah, I'll see you over a beer first.
Oh, I'll definitely enjoy that. Cheers.
You had me at hello. Thanks, Georgie.
Thanks to Mick Lewis. Great hour, very informative, and I suppose I better let somebody else on the microphone now. DT's just wandering off down the bottom. Cheers. We'll bring Harmsy in. It's a good job. Adrian Harms is the nicest man in the commentary box, because some people might have kicked off there. Come on, Doige, you're keeping this guy on too long, but he's a very patient man. Matthew Revis goes back foot and cuts Jack Carson away out into the covers, and there is a single, so he's on to 60, 360 for 6.
I just think, Doige, it's fascinating to hear, we can sit in and describe the play, but when you hear a professional coach, I think it's so insightful, so interesting. I thought it was a fascinating hour.
Some great stuff there from Mick, as Carson is in and bowling, and Hill turns that one backward of square leg and will pick up 1.
I was very interested what he said. I remember being here last year and watching Yorkshire beat Sussex last year in the fixture. It would be a Division 2 fixture, and thinking just how strong this seam attack is for Yorkshire. And interestingly, he said he believes it's the best in the country, or the ability to become the best. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, Carson to Revis, who plays up to long on, 1 run.
But just in terms of the match, Sussex picking up those couple of early wickets, but really Yorkshire have stepped up a gear here, and I do fear here that the lead, Mick was saying there, wasn't he? They want to get a big lead and put themselves the only side who can win this match. I think they're in that position now.
Drops that one at his feet. Yeah. So what is it? 360, 240 lead.
There's a lot of scoreboard pressure now, isn't there? And
yeah, and as the field inside, it depends on what your makeup is. You've been telling us that Sussex are feeling like a side who are a bit low on confidence at the moment, so that's bound to drain away, isn't it, when they start to see 150 plus on the board, and there's still a few wickets in hand as well, and as George Hill plays one up to long on.
We just haven't batted well. I think the problem here this week for Sussex has been, I thought Carson and Coles did really well yesterday evening. I thought that final session, Sussex looked at their most threatening, Doige. They looked like taking wickets.
Carson again, and Revis plays up to long on once more, 1 run. Interesting what he was saying as well about Jack Carson and the use of the crease.
Very much so. Yeah, really interesting. But I think that I think for me the outstanding seamer for Sussex in this game has been Finn Hudson-Prentice. I think you'd have to say that I think Gurinder Sandhu's taken a wicket this morning, but Sussex will probably hope for a little more from an overseas. That's not being disrespectful in any way, but I think he's only here for 4 games. You bring it, you're just hoping maybe you can pick up new ball this morning, get Sussex back into the game. And it's a lovely delivery, wasn't it, to get Sutherland out? But I think this Johnny Robinson, Yorkshire are missing Ben Coates, so these sort of things happen. But they just now they've turned to James Coles again, and I think this was the combination, the Coles-Carson partnership that caused problems yesterday.
I'm going to disappear and let you 2 have an hour.
Oh, an hour? Looking for some overtime, Doige. So it is going to be James Coles who's going to come in from this end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Matthew Revis, who's on 62, the Peaseholm Park end of the ground, I should have said. James Coles hasn't bowled so far this morning, but I thought was very tidy yesterday afternoon. It'll give me a chance as well to look at some of the scores as well. In comes Coles around the wicket bowls, and I thought he picked up a wicket with his first ball then. I thought Revis had nudged that to slip. He let that go, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Coles again. On the wicket bowl, that's a full toss, and he's a little fortunate to get away with that. He's going to get a single with Revis, who clips that to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 63, 365 for 6. Hello, Dave. Looking through your binoculars, who are you looking for this morning?
I'm just looking at the scoreboard over there in the distance. I'm an elderly gentleman now. My eyesight's not as good as it used to be, Adrian. And I'm sure you're aware of that.
Coles in, bowls in, full toss and clipped down the ground by Hill, who, interesting hearing Mike Lewis talking about George Hill and his bowling ability. I just think he looks a very good all-rounder. I mean, he was saying how he swings the ball, not express pace, but just a very good cricketer. And he's a couple of super off drives this morning. He goes to 24, 366. 6, Coles in again, clipped away by Rose. I think that's a good bit of fielding by Gurinder Sandhu. Very good indeed. Big man getting down quickly, and that probably prevented a boundary there at backward point. There is no run. So I'll run through the other scores just at the end of the over as Coles on an overcast morning here in Scarborough. In bowls and thrashed away this time by Revis. Just a single, good bit of fielding by Danny Lamb, who's got a bit of ground to cover on that offside boundary. Gets in the throat.
He's been patrolling the rope out there, hasn't he?
He has. He injured himself early on. He hurt his arm, I think, or maybe grazed his arm diving away, because the outfield is it's dry, isn't it?
It's an excellent outfield.
Yeah. Coles in bowls, down the wicket, hammered away, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Well, a lovely use of the feet there by George Hill. He just danced down the wicket to James Coles and played it firmly over mid-off for 4 runs. And Coles and Carson, who presented problems last night when the ball was old, I mean, that may have helped, because certainly Yorkshire was struggling at that stage to get them away. But Hill has been very positive since he's come out, and I just get the feeling here that Yorkshire, they'll have their eye on batting bonus points.
Well, there's 4 overs left to get 29 runs. But they are that distance ahead now, 149 runs the lead, and you'd think to yourself, well, even Clatter now, they would be relatively happy with a lead like that, I think. Although they'll talk about getting to 500 and all the rest of it, but they want to push on now, having got enough of a lead and get a really big lead. Carson from the Trafalgar Square end bowls, and Revis steps outside leg stump and tries to hammer that one through the offside, and just manages to hammer it straight into the pitch in front of him. There is no run.
I just wonder, Dave, they've got enough wickets in hand maybe to have a little dart at this batting point.
Well, yes, yeah. Possibility. Carson bowls again, but I don't think they'll get there. Revis, though, can score ridiculously quickly. Hill, he's no slouch, obviously, but Revis, you see him going 4-6-6-4. He's one of those. Here's Carson bowling to him, and off the back foot he hits that one nicely. Doesn't beat backward point though, so no run off this over. And I think in terms of the game, 29 runs off 3.5 overs, to try and make a dart for that and lose a couple of wickets, maybe just forego that point. And
I think that's a fair comment.
Battle on. Carson bowls, and Revis sweeps firmly, and he's going to get 4 runs there, backward a point, and he's going to do the 4-6-4 and just prove everybody wrong. Prove me wrong as well, I suppose. Wouldn't be the first time. It's a very rare occurrence.
Maybe it's one of those, Dave, where they get to within 2 overs and think, they're sort of giving themselves a chance to get them. But I agree with you. I don't think they're going to jeopardise a big lead over a batting point.
So, next delivery, Carson is diving to save a single there as Revis tried to push that up to a long on. A couple of Yorkshire players just gone for a wander. One of the quiz partakers last night, Finn Bean. Carson to Revis. Revis defends. So 4 runs coming off that over, so an unlikely 25 needed off 3 now for that final batting point. I think Sussex are going to have to settle for 2 bowling points, as James Wharton as well with Finn Bean. It's nice. Again, on an outground, you don't get this at just the wander around the ground. You get that down at home.
Yes, we do. Yeah. Yes, we do at home, and people can sign autographs and talk to people in the ground. It's lovely. It's I agree with you. I mean, obviously it's nice to go to grounds like the Oval and Lords and the rest of it. But
Well,
it's,
Lords, yeah.
James Coles coming into bowl to George Hill, who's solidly forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. It's a real festival atmosphere. As for the quiz, we haven't spoken much about it last night, Dave, but I thought our team did pretty well, really.
We did very well, yes. We were carrying a couple, obviously.
Coles comes in, clips to mid-wicket. I have to say, what was really nice, and there is no one, I have to say, was meeting some people who joined our team. There were two Johns who joined our team. John, who'd come over from New York for a couple of weeks to be at the Scarborough Festival. In comes Coles again, played by Hill to short extra cover, no run. A university lecturer in New Jersey. It was good to meet John. And then there was another John
Kirkland.
And a lady who was with him, whose name I forget. That's very amiss of me. Coles in, bowls, and Hill is forward, which I think probably tells us everything about just playing solidly defensively. Hill, if it's a bad ball, he's going to go for it, but if it's a decent delivery, Yorkshire aren't going to take chances here.
Yes, and I think that tells us everything about their ambitions of getting to 400 quickly.
Coles again, bowls, and Hill looks to nudge that on the leg side. The ball comes off the pad, bounces on the onside. There is no run. It was just nice and very kind. John bought us a drink, and we were sitting around discussing the schedule for next year and all sorts of cricket chat. It was just a thoroughly enjoyable evening, apart from the quizmaster. Coles bowls, and forward comes Hill, and that's a tidy over from James Coles, a maiden over from the young Sussex all-rounder, youngest player ever to play for Sussex. 375 for 6, 28 to Hill, 68 to Revis, and that makes the lead 153.
Yeah, the quizmaster he was giving too many clues, wasn't he, last night?
He was, particularly to ones that we'd got right, and then he sort of opened the door to others to get the question right. That was very frustrating.
We were only 2 points off winning it, even then.
Yes, we rather fell foul of the picture board round, didn't we?
Well, we did.
We didn't do well on that at all.
No, not doing well is an understatement. I think we did very badly on the picture board.
Yeah.
2 out of 10, was it? Something like that?
Yeah.
That included my guess at Liam Livingston, which turned out to be right.
Yes, it did. Yeah, that was good.
And Fatima Whitbread was on there as well.
Yeah.
So,
some of our choices were woeful, weren't they? We had no idea.
Yes. Carson starts a new over to Revis, who crashes that one through the offside. There's a chase out there in the distance and a diving, tumbling stop. There's that Coles out in the distance. So who's?
It is Tom Alsop.
Sending his throw in left-handed.
It was everything that was good about cricket, though, last night. You know, a chance to meet people, new people. It was just, it was good fun.
Next delivery is again played into the offside, but this time straight to Alsop. So just the 1 run to be had there. The lead stretches again. 155 runs ahead.
I felt we were at a disadvantage with all the rugby league questions, though. I mean, they don't play rugby league in Sussex.
I thought we were disadvantaged having Dutch Kate on our side. We had to carry her for most of it. Down the pitch comes Hill, and that's played up to mid-on. I thought it was going to be lucky. The first question was which team won the hockey. Was it at last year's Olympics?
Yes,
both men's and women's. And it turned out to be the Netherlands, and we've got a sort of semi-Dutch person with us. Delivery again from Carson is crashed through the offside, and again just the single.
I mean, they've taken 4 of this over already with very low risk cricket.
380. So very impressive lead, or very daunting lead, should we say, as far as Sussex are concerned. Carson, down the pitch comes Hill and crashes that back past the bowler, and a good diving stop. Revis is motoring back for a second. Well run, Matthew Revis. He really revved it up on that second run. And 2 more to George Hill.
Surely that was all that. Well, that was Daniel Hughes, actually, who was very quickly round the boundary edge.
A sliding stop got the body behind it.
Very good.
Here's the off spinner, Carson again, and that's allowed through to the keeper, John Simpson.
Actually, the camera showed Tom Alsop there, and you were talking about hockey. And he's a very good hockey player, Tom Alsop, I understand. He played England junior hockey.
All right.
And also, last year I was told that he joined a local baseball team down in Sussex, which was it sort of improved his skill, and he got himself selected for the Big Bash on the back of some very good performances in the T20. I think he's going back this year as well. He plays for the, I don't know, is it the Brisbane Heat in the Big Bash?
Well, I don't know that he plays the Brisbane Heat, but Brisbane Heat is one of the teams, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. James Coles, around the wicket, in and bowls, and played firmly by Revis to mid-wicket, fielded there by Jack Carson, who'll be very pleased, Jack, because he's a big Glasgow Rangers fan who I think got to the next round of the Champions League last night. Coles in again, bowls. Forward comes Revis and just plays firmly down the ground to long off. Henry Croken comes into field, but it's one more to the total. 382 for 6. Revis 72. Hill 61. Good partnership between these two, coming together when the score was 320. So this partnership now worth 62 between these two. Coles in again, bowls, and Hill plays a curious shot.
Well, curious. I think Q being the word. I think that came off the end of the bat. needs to re-chalk it.
Straight back down the pitch to Coles. He's on his way again. Coles, and that's a far more orthodox forward defensive shot played into the offside. John Simpson says to Finn Hunter-Prentice, don't worry, I'll come and field the ball. And there is no run, but Yorkshire batting themselves into a very strong position here this morning. He hasn't quite done the trick for Sussex as Coles in again, bowls to Hill, who plays back down the track. There is no run. They have picked up a couple of wickets. There was Will Southern, the last man out for 2, and Harry Duke, who was out very early on for 21. Coles again, bowls, and firmly played by Hill, again up to long off, comfortable single, fielded there by Henry Crocombe. How many runs were off that over, Kate? Was it 3 or 4? Oh, just the 2. Okay, so he's been nice and tidy. James Coles, end of the over, 384 for 6. It means the lead is 162.
So Yorkshire stretching away into the distance. They only want to bat once in this game, I think, would be the plan. Talking before play, maybe just forget about a declaration, just bat and maybe mid-afternoon or something. Have a think about it then, if you're still at the crease.
In the Test match, India batting first at the Oval. England winning the toss and deciding to field. India 38 for 2, a wicket for Atkinson and a wicket for Wokes. I think a lot of rain forecast in the London area for later today, so whether they'll get a full day at the Oval looks a little debatable, but they're playing them with Organised and Durham at the minute because they're struggling at the wrong end of the table against Surrey. I'll give their score as we go through the over.
Carson bowls, down the pitch comes Hill, drives back past him. If he got a hand to that, or a couple of fingers, he'll wish he hadn't, Jack Carson, and that's away to the boundary, and it hits the pension sign down the far end there. So
absolutely hammered that bat down the ground.
He did. Very hard indeed. Good use of his feet, and good to see George Hill runs at the moment. Batting's gone back a fair bit in the last year or so, couple of years. Certainly looked to be a batsman who could bowl when he first came into the side, and now he's very much a bowler who's a useful bat, and he's got 36. Carson rolls again to him, and again he's down the pitch, and he's hit this one high in the air. Oh my word,
let's go out the ground.
That's gone way over the top for 6, and perhaps this little onslaught has come just an over or so too late, because that's 388 for 6. 110 overs have been bowled, so the bonus point situation at the end of the bonus points available is 6 to Yorkshire, 2 to Sussex, I think. So what would that do to the table if Yorkshire were to go ahead and win this?
I think it would take Yorkshire level on points with Sussex, because the gap between the sides at the start of play was 21 points.
At the start of...
The start of this match.
Start of this match.
Yeah, 21 points was the difference between the two. So if Yorkshire were to win with 22 points and Sussex get 2, the differential would be 20. So Yorkshire will be 1 point behind Sussex with 3 games to go. And that makes it very interesting what's happening at Durham at the moment, who are getting themselves really dragged into a relegation scrap. They're 267 for 5. They haven't lost a wicket this morning, Durham. They lead Surrey by 98, but you just feel with Surrey they're so strong, you're going to need a few more than that. This is why this was always going to be such an important game.
That's it, exactly. No, you do it well. Facing Carson, having hit him for a 4 and a 6 in this over, and props forward defends that and doesn't get a run there. The
other side who I think are not safe are Hampshire.
Big caller.
Yeah, I don't think they are. I don't think they're playing great cricket. They were bowled up for 293 yesterday. In reply, Worcestershire 187 for 2, but start delayed at Worcester today.
Next delivery is down the leg side. John Simpson gets across, doesn't take that cleanly, which is unusual for Simmer.
And actually raining at Chelmsford as well, where Warwickshire 169 for 2 and applied to the Essex total of 602 for 6. So that game looks like it's got draw written all over it.
Here's Carson again bowling, and that's pushed into the onside. No run there. So 10 from the over, 2 lusty blows from George Hill.
But you would think that if Hampshire and Essex draw their respective, it means a lot. I'm not sure. There's not too many points for a draw this season. I think 8's quite a lot. Now there's a meeting of minds in the middle for Sussex. Who's in there? Hudson Prentice, Haynes, Hughes, and John Simpson. Discussion about something or another. How do we get a wicket is probably pretty high on the agenda, I'd imagine. 394 for 6, and this lead is creeping ever closer to 200, which is a really significant lead, needless to say, against a Sussex batting lineup who are a little short of confidence, it has to be said.
In the last 3 innings they've scored in the 200s, haven't they, each time?
Coles in bowls to Revis, who punches. It's a shocking bit of fielding by Henry Crocombe, and that's the sort of thing that's not great, really. He's taken his eye off the ball there, Henry. The ball has come to him. He's let it go through. It should have just been a single. They come back for 2, and when you're down and you're struggling, you just don't need that, really. 2 more for the total, right in front of the dressing room as well. In comes Coles and clipped down the ground by Revis, picks up another single. No, right in front of the Sussex coaching staff down below us.
He got something behind it, didn't he? It wasn't entirely embarrassing that it sort of gone through everything.
Always run on a misfield.
It's just the sort of thing that when it just makes a little deflated. Coles in again, bowls, and there was a bit of extra bounce there from James Coles through to Simpson. I mean, he's a good young cricketer, Henry Crocombe. He didn't mean to do it, but it's just kind of sums up Sussex's match so far. Coles again around the wicket, bowls, forward comes Hill, plays that into the covers. There is no run. Patches of blue sky around, not too many, some heavier cloud in the... Deutsche gave a name for that hill we can see in the distance yesterday, and I can't remember what he called it.
It's not a hill, it's a mount.
Oh, right, okay. In comes Coles, bowls, and played down the ground again by Hill, and Crocombe will make sure... Oh, he gets a bit of stick, does Henry. But they didn't come back for a second, but it was a slight misfield and a bit of a hooray as he fielded the ball. Poor Tom Clark down at Chelmsford the other night in a T20 was getting heaps of sticking. It gets a bit noisy down at Chelmsford on a Friday night T20. Coles in, bowls, drilled down the ground. Henry Croker's going to have to move very quickly to his left-hand side, and he feels that cleanly. Well done, Henry. Gets in the throw, and 1 more to the total, but it's 5 off the over, I think, Kate, is that right? 3.99 for 6. Revis 77. Hill has moved very quickly onto 43, and there's been a very good morning for Yorkshire. They've lost Harry Duke for 21, just adding 1 to his overnight score, and Will Sutherland for 2. But these two coming together when the total was 320 for 6 have now added 79 in very quick time for Yorkshire. In fact, they're going along this morning. How many overs have we had this morning? We've had 22 overs, and they've scored crumbs. They've scored over 100 runs this morning. Is that right? Yes, 292 at the close. So they've scored 107 runs in 22 overs. So they're going at 5 and over.
Yeah.
Which is, Yorkshire will be delighted about that.
Yes, they certainly will be, because obviously that leaves more time in the game for taking those 10 second innings Sussex wickets. Change of bowling at the far end.
Looks like, is it Danny Lamb?
I think it's not Danny Lamb, is
Hudson
it? Hudson Prentice coming back.
Well, I think he's been the most impressive of the Sussex bowlers, to be honest. One who's looked most likely to take wickets. Yes, it is Hudson Prentice.
He's running down the slope bowls on that, so, well, Revis looks to play that on the onside, got turned around just a little bit, and he goes to cover. Fielded, and no run. Danny Ibrahim at cover.
Yeah, 19 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 63, Hudson Prentice, but I think he's bowled a little better than that, actually. Henry Cogan, 14 overs, 0 for 71. Gurinder Sandhu, 16 overs, 1 for 48. Tidy enough, but perhaps not quite carrying the threat that Sussex would have hoped.
Next delivery from Hudson Prentice is played to mid-wicket, and there's no run to be had there. That's the substitute fielder, Carter. I want to say Ali Carter, but Ali Carter's a snooker player.
It's Ollie Carter.
Ollie Carter. I knew it was something like that.
I'm just trying to think who he's on for, actually. If I can spot who's off for Sussex.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside.
What I like about... Sorry, Dave.
Has Jack Carson gone off? He did get a finger to that vicious drive in the previous over, didn't he? I just wonder whether he
has been struggling a little bit with a finger injury, is Jack. Jack's at backward point, so it's not Carson. Allsop at mid-off. Henry Crocombe down at deep backward square. Might be Danny Lamb who's off.
Some Prentice bowls, and Revis plays that to mid-wicket, won't get a run there.
What I like about Hudson Prentice, he pitches the ball up. He's always looking for the outside edge, and occasionally when he doesn't quite go right, you get driven through the covers. But he just looks to me like a bowler who could take wickets. He's been working very hard with James Kirtley, and I think in this particular game, for my money, he's been the most effective and looks the most dangerous of the Sussex seamers.
Bowls to Revis, and Revis crashes that one through the offside. Very fast bat speed there, and gets applause, and the applause, of course, is for the Yorkshire 400, not for any individual performances. 400 for 6 in the 113th over. Revis on 78, 43 to Hill. And these two have steadied the ship after those couple of early dismissals that you just thought, well, at that stage Sussex were thinking, well, we might bowl them out for 360 here. Next delivery from Hudson Prentice is played backward a square. No run there. They would have harboured thoughts of getting them out for a cheap score.
It was Tom Haynes who was the man off the field. Looked like a comfort break because he's coming back on the field. Yeah, I think once the lead went over 150, you feel that Sussex are really on the back foot here. And the lead is, it's approaching, what is it now, 178. Yorkshire in complete control here, and it's... I said to someone last night, I thought Yorkshire wouldn't declare. I think Sussex will bowl them out and always make the decision for Yorkshire. comes Coles, bowls to Revis, who punches it through the offside. You can see they're looking for two. Oh, misfield by Crocombe, but actually they don't come back for the second. They could have come back for two, but that was a sign of intent to me. Revis, as soon as he played the ball, was looking for two. So Yorkshire are looking to move the scoreboard along here. And they've been all morning. Hill waits. Coles in again, bowls, and Hill is forward to a ball of good length, plays it back down the track. There is no run.
See the Yorkshire boys turn up, wasn't it? Revis was.
Yes, it was very good
in the tent last night.
Coles again in and bowls and played to backward point. There is no run. I did hear a whisper they weren't desperately happy with the quizmaster because the quiz went on too long. There was one or two little murmurs about didn't know it was going on this long, but it was very good to see them actually. All credit to them. Coles in bowls, hit his forward, plays down the onside of the track, no run, and nice to get a. I didn't realise Adam Lythe had scored 161 in a T20.
Oh yes.
Wow. We got that one wrong as well.
we weren't too far. I think we did 155 or
yes.
something, didn't we?
Holds it again, bowls to Hill, who cracks that one away, but straight to the fielder on the cover boundary, who is Danny Lamb, who hasn't bowled so far this morning. Another single to Hill, who goes to 43, 401 for 6, as more and more blue sky appears above the ground.
The quizmaster does need a bit of work, though. He was getting all sorts of abuse, wasn't he?
Yes, Coles in, bowls, and Revis again, just a comfortable single file into Lamb out on that cover boundary. Yorkshire carry on their way. James Coles takes his jump at 403 for 6. It means the lead is 181. I'd better go. I've got an update to do, so I will speak to you anon.
Thank you very much, Adrian. 403 for 6. We've got interesting session ahead of us this afternoon, knowing just when Yorkshire are going to, this innings will end. Will it end naturally with them bowled out, the last 4 wickets going down, or will at some point skipper have to Don Bess have to clap his hands together and call his men off? Hudson Prentice bowls to Revis, pushed into the offside. He wants a single, no problem taking a single. He moves to 81. Scoreboard's either way behind, like 3 or 4 balls behind, or it's, you look up after they've taken a quick single and it's already up there. Yeah. 44 to Hill. He's now down on strike, looking towards the Trafalgar Square end, as driving towards the Trafalgar Square end. 4 runs. Revis jumps out of the way. Lovely shot, slightly overpitched by Hudson Prentice, and that's driven beautifully down the ground. And as if he has been out of touch, George Hill, which he has been, there's no signs of it out there this morning. He's playing some lovely cricket shots, not frightened to use his feet to the spinners. That was a lovely drive. Hudson Prentice bowls, and that's a push square of the wicket. Revis wants to get back on strike, so 1 more to Hill. He moves to 49. Revis 81, looking for a 3rd century. I think this month it would be, wouldn't it? 1 at York, 1 here last week. Don't want to put the mockers on him, but that commentator's curse is just nonsense anyway. Some Prentice bowls, and he drives. Lovely shot back past the bowler before the bowler had a chance to react, and this one has gone between the bowler and mid-off to the boundary, so 4 more runs there. Revis on to 85. The sun's shining now, and it's not sure it's shining on the Sussex players out there. You know, figuratively speaking. Oh, change of field. with a very straight and fairly short mid-off coming into play. So, Hudson Prentice bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and there is no run. So the new fielder, for those of you who haven't got the stream, he's not quite on the cut square, which he's not allowed to be anyway, I don't think, is he? He's got 1 foot almost on the cut strip.
I'm afraid the Sussex attack is rather being taken to the cleaners here.
And he'd be, what, a couple of yards, 3 yards in front of the non-striker, who's now moved wide, to has to run around him. But next delivery is hooked out, and, well, I think that was a chance, and it's gone for 4. Did that carry? We'll have to have a look at that again. It's in the air, and 417. If we can get a replay on this, see whether got all the way out there. Hooked it, didn't really get it, Revis, and he looked rather nervously as the attempted catch was taken on the boundary, but I think he was going to be touching the rope anyway, so 4 runs it turns out. 89. Adrian Harms is back, hasn't missed much. Drags that one down a little bit, Coles, and just pushed to backward point. I think that was, we're going to have to put that down as a chance, I think, in that last over. It was a very difficult one. Front of the bleachers.
I was giving one update and I didn't see.
Ball tossed up and driven back down the ground by Hill, who's got his 50 with that. He's just jumped the run. Revis wants to run everything. He was going to come back for 2, but Hill's thinking, no, hold my batter. Get the applause from the crowd, and they've enjoyed that innings of George Hill's this morning.
Well, it's a really good inning, and just what Yorkshire needed. Having lost a couple of wickets, Sussex might have thought the door was ajar, but it's been shut and bolted now because Yorkshire are piling on that. They're going about 6 and over, this morning, Dave.
Next delivery from Coles is on leg stump and eased through the onside by Revis for a single. He moves to 90, 50 to Hill. 419 now for 6, and that lead just 3 short of the 200.
And this partnership now worth 99 between these two.
Coles bowls, and that's crashed into the offside, and now it's worth 100. Straightforward single. Hill's thinking to himself, well, he should have found the gap either side. Off a man out at deep cover.
And that partnership, Dave, has come in. The last wicket went down in the 96th over.
This delivery is again played through the onside, the offside rather, for straightforward single.
So what's that, in about 18 overs, 18 and a bit overs, that 100 partnership?
Yes, the ball hasn't been misbehaving at all this morning, although Hill pushed forward defensively there. He's got an 8-pass slip, and it's gone away for 4 runs. So on hips from James Coles there, but
I think James Coles was thinking, I've got some sympathy there. I think that should have been changed. Sussex can't wait for lunch here, and I would imagine Paul Farbrace may have a few choice words, because Sussex, the last 15-20 minutes, let's give credit to Hill and to Revis, who have batted beautifully, but Sussex are leaking runs here at an alarming rate. And this morning Yorkshire have scored they've got 133 this morning in 26 overs.
That's good going, isn't it?
Crumbs. I mean, they're going at 6 and over pretty much. And John Simpson's trying everything he can to try and stem that flow of runs. He's bowled everyone this morning apart from Lamb. I think we did mention yesterday that there's no real point of difference in this Sussex attack this week. I mean, they have got injuries. You're without a bowler of the quality of Robinson, you're going to struggle. Sussex really paying the price for that, as last week against Essex. You get bowled out cheaply, you're on the back foot. And that's what's really happened with this match. Bowled out for 222. We didn't know until Yorkshire batted how good a score or otherwise that represented, and it's proven to be a score which is way under par, and ever since.
Well, when you think it could have been 150.
Yes, it could have been. They were 150 for 9, you're right, yeah.
160 all out, that would have been.
So Sussex really under the cosh, and they're going to need to bat really well here over the next day and a half, or wherever it's going to be. Gurinder Sandhu back into the attack, running in for the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Bowls to Revis, who placed a backward point. There is no Revis. There is no Revis. There is no run.
Wishful thinking, Adrian. Wishful thinking.
Matthew Revis has 91. George Hill has been really impressive, 55. Sussex with those 2 early wickets this morning, and just momentarily you thought, well, maybe the new ball has done the trick, but the new ball has just disappeared to all parts. And do again with this quite casual approach to the wicket bowls. That comes a little low, clipped away by Revis through mid-wicket, picks up another single to Danny Lamb, who fields. Total goes to 426 for 6. Revis goes to 92, brings George Hill back on strike. I was threatening to read the scores from Durham, because we've all got an eye on the game at Durham. In fact, Durham have now lost a wicket. They're 290 for 6, leading Surrey by 121. So Durham battling away hard. I just feel that that's not going to be enough, and Durham will be in dire straits at the wrong end of the table if Surrey win that game. Sandhu again in and bowls, and forward comes Hill. Bat and pad close together. Was that a no ball signal by the umpire? Did I see, or was it? Maybe not. He struck his arm out. But perhaps he just waved. Yeah, I think he's waving his arm again there. So that's umpire Richard Kettleborough at the far end of the ground.
Was it that signal to his mates? 2 balls left.
Yes, it might. Yeah. Sandhu again. Bowls and on his toes is placed a mid-wicket, no run. I mean, Gurinder Sandhu has been economic. I'm looking at his bowling figures before this over. He'd bowled. I'm looking at the wrong match, which doesn't help. He had bowled before this over 16 overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 for 48. So he's been economic. I don't think he's looked over-threatening, if I'm being honest.
He hasn't carried a threat, has he?
Sandhu in again, bowls and four. It's a lovely shot down the ground. That's 4 runs. That's such a lovely shot by George Hill. I mean, he hasn't belted that. It's just beautifully timed through mid-on. And the ball just sped away over the outfield. It's a lovely shot. They talk about that right-hander shot, that it's one of the more difficult shots, the on-drive. And he just played it magnificently.
Well, it's a sign of a very good batter, isn't it? It's certainly in club cricket, if you can play the on-drive, you're looking at somebody who can bat.
Beautifully played.
One of the hardest to execute.
430 for 9. Sandhu in again, and Hill just covers up, plays 2 mid-on, and there is no run. The end of the over, so Dave was right. That little signal was to say there were 2 balls remaining in the over. 430.
Sorry.
Oh, was that? Oh, thank you. 430 for 6. It means the lead is 208 for Yorkshire. And I think they've got power to add a few more here before we see any sort of... I mean, I thought that Sussex might make the decision for Yorkshire in terms of maybe bowling them out at some stage.
They still might. That's...
They may perhaps after lunch decide to have a real dart. Because they want to allow themselves enough time, Yorkshire. They will know it's vital that they win this game.
So, new over. And that delivery turned around the corner by Revis. He knows there's no backward short leg in there. That would have just been a dolly to backward short leg. But there's a man on 5, but Nobody in catching them. Well, the only catcher's slip. Coles bowls again and eased through the offside out to Danny Lamb, who's done some sterling work on that boundary, although he might have caught Revis a couple of overs ago. A difficult chance, tumbling chance. He proved in that moment that he's no James Wharton, or indeed no Joey Scott.
Indeed.
So, next delivery is pushed down the ground, and they just jogged through for a single. One more to Hill. Young Joey, I wonder what he's up to today, playing cricket somewhere, I expect.
He's not come today.
Summer holidays.
We can't see him on the...
Well, it's a fair distance from Huddersfield. I mean, he might be here, but Doidge reckons it's 70-odd miles, I think, to come. It's a long way. Next delivery from Coles.
Poor old James Colesy.
Tried to dive and stop that one going up to long off. Didn't get a hand on the ball. Stayed down and just sort of laid on his back for a couple of seconds and thought to himself,
He's just...
don't know what he thought to himself there.
I've done my bit. I'm getting tired.
Bowls again. And he's quite a nice bowler, isn't he?
He is, and he'll be joining Jordan Thompson down at the Southern Brave for the 100, James Cole. So they'll be buddying up in the next 2 or 3. I'd imagine once this finishes, he'll be straight off to Southampton.
Oh, the 100. Oh, comes Coles bowling again. It's nicked into the onside for a single. What's Doidge pointing out there? How far is it?
East Ardsley, which is where he comes from, to Scarborough Cricket Club, is 71.9 miles.
There you go.
I thank you.
Well, that was very good.
I wasn't disputing it. I was just saying you said it's 70 miles to Leeds and then another 20 miles on or somewhere.
Well, I was thinking of Huddersfield at the time.
Of course.
We probably ought to remember that, because that'll be in next year's quiz, Dave.
he struggled a bit last night.
Take a key out of the door.
He's given it all sorts of.
Yes, I probably ought to keep quiet. Really, it was a slightly embarrassing episode this morning. A slightly frantic Doidge. Have you got the key, Harmsy, to the commentary box?
That's not a bad impersonation. You two should team up.
Here comes Sandu over the wicket, bowls, pulled away, 4 runs. I mean, that's a half tracker. It's a long hop, and I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way, but that is meat and drink. You just can't bowl there, and it's 4 runs. And I'm afraid it's not been a great morning for Sussex.
So George, you've been in this job now for about 6 years. He's done an excellent job of taking over from Kelly and the commentaries and the team and the interviews and everything else, but he's still way behind Kelly on the Quizmaster Stakes.
Sandu in, there's a better delivery, and forward comes Hill, plays into the covers, there is no run.
Apart from anything else last night, there weren't any biased questions really, were there? I mean, Kelly always slanted his questions to Yorkshire.
There was one which said, when was the first time Yorkshire won the county championship, which actually the gentleman on our table knew immediately, and then Doidge proceeded to give them about 3 answers. So we would have got that one right, and that would have edged us nearer to the box of Quality Street. That was the prize. Sandu in bowls and Hill plays into the offside. There is no run. Was it a box of Quality Street, or was it Rose's Chocolates, or was it nothing? We didn't see the presentation of the award because we were right at the back of the room.
Yeah, it was just backhander, you see.
Oh.
There's a bottle of wine up there somewhere as well.
Oh, sorry, you mean the prize for the winners?
Yes.
What I got.
No, what you got.
They might have been the raffle prizes.
Sandu makes his way in. Comes in and bowls. Forward comes Hill. It's better. I mean, the first ball was a poor ball. And there have been 3 good balls from Gurinder Sandu, pitching the ball up round about off stump, and Hill having to play those with respect. But 438 for 6. It means that Sussex have conceded 146 runs this morning. Is that right, Kate? I think it is. Yeah, I think it's 146. In comes Sandu bowls. Short pulled away. We'll make that more because it's pulled down towards fine leg and it's gone away for 4 runs. Nothing Henry Croker can do about that. Chasing around the boundary edge. 4 to the total. 4 more to George Hill, who goes to 73.
Didn't quite get hold of that, did he?
No, he didn't.
But the one earlier in the over that he sort of short arm jabbed the short delivery over mid wicket, that's a sign of a batsman in good form.
I think that's 150 runs Sussex have conceded this morning.
You are correct.
In 28 overs. In comes Sandu, bowls and played into the offside by Hill, and there is no run. In the over, 442 for 6, 69 to Hill, 94 to Revis. Don't get me wrong, Sussex are trying their hardest, but they're just so far behind the game here that it's a struggle, and John Simpson is trying everything that he can to try and get a wicket, try to get some control, try and stem the flow of runs, but these two, since they came together, have now added 122, and they've added those 122 in. Let's have a quick look at the. I've looked this up once before. When did these two come together? They came together. Right. So 23 overs they've added those runs. So these two have been rattling along at 6 and over. So they've certainly taken it to Sussex this morning. There's a picture of the seafront at Scarborough on our television screen in front of us. I walked along that beach this morning, not on the beach. There were some people in the sea. It looked a little chilly this morning.
Coles continues left arm round the wicket, tosses that one up, and it's just driven quietly past a gull who doesn't move at all. That could have knocked him over. It was no more than 2 or 3 feet away. Herring gull. Is that the?
Yes, I think so.
Did we?
Yeah, I think we decided on the herring gull in the end, didn't we?
Coles bowls and crashed into the offside, fielded at cover.
That was going like a bullet, wasn't it? Good job, Jack Carlson, who's a good fielder, looks at his finger. He has been nursing a finger injury, Jack Carlson. I'm surprised trying to stop something like that. That was belted at him.
Next delivery is getting a little bit short, and to Danny Lamb, who's patrolling in front of the bleachers. 1 more to the total. 444. 6. York should be delighted with this. Revis on strike, he's on 95. I don't know whether Doidge wants to come back in at this point. This forward, turning it in onto the onside, just the one blow away from his century. Is that perhaps come in, and cause it's always nice to have the main man on air.
Who's that? Oh, sorry, Georgie. Coles bowls to Hill, who's solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 445 for 6. We do like to have a bit of gentle leg pulling in the commentary box. I've been the victim over many years, but it's been nice to a bit of leg pulling of Doidge this morning.
I think Harmsy must have banged his funny bone this morning.
Coles in bowls to Hill, who eases that down the ground, picks up a single. 446 for 6.
A senior moment last night.
And yes, it is the end of the over. James Coles takes his jumper. Looks rather dispirited, does James. He's thrown his hat on the floor as James Coles. I think that's just pure frustration from Sussex today. He's done. James is. I think he's bowled very tidily, James Coles. Just look at his figures here. Sorry, I'm making a bit of a Horlicks of this. James Coles has bowled, come on Adrian, 27 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 81.
He just bowled his 28th now.
Yeah.
Well, we were trying to find that.
Would you like to commentate, Georgie?
I can do. George Hill's on strike. Sandu down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end. 1 run, which will bring Matthew Revis on to strike then. 447 for 6. Very healthy position for the Yorkies. And whether he gets there or not, Matthew Revis, it's a pretty remarkable season for a bloke who's been batting at 6 and 7. He's got 661 runs against his name at the moment. That's a darn good effort for a guy batting down there, and often with the tail. Sandhu in, punches this one out towards point. Matthew Revis, there is a sweeper out there, and they're going to get back for 2 runs.
That's good running, isn't it? It's good running, Doidgy, because Tom Alsop is very quick across the ground, and he's a very good fielder, Tom Alsop, but Revis was looking for the 2 as soon as he played the shot, and encouraged by George Hill to come back for the second. Keen to get his partner through to his ton before lunch if he can.
Yeah, Matthew Revis, remarkable season, as I say. Just had 1 score in single figures. This is 13th knock of the campaign. He's not going to get there from this delivery, which is back of length from Sandhu, and the right-hander just pushing out into the offside, and there's no run. So I've got themselves into a great position here, just 5 minutes or so before the break. 5 sessions and a few minutes remaining in the match.
The other thing I was thinking, Doidgy, about the result in this game, because after this, players will disperse all over the ground. There'll be players playing in the 100, there'll be others who are playing in the 50-over competition. So the chances are you may not have this squad together now until the beginning of September. So if Yorkshire win this game, you go away on a high, don't you? Sussex will be going away thinking players disappearing. Do you know what I mean? That sort of team bonding thing.
Yeah, it can make a difference, can't it? It's Sandhu to Revis again, good delivery, and there's an appeal for caught behind there. Sandhu, he's convinced it's out. Richard Kettleborough is the man who's got to raise the finger, and he's not. Matthew Revis didn't look perturbed by it either. He's just had to wander away.
And that's a little embarrassing, Gurinder Sandhu, really, because it's not been given out. Is that dissent? I mean, it's disappointment. I guess it's a I don't know. We're going to see the replay. I mean, well, it didn't seem to deviate. I mean, he may have got a little feather on that. I mean, it's one of those, I guess, in a test match that gets referred or reviewed.
It was a sort of nonchalant celebration from John Simpson, wasn't it, with the right hand?
Yes, it was. Yes.
So I'm not sure it wasn't. We've got him.
No,
we've got him out on 98. I'm not sure about that. Sandhu, Trafalgar Square end to Revis, top of the bounce, plays it out to Gully. Fielded there by Carson, no run.
Yeah.
DT says he put a bit more into that. On Sandhu's wavelength.
My initial reaction was that we are wicket to wicket. Didn't really seem to deviate much, was my feeling. But it would have been referred to Snicko or whatever they call it had it been a test match.
449 for 6. Sandhu to Revis, who tries to work this one off his legs. He's not going to get there in that over. There's time for, at least one more. 4 minutes before, in fact now 3 minutes before the top of the hour. We'll see how we go, because Sussex would obviously like to hold him up here, so they, unlike often is the case the batter's garden, it could be a bit of gardening from Sussex in the field here to try and string this out and make him hold on until after the lunch break.
Well, I think Sussex would just be very glad not to bowl another over, Doidgy, before lunch, to be honest. I mean, they've bowled, this will be the 29th over of, no, we're not talking about Adrian, talking about, this will be the 32nd over of the morning. So they're up to speed with the over rate, but in those 32 overs, they've conceded 157 runs. So Yorkshire have been going along at 5 and over this morning. Coles to bowl the last over of the morning, comes into bowl to George Hill, and Hill plays that into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, a short extra cover. Hill on 72, Revis on 98. These two have added 129 this morning. In again bowls, Hill is forward and defends that into the offside. There is no run. Kate looks confused.
Just wondering where the music's coming from.
It's Adrian's kit is that the radio station that he's been doing his updates for haven't cut the cue from his previous bulletin. Right. It's been on all the time.
You can pull the headset out if you like, Doidgy.
It's not upsetting me, but
Coles clipped by Hill down to long on. 3 balls remaining in the over. Maybe a chance of Matthew Revis. The 450 is up as the applause around the ground. 450 for 6. This partnership worth 130. The only remaining question before lunch is whether Matthew Revis can go through to his 100th. To describe that will be Doidgy.
Yeah, when Mick Lewis came up and I said, will they get to anywhere near 400, and he was dismissive with his head shake, but they weren't that far away from getting an extra batting point, whether at the 110 over point. That's how much they'd speeded up beyond, I guess, what the team thought. So here's Coles bowling to Matthew Revis, who dinks one into the leg side. But can't get through for a single.
He was thinking about it.
How many have we got left?
2.
2 to come.
Yeah.
Due to come. Coles then, left arm round the wicket, wide on the crease. Now then, Revis has got it away into the leg side. This could be the moment. Yep, it's going to be a 3rd successive century for Matthew Revis in terms of 3 in a row in county championship matches. Another outstanding knock from a player who is having a wonderful season. And a string of scores that reads in recent matches: 93 not out at Trent Bridge, 150 at York, 110 not out here last week, 15 in the second innings against Surrey last week, and now 100 against Sussex. Outstanding stuff from him, and he really has grown hugely in 2025, and he just finishes off the session with a little confident punch out to the square sweeper on the offside. 101 not out then for Matthew Revis at the lunch break. 73 as well for a reborn George Hill out there. 453 for 6. That is a lead of 231.
Well, it's, let's first of all pay due respect, Doidgy, to Revis and Hill, who I think have batted excellently, because certainly when George Hill came in, a couple of wickets had gone down pretty early and the door was ajar, no more than that, for Sussex. But these two have absolutely taken the game away from Sussex in that session. They've both batted beautifully. And the Sussex lads look pretty demoralised. There's a big job here for Paul Farbrace and the coaching staff to do, because Sussex have a lot of batting to do. The applause as Matthew Revis makes his way in, leading the players off the field. Nice to see the Sussex lads applauding. James Coles, Tom Haynes, Daniel Hughes applauding as they make their way up, because it's been a fine exhibition by these two Yorkshire players. But I think Sussex will be disappointed with the way that they've bowled this morning. There's been far too many 4 balls. And they look a pretty disconsolate group of players as they make their way off into the dressing room with much to do. It might be worth asking the Yorkshire dressing room, Doidgy, about the celebrations. I was watching down below us when Matthew Revis went through to his 100. Adam Lythe was waving a chair or something in the air. Quite that. Did you notice that? They got very excited down below us. They were all punching the air and very, very pleased. So, but well done to Yorkshire. Let's take nothing away. That's a magnificent performance from them this morning, and I think a session, Doidgy, where they've certainly taken the game away from Sussex. Whether Sussex can bat to save this game is another matter.
Yeah, I think there have probably been a couple of sessions where they've dominated. I think that you'd probably say they've totally dominated that session this morning, and pound for pound, probably their strongest session of the match so far. Still 5 to go and still work to do to put the game away, but they are very firmly in the driving seat. We'll take a break while the players do, and we'll be back with you as ever for the afternoon session in just under 40 minutes time.
John Simpson leading out Sussex. And George Hill continuing the batting for Yorkshire.
Welcome back then from North Marine Road. Yorkshire 453 for 6. Matthew Revis having just completed another first class ton, his third in successive matches. 101 not out, and George Hill 73. Looking in fine fettle out there as well. Excellent stand that has taken Yorkshire from 320 for 6 so 133 runs. My Sussex colleague Adrian Harms faithfully advises that's been racked up in just 26 overs. The 6 that George hit earlier in the day up onto the grey balcony was apparently the balcony of the Airbnb in which the Yorkshire streaming chaps have been staying. And I think one of them was sitting in there, or maybe more than one, when the ball landed. First ball of the afternoon session. Henry Crocombe is bowling to Matthew Revis, who plays that out into the offside. There's no run. Henry Crocombe. Well, it's a name. It sounds like a name from a Carry On film, doesn't it? You know, the local funeral director. Played by Sid James Crocombe, or probably played by Peter Butterworth, something like that. Here he is, Henry, not spelt that way, of course, and Matthew Revis runs that one out to point. Finn Hudson-Prentice doing the fielding, sort of backward point, fly gully region. Coles at first, or only slip. John Simpson with the keeping gloves on. There's a long leg, deep backward square, or maybe he's just in front of, actually, over the left shoulder of Peter Hartley, mid-on, mid-off, cover and mid-wicket, who start to jog in after this latest delivery. Revis looking to turn it to leg. It hits him on the thigh pad and drops into the pitch. So what's going to happen from here? There's always that. When are they going to declare as soon as they get any sort of a lead on the board? With Ben Crossland up at the box asking the same questions at lunchtime. Crocombe is in and Revis drops that into the leg side. George Hill is keen, but Revis not as keen.
In fact, I was just going to say, if Henry Crocombe was the Undertaker, he'd probably have, and Sid James, he'd probably have a busty assistant, wouldn't he? He'd be called Embalmer.
Yeah, so declaration-wise, it seemed this morning as if they were just going to bat as long as they could. Now, they might just lose these wickets through natural wastage, and that'll be fine, because they've obviously got a healthy lead as Revis pushes out into the offside. No run, that makes the decision for them, and they can bat again if required. DT is not too optimistic about the Sussex chances of returning that many wickets today.
I think there'll be 4 or 5 or 6 down by stumps, and nice finish tomorrow. You'll be able to set off early for to
Goodwood. I think it's glorious down there. Crocombe to Revis, good delivery, which Revis does have a flick at as it goes past him on the rise and then replays a leave. He remains 101 not out then after what was a maiden to get back into the swing of things at Scarborough this afternoon. 453 for 6. Still the score after 123 overs.
Yeah, it does make you think when you see deliveries still bouncing and moving. There's a little bit in the pitch, I think, if you put it in. And Don Bess, of course, will enjoy bowling in the Sussex second innings, I'm sure. 7 wickets here last week. He'll be wanting to add to that tally. And of course, as skipper, not drawn up.
Jack Carson.
Jack Carson to bowl then at the Peasholm Park end of the ground. Those who missed the Matthew Revis 100 announcement in terms of what the tail of the card was at that point, 137 balls. It took him 12 fours. Thanks to Kate for that. That was her parting shot. She's zipping off up to Durham now.
Be there by tea, I imagine, will she?
Yeah, probably about that, yeah. Carson then. Off spin, right arm over the wicket. George Hill just drags this first delivery to Ibrahim, who's patrolling around at shortish mid-wicket. No run. Have a look at the scores from elsewhere in a moment or two. See who's doing what as Hill runs one down to long on. Daniel Hughes coming in to do the fielding. Just a single. Lead here of 232. Carson to Revis. Balls it now. There's certainly some turn there for Jack Carson. Revis is inside the ball and punches it into the covers. 1 run. England won the toss and of course are bowling against India, who are 72 for 2 after 23, but they've been off there at the Oval. There's an inspection at 2 o'clock. Carson to Hill, who dances down and hammers this one straight back at the bowler. Had to be down quickly and completed the job of a fashion. Derbyshire 377, Northamptonshire 347 for 6, the first score I can offer you in Division 2. So Northants 30 behind and 4 wickets remaining. Still the first innings there. George Hill steps back and pings this one, but there is a man waiting right in line with that down at Cow Corner. 1 run.
Northants heading for a first innings lead there by the looks of it. Fletch won't be happy.
At the match up where Kate is heading, the Riverside. More in a sec because Carson is in and Revis goes back foot and just leans on that one out into the covers for another easy single. Durham, of course, 153 all out. Surrey made 322, and second time around Durham 308 for 6. So that's the lead of 139. Still 4 wickets remaining, but Surrey still very firm favourites with the strength that they have in the camp to win that match. Essex made 602 for 6 and Warwickshire in response are 202 for 4. So Warwickshire 400 behind with 6 wickets remaining, and that's down at Chelmsford, of course. Well, as we saw when Yorkshire were there early in the season, might be a completely different strip, but it was a fairly benign deck down there. Wicket taking not the easiest. Revis just stepping away. I think there was a few words behind him, maybe between Simpson and Coles. Not sure. Crocombe with a bit of hustle and bustle as he comes in, and Revis bowls to Revis even, who pushes that one to mid-off, no run. Hampshire 293 all out, Worcestershire 204 for 5, 89 behind with those 5 first innings wickets in hand. The wet outfield in the match at Cheltenham College between Middlesex and Gloucestershire. Middlesex made 445, Gloucestershire 54 for 1. That's all that's been possible so far. Inspection at 2 o'clock there. Crocombe to Revis, who cuts firmly out to backward point. Good piece of fielding by Tom Alsop. Can't prevent the 2. Revis on to 105, 459 for 6. Somerset 438 at Trent Bridge, and Nottinghamshire 272 for 3 in response, 166 behind with those 7 wickets remaining. You can get your breath back for a minute if you want, Harmsy, and we know you're...
I was just thinking that sounds dull at Trent Bridge, doesn't it?
It sounded like a scene from Clute then for a minute, as Crocombe is in, and that's pulled by Revis out to deep backward square for 1 run.
A scene from
Clute.
What's Clute?
It's that thriller from probably about 60 years ago now. Jane Fonda and Donald Pleasance.
I can't remember. I'm not that old, Dodgy.
I think even Ian McShane might have had a little smallish part in that. Glamorgan 261, Lancashire 137 all out, Glamorgan 239 for 2. That's a massive lead, 363 runs with 8 wickets in hand. Crocombe in, short ball. Oh, George could be gone here. Yep, he's turned and walked off because he's been caught at mid-on. And Crocombe bangs it in short. George Hill looks to the heavens in disgust. He looked on for his first 100 for a little while, but he's got the splice on that, and it was a simple lob of a catch to mid-on.
Yep, Daniel Hughes taking the very simple catch, but a good innings by George Hill, he's annoyed with himself, isn't he? Because 100 was probably there for the taking, Doidgy. But he's done his job in that coming in. He's put his foot on the accelerator, and he's batted Yorkshire into a very, very powerful position in the match.
Yeah, excellent partnership between the pair of them there of 140. And it's certainly, on the evidence of what we've seen from that knock today, looks like George is back with the bat.
Number 9 for Yorkshire, Don Bess.
Wickets for Henry Crocombe, who we were just saying when you were out of the room, Harmsley, in carry-on fashion, Henry Crocombe could have been the Undertaker in one of those movies.
What, carry on?
Yeah.
Why?
Crocombe.
Oh, okay. But,
dear me.
Yeah, I've been a little...
You've got to explain your jokes.
I know. Was Brito not very funny? I can't keep up with you two.
Neither can we.
I'd imagine Don Bess has got licence to go on the attack here, haven't they? I mean, I just get the feeling, Georgie, that Yorkshire will not want to leave. I don't see this going till tea and then a declaration. I think they'll feel they'll. If Sussex can bat with a bit more resolve, and if they could get through to stumps tonight with just maybe a couple down, they've got a chance tomorrow.
Yeah,
and Yorkshire won't want to suddenly find they're running out of time. And so what's the lead now?
I think that will be the last thing they'll want to do now. I mean, yeah, ideally you only want to bat once and all of that, but I think you've got to try and make sure that you've got enough time to bowl the opposition out, because at the end of the day you've got another innings if you need it.
Yeah. And the lead is virtually 250, isn't it? 238.
Yeah, they don't tend to work. I mean, every time this comes up and you ask the question, they don't tend to work on runs in front. It's more about time left in the match, and how much time do you normally need to bowl a team out on this? On this ground or whatever it might be. And on this ground, of course, the slight difference here is that you're using a Kookaburra ball, which is generally accepted is more difficult to take wickets with.
So is that 124 overs that they've had?
124 point something, yeah.
Right, so if you, by the same token, if you said that for Sussex, I mean, they're still batting. They've lost 7 wickets and 124 overs. We'd have 96 tomorrow, 32 in a session. Yeah, they might want more than 4 sessions.
Yeah.
But by then, Sussex might have their noses ahead if they're still batting.
Yeah. Crocombe bowling to the Yorkshire skipper here, Don Bess, who pushes to mid-off. There is no run. Back with those scores before I forget, like Harmsley was doing yesterday afternoon. Leicestershire 471, Kent 217 for 3.
It's a bit rain there because they were going along quite nicely yesterday. Ben Compton was in the runs again.
Yes, there is rain there now, actually, well spotted. He comes again, Crocombe bangs another one in short, but being shorter than George Hill, Don Bess was easily underneath that one. That's your roundup from elsewhere. Just have a look at the twos as well, by the way. Yorkshire seconds playing Hampshire second team at Wheatwood. Hampshire made 450 first up, Yorkshire 428, and Hampshire 318 for 5 in their second innings. So Certainly a few runs being had there. Will Bennison, 106, opening the batting for Yorkshire, and Noah Kelly, 85.
We've certainly got the best of the weather up here, haven't we, this week? Raining at the Test match, and I don't think Sussex is going to get any help from you. Looking at the weather forecast I saw last night for the rest of today and tomorrow, I think, perhaps the odd shower, but nothing like they've got in London today.
No, just to mention Ben Cliff as well, 5 for in the Hampshire first innings there in that second team match back at Wheatwood.
In comes Carson. Oh, that turned. No, that did turn. Into the right-handed Revis, who plays it onto the onside, no run.
Perhaps the tide's coming.
Well, Carson back to his mark. To bowl to Revis is in bowls and reverse swept by Revis, but straight to backward point. There is no run. Sussex are now completely on the defensive, so no slips in place for Jack Carson. How many men have they got around though? It's a little difficult to see from here. 1, 2. I'd imagine there's a long on. Yeah, I can see. So they got four men on the fence. In fact, they must have 5. In comes Carson, bowls and clipped away. So they're allowing the single here to Matthew Revis. I suspect they're going to keep the same field for Don Best, to be honest, because at the moment it's about damage limitation for Sussex. Having said that, they're now bringing a couple of fielders in, so it looks like Gurinder Sandhu is coming in from mid-on to a 1 saving position. Sorry, from long off to mid-off. And in fact now they have brought in the field, so they've got 5 men saving a single. Best waits, and Carson is in again, bowls. Don Best plays wristily down the ground and picks up a single footed by Daniel Hughes just down below us, 1 more to the total. But I guess with a field like this, Doige, where you've got men pushed back, there are singles everywhere, so it's sort of pretty low risk cricket to just go along at 6 and over, if that's what Yorkshire want to do. Carson in again. Well, Revis just tucks that one on the leg side. It's another single, so the scoreboard is clicking along, and whilst the attack isn't being mauled like it was this morning, the scoreboard is just slowly but surely ticking away. 462 for 7, Revis to 107. Brings Bess on to strike. Carson in again, bowls Bess solidly forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Another over slips by from Jack Carson. 462 for 700. I like him enormously, but on the wrong end of things. It's just what Sussex on the wrong end of things. It's just what Sussex need. Now, I'd imagine Sussex are a fair way ahead on over rates. I'd need to check with the scorers, because they're taking quite a bit of time here to set the field for Henry Crocombe. But he's ready now.
Yeah, Crocombe then from the Trafalgar Square end, and Revis gets a thickish outside edge on this. He was entitled to go at that. Got a bit of width to work with, and it probably would have been high up to the hands of maybe second or third slip, something like that, but only 1 slip in place.
Finn Hudson-Prentice didn't see that, He was at backward point, and when Matthew Revis hit that ball, Finn Hudson-Prentice turned around because he just didn't pick it up at all against the background. I mean, he wouldn't have caught it. Looking in that direction, there's some really quite heavy cloud, Doige, over the... Is it? I said it was a hill in the background. I was corrected by Dave. He said it's a mound.
I cannot believe DT would...
Mount.
Yes. It's called Oliver's Mount.
Right, okay.
Now they famously do motorsport races around there. I think they're not bike races, but might be cars as well. Somebody will know and let us know, as Revis runs one out square on the offside and there's a single. Motorsport has never particularly been my thing, I have to say. A Brands Hatch man?
No, I'm not really. I'm a little like you. No. A lot of people locally go to things like the Goodwood Festival of Speed and that sort of thing, and we've all got our interests, and I'm sure if you're a motor enthusiast, they get massive crowds at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And then they have what is called the Goodwood Revival, which is where they get older cars along.
Crocombe to Bess, who gets one that he might have flicked away down the leg side, but missed it.
And people go along to the Goodwood Revival, dress up in the old sort of time clothes that people would wear when they were driving cars. But we've all got things we like. It doesn't really float my boat, but it does, because they get thousands and thousands of people going to the Revival and the Festival of Speed.
DT still wears those when he drives. Goggles on, helmet, a scarf blowing in the breeze behind him. Ball short of length here, and nicely played by Don Bess. He's always been really good, square on both sides of the wicket and back of point and all of that, and this time he just used the pace of the ball and the fact that there was no third man down there to run it away for 4.
Wasn't a great delivery, really, was it? It was, with no third man, you're bowling wide of the off stump. It's a bit of a gimme, really.
Yeah, so 472 for 7. Best, that boundary took him to 5. Early days for him following that George Hill dismissal. And Crocombe over the wicket, that tightens things up. It's angled in towards Bess, and he plays it well.
That being said, Deutsche, I've never really been to people say it's very exciting going to a Grand Prix, so it's one of those things, perhaps, you have to experience it, and perhaps when you've been, I've never been to see a professional boxing match either.
No, nor have I. Going to these live events, I've never been to an Open Golf, never been to Wimbledon.
No.
Never been to Wimbledon.
I've been to Wimbledon, yeah.
So I'd like to go see them all once,
Yes.
and including the Grand Prix, just to see what that feels like.
Yeah.
And it must make a right racket as they go past you. Short ball, and Bess tries to hit that one towards my B&B up on Blenheim Terrace, but misses out.
I thought Dave was going to say something insightful then. I think the lead is actually 250 now at the end of the over. I got tickets for... we were talking about value for tickets, actually, and I was whinging, wasn't I? Well, one thing I'm not going to whinge about is Wimbledon, because I got tickets in the ballot. They have a public ballot every year. And I got tickets for number 1 court this year on the first Tuesday, when it was roasting hot, and luckily the tickets were in the shade, but they were 70 quid for the day. So I thought that was pretty decent, to be fair. The play starts at 1 o'clock and went on to sort of 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I thought that was fair enough.
Just twice as more than it is at Scarborough for a day.
Jack Carson's going to carry on. He's going to wheel away his Jack from the... got the name. He's on Park end of the ground. Again, Oliver's Mount. I will get it right in the end. In comes Carson Bowles, drilled down the ground by Revis for his 114th run, 473 for 7. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online, BBC Radio Leeds, York, and other stations around. Lots of darker clouds over Oliver's Mount, but lots of blue sky over the ground.
And you might hear some bangs from distance.
Oh, in comes Carlson and reverse swept, and the ball is stopped by Tom Haynes. Well, he stopped it, but then the ball ricocheted away, and they've come back for a couple of runs off that reverse sweep from Bess, who goes to 7, a total 475 for 7. A couple of years ago, Deutsche... Oh, what's that, Bang?
It's the Battle of River Plate, the reenactment.
Oh.
So if you hear a mighty bang or whatever...
Carson in bowl. That turned a little bit of slow turn for Jack Carson. Oh, there's a misfield by Hudson Prentice. So they're thinking about coming back for the thing. Oh, well, 2 misfields, actually. But in the end, it's just a single. What, the River Plate in Argentina?
Yeah, see, they reenacted on the Benetton Park Lake.
Right.
With men in...
Right. Why do they do that when it was in Argentina?
I don't know. It's probably easier to do than the Battle of Trafalgar or something.
Carson in, clipped by Revis back to the square on the leg side. No run. Do you know, Deutsche? Because the River Plate is in Buenos Aires, is in Argentina, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a very good reason. Someone will let us know, I'm sure. Carson, sun goes in, reverse swept again, this time by Revis. And the ball bounces off a thigh pad and
He didn't know where that had gone, did he?
No, he didn't.
was looking everywhere for it, down by his feet.
He's just got the feeling here we're just waiting for Yorkshire to score enough runs to declare, doesn't it? It's just got that, when are Yorkshire going to pull out? 300 maybe, Doidge? Carson in bowls. Revis, again, that comes off the pad. They get a single to a leg by as the throw comes in from Crocombe. Gorinda Sandhu backs up, one more to the total. 476 for 7 at the end of Jack Carson's over. Revis 114, Bess is on 7, and Doidge is going to say something insightful. I know he's
better keep quiet then. I think it's no done deal that they win this match, Yorkshire.
No.
The way that things have gone in some of the matches so far, and I mentioned that Chelmsford game earlier in the campaign, they certainly can't treat it that way. They bowled extremely well in the first innings. Are they able to get close to or replicate that second time around? How many times do you see that from teams during matches? Can they maintain that consistency with the ball? They've got plenty of runs on here. Hopefully they give themselves enough time. And listen, DT has written off Sussex already, and you're saying that they're not playing with loads of confidence, so they might have absolutely ample time. Only time will tell.
Yes. Sorry, David. Very kindly, the Battle of the River Plate is reenacted at Peasholm Park in Scarborough as part of the Naval Warfare Show. The event features 20-foot replica boats battling on the lake. I'll read the rest in a moment.
477 for 7, Crocombe 277. Revis, who plays one out in front of square on the leg side.
With explosions, smoke and even aircraft dropping bombs. The show's been running for over 80 years and is a particular attraction, particularly during Armed Forces Day. It's a long-standing tradition. There we go. Thank you, Dave.
Tell us why, though.
No. Was the River Plate in Uruguay? No, it is Argentina.
There's certainly a football team in Argentina called River Plate.
I think the River Plate, doesn't the River Plate separate Uruguay and Argentina?
Listen, my geography in England is interesting enough, let alone in South America, as Best turns that one back out of square and picks up 1.
One thing I would say about Sussex batting is that, they are low on confidence, but a few players are due runs.
He's always putting a positive spin on things.
Well, Daniel Hughes is due some runs, Tom Haynes is due some runs. And if they can get in, Coles is in form. Sussex have to believe they can get out of this, Doidge. And there is runs in that dressing room. Jack Carson said that last night. There's people who can make runs in there.
Crocombe in. Revis goes hard at this one. Opens the face, runs it out to the point sweeper. 1 run.
Tom Alsop come back for long periods of time. So Sussex have to be positive about this and say we can dig ourselves out of this hole. The problem might be if a couple go down early on, that filters into the dressing room. But
we can all be due.
And they've been in the field a long time now, haven't they? So there's certainly the Carsons and the Coleses are all going to be feeling a bit out there a long time.
Crocombe to Best, turns that one to long leg and fielded by Carson. 1 run. I'm due a day off. Not had one since the 19th of July, and they don't get one until the 9th of August.
Is that right? And of course the Yorkshire boys have had their feet up for a long time, haven't they? I'm sure the likes of Jack White and
must be nice.
Matt Milnes are going to be, they're going to be feet up and raring to go.
481 for 7. Revis punching into the covers. Chased out of the distance by Haynes, and they're going to come back for a 3rd. Also scurrying around towards the marquee to field that. So more good running between the wickets. 481. I reckon that's 259 in front, which is a big lead.
It's interesting. You probably mentioned this, George. They've finished for the day down at Cheltenham.
Oh, they've called it off now. Yeah, they were inspecting it too.
Yeah, I thought the weather was meant to be better in the west today, but clearly not. That's a shame for the festival.
That weather down South Lake, it's never as good as what it is up here. 20's plenty. Short ball. Best doesn't particularly handle that well, but it climbed on him. He bowls a good short ball, Henry Crocombe, and Don Best, he wanted to play at it at first, and then I think he got into the situation where he couldn't not play at it by the time he'd got his body in the way. Fortunately, there is no short leg there. That would have been lobbing up in his general direction, so no run.
It's got
Completely over.
Worth reading the bowling figures. Gurinder Sandhu, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 64. Hudson Prentice, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 78. Danny Lamb hasn't bowled today, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Henry Crocombe, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 90. Jack Carson, 37 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 116. James Coles, 28 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 85. So the spinners have just gone at about 3 and over. Cole's going at 3, just over 3. Carson 3.1 and over. So Hudson Prentice going at about 3.7 and over. So I think the spinners in general have done a decent job. But it certainly hasn't turned square, has it? There's been a bit of slow turn for the spinners. Carson. The sun has gone in now, comes over the wicket and bowls to Revis, who plays his way through. They're looking for 2 here again, as Coles is very quickly in. Good fielder is James Coles. Good swooping stop, got the throw away quickly to Simpson, and just a single. Total goes to 485 for 7. Shines the ball on his jumper. So the camera zooms in on James Coles. Always got that familiar white sun hat on. Carson in bowls down the leg side, and Best looking to help it on its way down towards the fine leg boundary. Smartly taken by John Simpson. And there is no run as the sun is back with us. Carson again. In bowls. Oh, well, that turned. And just plays it against the spin into the offside and picks up a single. Finn Hudson Prentice is warming up, so it looks like we're going to get a bit of medium pace fairly shortly. 86 for 7, Bess to 11, Revis on 120. Carson in again, bowls to Revis, who plays that firmly to mid on, and Hudson Prentice, who's fleet of foot across the ground and prevents a single being taken. Quiet around the ground. I think people are much waiting the same thing. Everyone's probably thinking, I wonder how long Yorkshire are going to bat here. Carson again, bowls and drilled down the ground by Revis, and again there is no run. Carson comes in off half a dozen paces. Slip in and bowls, nicely flighted off break that Revis just turns into the offside, and Daniel Ibrahim runs back and fields, but one more to Revis. That's a tidy over from Jack Carson. 480. I don't know if that's going to click over. It's been a bit slower, that scoreboard, but it's showing 487 for 7, so I think we'll go with that, which makes the lead 265, with Revis on 121 and skipper Don Bess on 11.
Just mention of the big game of the day today, taking place at Larkfield Road, Rawdon. 6:15 start for the T20 quarterfinals, Rawdon versus Menston.
Is this your club?
Barbecues on, the bar's open. Yep, so you can obviously watch this until the conclusion, and then there'll be a few private jets from Scarborough back to Leeds to watch that match.
Could you make it back, or is that's it's too far? How far is Scarborough to Leeds?
70.
Oh, crumbs.
No chance of me getting there.
Will it be streamed? Because some of these clubs do stream their games, now.
Yeah, number one son's playing in it. I don't know if my brother is or not. Probably not these days. But
is that a grudge match? Is that a local derby, or?
Everybody wants to beat Rawdon. It's a bit like Yorkshire, Harmsey, so they're all grudge matches.
Right.
Yeah, it's a local derby. Revis running that one to Gully.
20 overs aside?
I think, well, it's a T20, but of course T20 these days is open to manipulation, isn't it? Because sometimes they play 16.4 overs in one competition, and they might just play something like 16, depends on the light and all that, but they'll agree before the match. But the principle is a T20 match, if you like, format. as another ball short of length with extra kick off the pitch from Crocombe, and sees Revis find the square sweeper on the offside. One more run.
We used to play limited overs evening competition, and it was 16 8-ball overs. I don't know why. Didn't they used to bowl 8-ball overs in Australia?
They did.
Until when?
Well, there was an Ashes series. Well, was it the non-Ashes Ashes series in the late 70s that was an 8-ball over series?
Certainly in the 70s, I was thinking.
Were they?
And when we went out there in 70, 71, for example, DT, under Illy, was that an 8-ball?
That was 8-ball.
8-ball over series, right?
That must have been difficult for England's bowlers. Now, I just looked at the physio, John Morelli, has just got to talk to Jack Carson, and Jack is just favouring that finger on his right hand.
Crocombe is in, Bess right in behind that. There's no run. Imagine workloads in those days then, 8-ball overs.
Yeah, he's just brought something out for Jack. He's been struggling with that finger for a little while, and he's bowling through the pain barrier or quite what, but it looks okay. He's certainly not coming off the field. He's made a pretty stern stuff, is Jack Carson.
Crocombe bounces, Bess, and he's right underneath that one. Do you want to have a swap in the box?
Yes, sure.
You go.
Do you want me to go?
You've got to do an update, haven't you, at 2:30ish anyway, and you come back in half an hour?
Of course. I know I'm not wanted, Doidgy.
Well, I've had enough here for now. You Chelsea fans. We'll bring a Swindon Town fan on instead. The Swindon Town fan, I think. David Swindon Townsend. Crocombe is in. It's turned to leg by Bess and fielded mid-wicket by Ibrahim. There is no run. Attendance, well, we've been informed that it was around about the 2,400 mark. There's been some doubt cast on that by at least one visitor to our box earlier today, but I'm not going to get into those arguments. Just quoting the figures that I was given as Crocombe is in, and Bess leans back and gets himself out of the way of this one. DT, who's been sitting patiently waiting to get some airtime again. He loves the sound of his own voice. There are 3 sausage rolls nearby and a cake that he's not yet touched, which I can't believe it's not been destroyed by you, DT.
Well, I've had one piece, and that piece is probably for you, because Adrian's had a piece as well. So it's lovely. It's sort of caramel cheesecake type thing, gorgeous, absolutely lovely. It was later than we thought, Dodgy. Australia changed to 6-ball overs in the 79-80 season. So
yeah, I mean, when I was a child, I didn't realise they bowled 8-ball overs. That's why I had to ask about the 70-71. But I do remember, I think it was when the World Series cricket was on, didn't really take a tour down there that wasn't an official Ashes tour, and I think that was the first time I was conscious of 8-ball overs in cricket. So it must have been the one after that where they get the last one. Then, yeah.
He took another side and they lost 3-0, didn't they? Against the Packer lads.
It's Carson then over the wicket, and Revis will drive that downfield. There is a man coming round to long on to lob that one back in. 1 run.
They got a big enough lead here. You'd think they'd sort of have a happy 20 minutes or something and open the shoulders a bit. No point going along with these singles. Not much to be gained from it.
Revis. Bess, I should say, flicking off his legs down to the incoming square sweeper. 1 run to him takes him to 12. Matthew Revis, well, he's in sight again of a personal best. Of course, that was at York just a few weeks ago, 150. You'd think he's got a little bit of time to get there. If he's trying to do that, 500 is on as well, just 10 shy of that, as he flicks off his legs to mid-wicket.
Well, you wouldn't think they'd be batting like this if they were going to pull out at 500.
No.
So they're maybe looking at 550, something like that, or, as you said, probably or possibly on a time thing. We'll bat and stick them in for half an hour before tea, something like that.
Yeah, to 522 would be a 300 lead. Maybe Maybe it could be that. Who knows? I don't like guessing with these things because every time it's different. As Bess pushes into the offside, there's no run. Whatever will be, will be. But you just hope that they kind of give themselves.
The future's not ours to see.
You should be a lyricist, as that's pulled around the corner by Bess for one run. They should be a lyricist rather than a lycraist.
Something like that. I've got some lycra, you know.
Yeah, I was worried about that.
Well, lycra shorts, I wear them in the gym.
Carson is in and Revis right over the top.
But with respect to my my fellow gym colleagues, I do put a pair of sort of baggy shorts on top of them or whatever. That's a sight of me.
Thankfully.
Wandering around in lycra wouldn't be good for business.
No. Now there could be reports of people being traumatised. Is that the case?
From Trafalgar Square end, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Finn Hudson-Prentice, who our colleague says was the best of the seam bowlers in the match so far for his team.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I think I said that as well. So it's
obviously right then.
Well, it would be, yes. But there still seems a little bit in the pitch. If you know, there's one or two that are bouncing well and leaving the bat.
Henry Crocombe certainly got it bouncing well. It's been interesting to watch him develop. I mean, Harmsy and I, when they played each other in the COVID season, I think it was it COVID or 2021? Lots of the lads who were playing in this match actually were young players on both sides, and it's been interesting to see how they developed. Henry Crocombe was one, I think, who played in one of those early games. The likes of George Garton, who of course is elsewhere now.
Where's he gone, George Garton?
Warwickshire.
Oh. So it's Hudson-Prentice in, and that's the end of Dom Bess. He's just looked to tickle that one, to get under that one, to scoop it, and he does scoop it, but not with any great power, and John Simpson just takes a couple of skips to his left and holds on to that, and Dom Bess is going to make his way off, having made 13, so that's the 8th wicket down. You thought Dom Bessie's skipper, he's had his bat now, he may as well, come on buds, off we go. just a lead of 270. Very anticlimactic, wasn't it?
Yeah, just it's extraordinary, wasn't it, really? Just he tried to play the scoop and just hit it straight to him, pretty much. He flicked it straight to him. Couldn't have been any better had the fielding side planned that. And yeah, an underwhelmed Yorkshire skipper for the match, Dom Bess, has trudged off for 13, 4, 92 for 8. And Matt Milnes, maybe to have a little bit of fun out there in the middle. I just said to him last night, when I saw him outside the dressing room, after his chirping and carping with the ball earlier on in the match, I just said, Matt Milnes, nasty, fasty, and he just looked at me and winked. all a bit of fun, Doidgy.
So Milnes out there. Could this be another Reading for Revis? He's had a few, hasn't he? He's twice not out here last week, wasn't he?
No, he was out for 15 in the second innings last week. 110 not out in the first. 93 not out at Trent Bridge a few weeks ago. He was out for 150, as you'll recall, at York.
Scarborough calling Tunbridge Wells. Are you receiving?
Adrian down the far end of the box. Trying to get in touch with Tunbridge Wells by the sound of it.
It sounds like a black and white war film, doesn't it?
Hello.
Is the weather horrible down there?
Did I speak to Charlie Charles?
I think we've got the best.
492. Mr. Chumley Warner, that was another classic, wasn't it? Harry Enfield.
Where's it at Canterbury?
Hudson-Prentice bowls to Mills, who plays that one back with a square.
Okay.
And no run.
So Don Bess was out at 2:22. It was
So I talked you down the line, or are you happy that
the first ball of the 133rd over, and he made 13 off 23, including a boundary.
Okay, no problem at all. Okay.
What's one of the most sort of pathetic scoops you've seen, wasn't it? It was just. It was never going anywhere but John Simpson's gloves. Milnes is away. He's played that one past extra cover. Chase round for the sweeper. They're going to get 2. Revis will want a 3rd, but Milnes says no. He's going to have to go to the end where the ball's being thrown. So 2 to Milnes, off the mark. 4 for 8. The lead 272. And given that Sussex haven't scored 272 in any of their last 3 innings, completed innings.
They're obviously going to do that this time.
Next delivery puts a bit into that Hudson Prentice, and Milnes comes forward and looks like a proper batsman.
He can bat.
Coming in at number 10. Because you know my theory on this tail-enders batting, don't you?
Yeah, it's terrible these days because people actually practice. That's your theory.
Well, it takes a bit of charm out of the game, doesn't it? When you got number 11 coming in and playing proper shots. Next ball is pushed into the offside and there's no run. You like to...
I suppose people looking athletic out there on the cricket field is not required either.
Oh yeah, they need athletic is okay. But I mean, pre-season training starting in November, that's ridiculous. They should be off learning about the game in other parts of the world, learning about life in other parts of the world, going on a tour maybe, going to see relatives in some far-flung location. Hudson Prentice bowls, and that's pushed up to a deepish cover now. They were happy to let him have a single off that last ball of the over, and he took it. So Milnes moves on to 3.
The voice of David Townsend, who will be 127 years of age in January of 2026.
No, what used to be done in the old days, wasn't it? Well, a young spinner, for example. Take a young spinner. What's he going to learn more? Turning up and bowling in an indoor net somewhere throughout November, or taking himself off to Mumbai and talking to spin bowlers out there, playing a little bit of club cricket, learning his art, learning different nuances of bowling spin. To cat calls because they think Simpson's wasting time here.
Thank you very much indeed.
Field spread out, not even a slip in for Milnes now. Just 3 men saving 1 on the on side, 2 on the off. Instead, they're turning up, some windy, cold indoor school somewhere. Hours training, then going down to the gym, and it's all a bit flat.
Carson bowling to Milnes, who props forward. Drops into the leg side. There's no run.
Did you never go away anywhere in the winter and sort of broaden your horizons?
I once went to Scotland. I took in Kelso races, Perth races, and Hexham, I think it was, on the way back. Does that count? As that is turned down through fine leg by Milnes. Oh no, it's not actually. It's not turned down there by anybody other than bowler Jack Carson, because it's 4 byes.
Oh dear,
beating everybody. He won't. He'll be sending him off to Kuala Lumpur to do a bit of wicket keeping practice during the winter.
Yeah, Simo doesn't need that.
4.99 for 8. And no, that is not the price of burgers at Morrison's. Carson lobs one up, and Milnes will take Yorkshire to 500 with a single down to long off. 500 for 8. A lead of 378. 278, my apologies. Yorkshire up too much there. Carson to Matthew Revis, who's going to work a single down to deep square leg. Paul Dyson has messaged in, by the way, about Matthew Revis, saying he's become the first batter to have scored centuries in each of 3 successive first-class matches for Yorkshire since Gary Balance did so in my first season on the mic back in 2019. He's the first uncapped player to achieve the feat since 1945, as that is turned to leg by Milnes, and there's no run. And having done that, he's got to be putting some pressure on in the relatively near future to pick up a cap, really, Matthew Revis. Also, the current Yorkshire 11, says Paul, is the 8th such team since 1945 to contain only 3 capped players in a championship match. Thanks, Paul.
There you go.
There we go, down at the Battle of River Plate, as that's turned off the legs of Milnes, and we'll pick up a single backward of square. 503 for 8 at the end of the over.
Adrian Harms always looks so sort of suspicious when you come out of these story.
It's actually the Battle of Marston Moor from the Civil War, Harmsy. They just decided to put some water in front of this one. Not quite sure there was any on Marston Moor at the time.
Did you do Civil War history?
Well, touched on it, yeah, in probably about the 3rd year at high school, but the majoring, if you like, on certain areas, doing O-levels and A-levels, was more the Industrial Revolution era for O-level, and for A-level we did sort of split it between European and British history from 1789 up to the start of the First World War.
Hudson Prentice bowls, and that swung. Very fine shot indeed, and a good piece of fielding out there on the boundary as well by Danny Lamb. So good cricket all round there. It was a little bit unexpected.
1789, you'll recall, because you probably would have been there.
1789, what was that? Was that the French Revolution or something?
Yes, well done, yeah.
I seem to remember that one. The
First World War, how are you on that?
1914, isn't it? 14 to 18, although the Americans will tell you it was 17 to 18. They turned up late in all the world wars, didn't they, the Americans?
That's my fault. I think the
Hudson Prentice bowls,
which is careless of me.
pushing that one.
Don't tell anyone.
Square of the wicket, up on his toes, Rubbish. One more run to him.
I should mention also that Ray Phillips has also messaged in along very similar lines to Paul Dyson. Thanks, Ray. He points out that Gary Balance scored 4 consecutive hundreds. Yeah, I'm glad you. As soon as you read that, you think, yeah, of course he did. 101 not out against Notts at Trent Bridge. First match of that season that I covered. 148 at Hampshire at the Rose Bowl. He had a great record against Hampshire, I recall, down there.
So that's another single of that next over, just pushed down to backward of square.
He then got 159 against Kent at Canterbury, and then back at Headingley against Hampshire got exactly 100. Got a bit of horse racing stock walking by beneath in his bright blue shorts. That is David Easterby, who trained with his dad Mick, very well known.
He wouldn't be a jockey, would he?
Yorkshire racehorse trainer.
His next delivery from Hudson Prentice just eased into the onside by Revis. They're happy to give him a single at the moment.
I think, like most of the Easterby clan, he probably did ride at some point in a race or two, but probably not measuring up to the scales as he might have done at one stage, DT, in that respect.
Well, have they changed at all over the years, the actual weights that they have on thoroughbreds or whatever? Because
yes,
Hudson Prentice bowls to Milnes. That's a nice shot. Gets him another single down to the sweeper. Because they were very 7 stone 7 and all that sort of thing, aren't they?
Yeah, they're still
They've gone up a little bit.
Still that around. No, but I mean they tend to carry on the flat up to 10 stone, and over jumps still get over 12 stone on occasions. But I mean, they used to be. If you look at some of the really old races and stories of the races, that when Major Chumley Warner was riding his hack in the Grand National or whatever, it might have been carrying nearly 13 stone on its back.
Yes, cloudy here in Scarborough.
Not anymore.
But mercifully no rain, and to say Sussex are against
just launched into himself at the far end of the bowl. Hudson Bowles. And that's smashed out to the square leg to the cover boundary for 1 run. He doesn't need a mic.
I'm going to say, I should have let him do the quiz last night. He'd have been much better projecting his voice than me.
We would have a Canterbury, as we know, it's raining and inspection.
That's the end of the over. Milne's keeping the strike there.
In their first innings in reply to
508 for 8. A little bit of nattering going on between the batsmen.
We had a good natter this morning with Mick Lewis, the Yorkies bowling coach. Said to him at the end, it's right on cue, he's coming out of the dressing room now as well. Great talking to you, Mick. You'll do it again, will you? Nah, mate, I'd have a beer. Shout you a beer first.
They're just very good talkers, Australian sportsmen and women.
Carson over the wicket. Revis tries a reverse sweep. If there's one thing he hasn't played with the fluency of just about every other shot in this innings, or even last week included, it's probably that reverse sweep. He occasionally does get in a bit of a pickle with it, but we'll let him off that because it's been great to watch for the season, and particularly this last month, how he's gone about his business.
Little delay because we're going to have a short leg going in, and he's putting some protective pads on his shins.
Bring Harmsy back in a few minutes. He's chomping at the bit to get back on and watch this exhilarating performance.
Tales
out there at the moment.
Tales of the River Plate. Used to be Tales of the River Bank, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's a really weird thing with the sort of animals running around.
Was that Derek Griffiths' Tales of the River Bank?
He's a sort of poor man's Johnny Morris, really. Johnny Morris had far more exciting animals, didn't he, to talk about.
Yeah, a bit of slow hand clapping going on here because Sussex are just trying to
animal magic.
Hold things up. This one almost lobbed slowly wide of off stump by Jack Carson.
Just for the benefit of the crowd, Sussex are +8 on the over rate.
+8, Harms is saying, by the way, for the benefit of those listening on that front. +8 on the over rate, so in zero danger. Yorkshire finished their innings the Sussex innings on +3. Oh, now then, Milne's using his feet, dinks one backward of square. There's an attempt at throwing down the stumps here. Nobody is behind them. Unfortunately, Danny Lamb was round out in the distance there to cover it, and because Matt Milnes had sort of stepped back, he wasn't of a mind to charge through that first run and turn it into a second. He's on 8. Number 8 on 8. It's number 77, Matthew Revis. 128 against his name. Carson pitches just outside off stump, and there is continued turn in towards the right-hander for the off-spinner from this Peasholm Park end. He gets pretty good purchase on the ball, Jack Carson. Revis ran it down to Crocombe at long on for 1. 511 for 8.
Very sort of quiet passage of play, isn't it? There's no jeopardy in there really at the moment.
Carson in again. Oh, Milnes plays it out in front of square on the offside, and then loses his footing.
Loses his boot, did he? He's lost a boot. His boot's come off.
Maybe.
What's the...
Yeah. Well spotted.
His boot back on. Where's our director? It needs to be on Milnes. There you go. Putting the boot back on. We'll probably get a replay of that at the moment when he staggered over and the boot came off. It's Sussex who are supposed to be wasting time, Mr. Milnes.
Yeah, the battle's raging down on Peazone Park. I'm not sure how much is raging out there at this moment in time. Matthew Milnes has replaced the boot. And he's not on the other foot just yet. Carson in. Revis gets underneath this one. That's gone all the way. 6 runs down to the ice cream van. Just misses the windscreen, I think, on the van. Hammered that one away, and that takes him to 135 in one fell swoop. 512 for 8.
I always love it when Revis plays one of those shots, you know, where he pulls it up into the sky, and you've got deep mid wicket, takes a couple of steps in anticipation, and for just a second or so is expectant, and then cranks his neck backwards and watches the ball sail over his head into the stand, into the west stand over there. Look around this ground from the middle last night on our way to the quiz, and it's very tidy. A lot of the stands. Some of it's quite old now, though, isn't it? It's you think maybe needs a bit of investment here. So Hudson Prentice to continue. Bowling to Matt Milnes, bowls, and that's played back down the pitch. No run there. Ian Harms is going to move. $512 for 8. Lead now 290. So, and will they pull out, or will they not have to? So, number 10 at the crease, just Jack White to follow after him. Sussex toiling away. What would you do, Adrian Harms, if you were skipper? Would you slip them in for a little?
I would definitely slip them. I think I would get to a lead of 300 and say, now we're going to see what you can do. Because it's an hour till tea.
Prentice bowls, and Milnes crashes that one through the offside, but only going to get a single sweeper down there in front of the west stand.
Also, I think at this situation, I'm quite keen to keep my bowlers fresh, so I wouldn't want Milnes running around too much, or Jack White coming in. You know, I'd like, they've their feet up. I'd like to be fresh and ready to come out and be bowling, full lick against the Sussex openers. I mean, it's a big lead. I don't know how many more Yorkshire feel they need, really. It's virtually 297 the lead now.
Virtually 300.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice, straight approach from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls, and Revis just happy to push that one into the offside for one. He's fancying a second, but he's not going to get it as Allsop sends the throw in.
I think Sussex will just be, from a Sussex point of view now, they're clearly not going to win this game, and probably think, well, the less time we have to bat, the better, really.
Yeah. To have to bat for 4.5 sessions is a big ask, as they say in Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next delivery is swung into the offside by Matt Milnes, but he can't get it past mid-off.
I think Sussex have been more disciplined since lunch. That being said, I mean, John Simpson has said very defensive field, so they've at some stage they've had 6 and 7 men on the boundary, and the correct tactics, they've allowed the singles, and there goes Daniel Ibrahim. He's making his way out to the boundary edge as well.
I think they're happy to let Milnes have one towards the end of the over, so.
Yeah.
Prentice to Milnes bowls, and he just pushes that one, just leans on it up to long off, one more, and does that take the lead to exactly 300, or is the scoreboard me again?
299, I think that takes the lead to.
Yeah, it's not ticked over yet.
The weather forecast is that it shouldn't rain today, but it's and there's patches of blue sky above, but I mean, but there's not the benefit of lights here at Scarborough. So Yorkshire wouldn't want the irritation of having to go off, with 20 overs to go for bad light or something. Sussex would be delighted, of course.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just sort of looking down towards the Yorkshire dressing room. There still seem to be players not in there. I guess they can get the whites on pretty quickly, but I don't know. If I was Yorkshire, I'd want to get Sussex in. Jack Carson's going to carry on, though. Good old Jack, he's still wheeling away for Sussex. He's certainly doing his bit. I'll give you his figures in a moment's time. He's coming into bowl to the right-handed Milnes. He's in bowls, and Milnes is back on his stumps and clips that away through the covers for a single. He goes to 12, 522. That means the lead is exactly 300, which is the applause around the ground, unless that's Milnes' highest score of the season or something.
I don't think so. It's his first class match.
Oh, well, there we are then. Oh, there we are.
Of the season.
Which brings Revis on strike, who's 136 done out on a very fine innings it's been too. In comes Carson bowls, and Revis drives into the offside without timing and picks up a six. It just feels like the game's in a state of limbo at the minute, because suddenly Yorkshire aren't throwing the bat here, are they? They're not sort of dancing down the wicket. I know Revis hit a big 6 in the previous over, but we just feel like we're drifting now towards whatever this declaration. It must be awful when Haynes and Hughes are probably thinking, well, could it be now? Is it now? Is it now? You must be slightly on edge, thinking at any moment you could be running off and strapping on the pads.
I'm not sure.
Carson is in bowls, and down the wicket comes Milnes, plays to short mid-wicket, fielded by Hudson Prentice, no run. The only other thing that crosses my mind is whether Yorkshire want to bat till tea, because then of course they won't lose 2 overs for the change of innings, but it's only 2 overs, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
It seemed a lot of overs to use up for the sake of just a couple of overs. Carson in bowls, drilled down the ground by Milnes. It's fielded down below us, I think, by Henry Croker, but he's hidden behind the scoreboard. Oh, there he is. Thank you to the screen that shows it is Henry Croker. 524 for 8. Carson wanders back to his mark. I was going to give you Carson's figures. He is in his 42nd over, Jack. Figures of 2 for 137. He's in around the wicket, bowling to Revis, who plays defensively onto the onside, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run.
You'd think if the declaration was imminent, that they would be getting, they would be opening their shoulders more than they have done. I know Revis hit a 6 in the last over, but he's...
I agree. Carson in bowls, and again just defends. He punches the ball down to long off, where it's fielded by Gurinder Sandhu. Down in front of us, Jack Carson gets through another over, takes his cap rather wearily from umpire Peter Hartley. 525 for 8. Now there was a look towards the dressing room there from Matthew Revis, almost as if he some sort of some drinks are coming out for the Sussex lads. Ari Cavelos is on drinks duty. He wanders out with Ollie Carter. I can see some of the Yorkshire lads are now in their whites. I mean, he might have had his whites on all the time. Adam Lythe, I can see down there, has got the whites on. And it looks like a message. Oh, sorry, Don Bess. Well, he's just batted, of course, hasn't he? But 1 or 2 of the Yorkshire boys sort of seem to be ready for action, and a drink is being bought out for the Yorkshire lads. The Sussex lads taking the opportunity to come in, I think, for a comfort break.
Okay. So there was a little word from Best to the 12th man.
Yes.
The drinks carrier was before he came out, so...
Oh, there's the Sussex chairman. There's Mr. Philby sitting on the balcony in a nice pink shirt, surveying the scene. It's just me. If I were Yorkshire, I'd want to declare and get on with it, really. Give yourself as much time as possible. They can't lose this match.
They need to win it.
They do need to win it. They would be very... I mean, Yorkshire... I'm just looking at the number. I think we are going to be all right with light, but the lights are quite bright now on that scoreboard, and the light is... I mean, it's perfectly playable, don't get me wrong, but I think Yorkshire would be frustrated if light were to play a part. There's some patches of blue sky above the ground. They'll want every over that they can tonight. And there's always this element of surprise, isn't there, if you are Haynes and Hughes, that you think literally at any minute. I don't know whether you get yourself prepared to think, I could be going in a minute.
Yeah, that's. I think that might be part of the strategy as well. Just to have Sussex thinking, well, how much longer are they going to go on?
Yeah, totally. Oh, totally. They must be. I'm sure John Simpson's thinking it. Those that went off for whatever reason, comfort break, whatever, are slowly returning to the field. Eric Avelos is sort of trudging off with the drinks. There's a little natter to Danny Lamb. Danny Lamb hasn't bowled today. He bowled yesterday, 6 overs, 1 for 38, so he was relatively expensive. He did pick up the wicket of, I think he took the first wicket actually, Finley Bean for 21, who was caught by John Simpson. That seems a long time ago. 138 overs we've had in the innings.
Yeah, Lamb must be injured when he would have been asked to do his share today.
You would have thought so, Dave. Yeah, do some of the donkey work and shouldering some of the responsibility. But he hasn't been called upon. Is it you or me? I've completely lost count of whose over it is.
I think it's actually James Cole's over from the far end. He's left arm round the wicket, replacing Hudson Prentice. Bowls, and Revis goes back, hammers that one away when he's very nearly found the gap between deep extra cover and long off. He's hit that so hard. We talk about them finding the gap between extra cover and mid off, but that's almost hard enough to gap, and he comes back for 2 runs. 5:27, Coles bowls, and Revis cracks that one through the offside down to Alsop, who's in front of the west stand.
Well, we're sort of really going through the motions here, aren't we? At least Ollie Carter is on the field, so somebody is having a bit of a breather for Sussex.
He's coming into short mid-wicket. It's Ollie Carter. Slip in for Milnes, and that's on his legs from bowls and push back to the bowl.
I reckon Milnes is eyeing up that leg side boundary. He just had a little glance to see exactly where Danny Lamb is.
Again, quicker delivery, and well, don't know whether that came off the bat or whether it came off Simpson's gloves or diving effort anyway there at slip. Is that Haynes at slip?
Yes, it is.
Crocombe come over to short mid-wicket. Well, he's actually quite a tall short mid-wicket, isn't he? Tall young man.
Yes.
Bowled very well after lunch. Quicker delivery from Milnes, and he two Milnes, he dispatches up to the tea room. It wasn't really that short, but he's played a cracking shot there.
Sorry to go on about the light, but Danny Lamb, who's fielding at mid-wicket, didn't see that. And he was saying, where's that gone? So it's often quite difficult, isn't it, when the light isn't great as the fielding side. I know it's not dark, do you?
Bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. A very quick single. Revis manages to scamper through.
There are shadows of the players on the pitch, so it can't be that dark, can it?
No, okay. I was merely making the point. I might have the last laugh if at 5:30 the umpire say, sorry, it's a little too gloomy to carry on, but it's perfectly fine at the minute, you're right.
Come up here with your southern ways and your sunlight.
I was just reading, actually, we were talking about some of the scores in the other games. Hasib Hamid made 175 not out for knots. He's somebody who doesn't get spoken about much, does he? No, Hamid, I don't.
Long, doesn't
he does bat long, yeah. I mean, I know that you're talking about. In fact, the light is improving now. About England openers, it just seems to have slipped completely off the radar.
It's improving.
It is. There's some blue sky coming in.
Clutching at straws, wasn't he?
I'll try anything. Carson, he's going to carry on.
Couple of
I just saw the umpires glance at each other then. Yeah. Carson is in. Bowls to Mills, always put down. Would have been a good catch at mid-wicket. I think that's Tom Alsop in there. No, it's Ollie Carter, the 12th man. Clipped by Milnes, and that's a chance that's gone a begging. Milnes put down on 19. Well, actually 18, because I don't think the scoreboard's gone on. Sharp chance, but it was a chance. Up on 18 is Milnes. Maybe slightly academic with the way that the game has gone. And again, balls. Oh, Revis has hammered that, and that has gone high, wide, and handsome for 6. That's gone between the stand and the marquee, the Doige marquee on this side of the outfield. Kindly sponsored by Jonathan this week. 540 for 8. Revis to 147. Is he nearing a personal best score here, Doige?
Yeah, 150 is his best.
Oh, do you want to take over? Do you?
Okay.
Sure. Okay. Carson again. In and bowls, and Revis crunches that one away through backward point. It's going to be 4 more, and there we are. It goes to his 150. That's a magnificent effort by Matthew Revis. He raises his bat towards the Yorkshire dressing room. The crowd here at Scarborough are on their feet. A wonderful innings, 151. It's a personal best, first-class score for Matthew Revis here at Scarborough. He's already scored, this is his 3rd 100 in consecutive matches, and it's an innings that's put Yorkshire in complete control here of this game.
Yeah, he batted very, very well, Matthew Revis.
Carson in again, and Revis drives to Ibrahim. It's short extra cover, and there is no run.
The big man, I mean, the bat looks really small in his hands at times, doesn't it?
Yes.
Always short anyway.
Yeah.
Crouches a bit at the crease.
Carson in again, bowls, and that's tickled away down the leg side. They're going for a single. If Haynes hits, he doesn't, he misses. But I think they would have probably got through for another single. Revis to 152. He was at the quiz last night. He's probably stayed out in the middle for fear of being asked some more ridiculous questions by Doige in the quiz night. But he's batted beautifully. He really has. George is about to say something. Is it about the light or? Carson again, in and bowls, swept by Milnes, and he's going to get caught at deep backward square. Has it been put down? No, he did catch it. Tom Alsop all the way down there. So the 9th wicket goes down, and that is the declaration. 545 for 9. Matthew Revis remains undefeated on 152, and that's a wonderful innings by Matthew Revis as the Sussex openers trot off the field. And we'll just listen to the applause, because that's a very fine innings. And actually, well done to Tom Alsop, well done to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who both go and shake Matthew Revis's hand. He makes his way off. Standing ovation, as you would expect. Magnificent innings. It's put Yorkshire in a very powerful position indeed. And now Sussex have got it all to do. They have to bat for 4.5 sessions. I might see them get somewhere around about level with Yorkshire. But they're going to need to show a lot more resolve, fight and determination than they did in the first innings. And indeed they did against Essex last week. They're quite capable of doing it, but they look a pretty tired group of players as they make their way off. It's a good game to save, as John Simpson goes round and rallies the troops, shaking hands with players as they make their way off. Sussex up against it here, Dave.
Very much up against it, aren't they? Because that's a splendid innings from Matthew Revis. That's really taken the game away from Sussex. Well, they were clinging on to the game with their fingertips last night. And I'm afraid they're going to be falling into the ravine. They've got to hope that there's a nice soft landing there for them with some good batting, but they'll do very well to draw this match, because I think they're going to have to bat for virtually the rest of it. And that's, 4.5 sessions. So Milne's the last to go for 19, Revis not out. 152. I think we should mention George Hill as well today.
Yes, very good.
Very fluent. Made 75 off 93 balls, 10 fours and a 6. And Revis, they got him down as 14 fours and 2 sixes. He hit 2 sixes. He possibly did. So fine innings from young Matthew, who you would think must be on a Lions tour this winter.
Well, playing like that, I haven't seen a lot of him play, but I thought he batted excellently. I thought as well, Dave, it was a beautifully paced innings as well, because he recognised that Yorkshire needed a lead. He didn't play any. He wasn't going to give his wicket away, and accelerated when he needed to. And the partnership with George Hill, having lost those 2 wickets early this morning, was a good partnership that just grew as they went along.
So Sussex trailing on first innings by 323.
Yeah.
They're going to have to bat well into the final session tomorrow if they're going to save it.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here. So we started the day on 90 overs gone. So Yorkshire batted for exactly 50 overs today. I wonder if that was the plan. So that means there are 46 overs. They'll lose 2 for the break-in innings. So Sussex are going to need to face 44 overs tonight. Yorkshire during this will have the benefit of 2 new balls if they want them. But I think you're right. Sussex are going to have to bat to clear the 300 and, what is it, 332, did you say? Sorry, 323. Nothing like Adrian. To clear those arrears is going to take the best part of 3 sessions, you would think, anyway. So, it's going to... Much will be decided, and we'll get a clue how things are going to go tonight, really.
We will indeed. We'll be back shortly.
Well, welcome back to Scarborough, where the umpires Peter Hartley and Richard Kettleborough are making their way back to beginning. Yorkshire are just finishing their warming up exercises out on the outfield, and Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes, the Sussex openers, are on the boundary edge. Just to bring you up to date with matters elsewhere, in the test match it's raining. In fact, they've just started again. India's 72 for 2 down at the Oval. Up at Durham, Surrey look as if, Surrey could almost win the championship in this round of matches. You know, they're 29 without loss, needing another 147 to beat Durham. And with the game between Notts and Somerset, it looks like it's heading towards a draw. Surrey can have an almost impregnable lead at the top of the county championship. So we'll keep an eye on those games as Hughes and Haynes wander out. I guess, Dave, in this situation with a big deficit of 323, it's a very obvious thing to say, but you need to be positive. It's no use just sort of batting out time and going into your shell. Sussex need to try and make inroads if they can. I can see Grant Flower, the Sussex batting coach, is out. So he's going to be watching from down below. Gives us a little wave, does Grant? Sussex just, they just need to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Even to get level with Yorkshire, you would imagine it's going to take, till almost tea tomorrow, would you think? By then, they may not be safe then.
Yeah.
Because they'd be about level.
Yeah, they're really going to have to bat until the final hour tomorrow, you'd think. Because, even if Yorkshire had needed 80 to win off the final 14 overs or something, you wouldn't.
Well, Yorkshire would have a dip at that. Yeah.
Well, I think probably get it as well.
Yeah. George, you standing behind me as if I've done something wrong.
I just said I'm with you.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Oh, I see.
No, it's fine.
Do you want me to come off?
So it's you two are going to
Opening the bowling this afternoon.
So that's my mobile phone you just thrown on the floor. Jack White has had his feet up for a day and a half, so he'll be as fresh as a daisy running in from the Peaseholm Park end of the ground. I was reading about the River Plate, doing some bit of homework on it, and it is the river that divides Uruguay and Argentina. For those who are remotely interested, we were talking about it earlier on. But here we go.
Well, in case we've got any American listeners, we should probably say that's in South America.
Yeah. 3 slips in a gully as White runs away from us, coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes. He's in a moles, and Haynes is solidly forward to the first ball. Plays it out into the offside, fielded by Don Bess. As you can imagine, there's lots of chatter.
I'm not joking about that, Adrian. A friend of mine over in Thailand, an American guy, he's been to university, he's been to college or whatever. He's an engineer, admittedly. We were talking, another guy said, he said, I was brought up in Australia, but I was born in Uruguay. And the guy said, where's that? He's gone through college as an engineer.
White in the balls. Haynes is forward, plays onto the onside.
He was from Texas, though, so I suppose he's got an excuse, hasn't he?
Just to give our Sussex listeners a bit of hope, the pitch looks to me to hold no real terrors, does it? There's the odd one. You two have spoken about the Scarborough bounce now and again, but there's no huge amounts of turn. It looks a decent surface to me.
Well, we'll see. George and I were talking about this, and there's still just a little bit of movement. They've got a new ball in their hand there, and we'll see what White does with it.
Around the wicket bowls to Haynes, who's beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, moved away from the left-handed Haynes, taken by Duke. Tom Haynes was rather fishing for that one outside of the off stump. Sussex just cannot afford to lose early wickets here. Good delivery by White, who seems to have made quite a favourable impression here at Yorkshire this season.
Yeah, he's bowled very well, and enthusiastic player, wants to play, wants to make the most of the time that he's got left in the game, into his 30s now, and certainly very popular with the Yorkshire fans.
Comes in and bowls. Haynes defends down the track. There is no. He was a member of the quiz team last night.
Yes, he wasn't quite sure about that because the quiz team was picked by Jordan Thompson on the basis of the 4 players that wouldn't particularly want to be there. And then announced when they were out fielding on the first day.
Yes, that was. Well, I think
a little bit naughty.
Yes, I think Mr. Doidge had a bit to do with that as well, to be honest. I'm surprised he gets any post-match interviews, to be honest.
They all love him, the players.
They do love him. Yeah. White. 3 slips in a gully go down. He's in and bowls, and Haynes cracks that one away for the first boundary of the innings. He likes it there. There's Tom Haynes. That's his favourite shot. Short and wide outside the off stump, and Haynes wasn't going to miss out and cracks the ball away for 4 runs. So Sussex are on their way to trying to clear these arrears of 323. What I would say about Tom Haynes is, whilst it's his favourite shot, if I'd say there's an area where Tom Haynes, as in common with a lot of left-handers, falls into the trap is, getting caught in the slip cord and that one that goes across the left-hander. But that was a super shot. So more of the same from a Sussex perspective from Tom, as comes White, bowls, and Haynes solidly forward. You probably heard the crack of the ball on the bat, and there is no run. End of the opening over, safely negotiated by Sussex. We think they've got 44 overs to negotiate tonight. First of them is done, and Sussex are 4 without loss. Adrian Harms, Dave Townsend, Jonathan Doidge, your commentary team here at Scarborough, where the light is improving all the time. There's more blue sky drifting in.
Yeah, they've got to just take this in sections, haven't they?
Yeah.
Sussex, the first objective will be to get through to tea without losing any wickets. And if they can do that, then they'll be looking at the next, taking in perhaps half hours or so, then get themselves through to stumps, see where they are there, reassess things for the wicket. You do just feel if White and Milnes get going, Milnes bowls and
ouch,
that one's a bit painful.
That really is somewhere nasty. It was in the inside of the thigh. I'm not sure it's got him in the unmentionables, but I think that's painful. He's down on his knees, is poor Daniel Hughes. Maybe on the inside of the thigh.
I think it was sort of a little bit higher and a little bit more central than that.
Do you?
Adrian,
yeah. That's hurt poor Daniel Hughes. He's taken off his gloves, and that's...
Oh dear, he's
in a bit of discomfort there, is Daniel.
I think he's got to check. Yeah, he's still there.
Harry Cavalis has come running out with a consoling word and a drink, and... Yes, it's always the same when this happens, isn't it? The fielding side, it's probably happened to pretty much every player on the field, and they know how awful it is. But it is unsettling, and that's the first ball Hughes has received, isn't it? Having been out in the field for 140 overs, and you get one in the unmentionables, it's painful. He's okay.
Milnes bowls again to him, and that's on a similar line, but he gets inside that and turns it down towards the fine leg, and scampers through, gets up to the other end.
Yes, I think he's probably quite pleased to be there, I should think.
Got a little bit of bat on that, so he's off the mark. 5 for no wicket. Clouds overhead, but as Adrian was saying, they're pretty high, and the light's okay. I mean, the light's not wonderful, but more than playable.
Matt Milnes, was he at Kent before he came here? Yes, was here.
Around the wicket to the other left-hander, to Haynes, who plays that back down the pitch to Milnes. Be interesting when Danny Lamb comes in, because Milnes and Lamb had a little bit of a sort of a minor ding dong.
They did have a ding dong. Yeah, they did. I think words were. I don't think words were exchanged. I think most of them seem to be coming from Milnes. And he was very pleased when he got Danny Lamb out in the end.
Milnes looking to get Haynes out, bowls to him, and Haynes flicks that one away. He's going to pick up at least one run. Jack White sends the throw in, and the batsman back for a comfortable second. So no great signs, great encouraging signs at the moment for Yorkshire. We did see that one go past the bat in the first over, but Milnes seems to be moving the ball into the batsman rather than just holding its line and bringing the three slips into play. Next delivery is flicked again, and again it's on the leg stump, and again it's just helped around the corner. So his radar right at the moment. I hope those ships and warplanes have got their radar right behind us, Adrian. We don't want them flying over the pitch. Oh, I actually went down and saw it one year.
Was it good? Well,
no.
If that's your thing.
No, it wasn't. It was definitely something that you take your 7 or 8 year old along to, and they're quite impressed by the noise and the bangs and things. A bit dated. Again, on leg stump, pushed into the offside.
Oh.
Going to be runs here. There are going to be 4 runs.
Wow, crazy sequence of events.
Yeah, the ball was pushed into the onside. Matthew, in fact, actually ran in there. It's of course it's Wharton who came steaming in. Best was going for it as well. Best was probably better placed, but Wharton picked the ball up and shied at the stumps at the non-striker zone. Missed. And it went for 4 overthrows.
Total misunderstanding, those.
Yes, he was rather stranded, wasn't he?
Look at Daniel Hughes. He's looking up as if to say, "What are you doing?" I think he would have been back if the throw had hit, actually, but it was not really what you want. White back to his mark down in front of us. Runs away from us. And Haynes just scored a bowl, wicket goes down, and that's just what Sussex didn't want. And I was just about to say that Tom Haynes needs a score. I was just looking back through the last few games Sussex have played. He had a good start to the season, Tom Haynes. And I often wonder when there's been a situation, Dave, there's nearly been a run out, it's a bit unsettling, but he's looked to clip that one on the leg side, he's got a leading edge, White takes the catch, and Sussex are 1 down, and it's just the start that Sussex didn't want. 12 for 1.
Yeah, leading edge back to the bowler. Those of you watching on the stream, you'll see it again here as a slow motion, looks to turn it on the onside, leading edge, straight back to the bowler. Thank you very much. And the slips all arms in the air in unison, and down the pitch to congratulate Jack White, whose eyes really lit up when he saw that ball coming back to him. He's delighted with it. Poor old Tom Haynes, couple of leading edges. Did he have a leading edge in the first innings?
Yes.
He got caught by Wharton, didn't he? That huge skyer.
Yes, he did. So that was a brilliant catch by Ward, but it was a similar kind of dismissal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That he was. But I was literally just looking through to see when Tom Haynes last made a big score, and he has struggled in the last half dozen matches. He started the season off terrifically well. I think his last half century was down at Taunton in May. Looking back, he's I have to check all the records, but he started off the season well and has run into a bit of a run of bad form. Anyway, another left-hander comes in. It's another Tom for Haynes, say Allsop. And Yorkshire absolutely full of themselves, as you would expect. White is in, bowls to Allsop, and the ball right up in the block hole, and Allsop has to play it. And there is no run. Whitefields off his own bowling.
Yorkshire fielders will be thinking 1 down, 9 to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would feel that, if Yorkshire could pick up 2 or 3 here tonight, they'll feel they're in a great place.
think they'd be looking to pick up more than 2 or 3. I think they'd be looking to pick up 5 or 6 tonight.
Wow, White in a game bowls, all sort of drives, but not overly convincingly to backward point. And there is no run.
Certainly 4 or 5. They've got a session and a half, haven't they?
They have. Alsop, who had been short of runs, but he made a good 72 against Essex last week. For a while, it looked as if Coles and Alsop might dig Sussex out of a hole. He made runs in the first innings here as well. But Sussex really up against it. White around the wicket, bowls, Alsop defends into the offside. Daniel Hughes is backing up a long way. Managed to sort of backpedal into his ground, and there is no run. Three slips and a gully in place. There's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Well, a deep backward square leg, actually. I won't call him fine leg. As White thoughtfully walks towards us, turns and runs away from us. Coming into bowl 2, Tom Alsop is in and bowls, and Alsop lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Duke. And there is no run. Lots of encouragement from the slip cordon. Surprisingly, I think the crowd is a little bit down today. Dave, certainly the breaches don't seem quite as full as they were yesterday.
No, probably not.
But actually, in many ways, this is the most absorbing day, isn't it? I've seen Yorkshire bat Sussex out the game, and now very much in charge with the ball. White again. In mould. Has he nicked that behind? No, he hasn't. Well, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? Tom Alsop was driving hard at that. I think a mixture of did it nearly get the outside edge, didn't nearly bowl Tom Alsop. Either way, it's gone through. It's a very fine over indeed by Jack White, a maiden over, a wicket maiden. Sussex have lost their first wicket as the Battle of the River Plate rages behind us. And Yorkshire 12 for 1. Tom Haynes back in the pavilion for 7.
Yeah, important early breakthrough for Yorkshire. You just wonder how far down the heads will go in that Sussex dressing room if they were to lose another wicket now. And Yorkshire with their tails up, and that always puts an extra yard on the bowlers, doesn't it? It makes them just that little bit quicker. Young man with a check shirt walking behind the side screen. That ball is through. Harry Duke wants to have an appeal for it. And Daniel Hughes beaten there. It's again because he's bowling a little bit with a slope. At Milnes, the ball is coming into the left-hander, and sort of that one came in and then just left him, just held its line. And beautiful bowling that.
Yeah, really was.
Let's see what he's going to do with this one on his way. Bowls, and again that zipped through, and you could hear the thud into Harry Dukes' gloves. That was again a decent pace from that Milnes.
I was thinking about Tom Haynes. I mean, he's by no means had a bad season. He's averaging 39, which for an opener in the first division of the county championship is very respectable. 753 runs, but he made 141 against Somerset and 174 against Surrey. So that's the best part of 350 runs.
Milnes bowls, and
that's got him.
Hughes' big appeal for something. Dukes has taken the catch. The fielding side were appealing before that. Before Dukes had caught it, must have been appealing for the catch, or the
I think
they're appealing for the LBW, aren't they? That's missed everything. Good decision. It's nowhere near out. So Hartley, who was perhaps not completely on his game in the first couple of innings, has made a very good decision there. Is Milnes again edged and just short of Finley being at third slip.
Well fielded, sir.
Bounces past him and goes down to third man for 4 runs. And this is a really
test, this, isn't it?
Testing time, crunch time. You're thinking, never mind, will he survive to tea? Will he survive to the end of the over, Daniel Hughes here? And the battle continues to rage behind us.
Yes.
Raging out there in the middle. White carry to Finn Bean, and another one that's kept a bit low there. And Harry Jukes in tidy keeping, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That one didn't come through easy. I think that would have just bounced in front of him. Fine over this from Matt Milnes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Daniel Hughes will be glad to get to the other end because he's been struck amidships by Milnes and arrived a very confident LBW decision.
If that was an LBW shot, it was way too high.
Or inside edge, whatever it was they thought it was, but he's
way too high.
So I'll go at the end of the over. Did we say 44 overs we decided on until the close? Yeah. So it's got quite a few overs to go until tea, actually.
Next delivery has Hughes coming forward defending. To be had there. End of a fine over. James Wharton full of the joys of spring, bouncing around out there. Runs down to fine leg to take the sweater off Jack White on a cap, so Jack White doesn't have to go into the stumps and give them to umpire Hartley. Very considerate young man.
Yeah, welcome to listeners from Sports Extra 2 with the news that second time around Sussex 16 for 1, facing a very stiff challenge here at North Marine Road in Scarborough. Jack White from the Peaceout Park end is in and bowling, and Sop with a solid block. And the story of the day here so far, Yorkshire resumed this morning on 292 for 4 and progressed to 545 for 9. An excellent partnership between George Hill and Matthew Revis was largely responsible for that. Harry Duke made 21, was the first to go. Will Sutherland just the 2. There were the 2 wickets to have fallen in the morning session as Allsop turns one to mid-wicket and James Wharton fields. So 453 for 6, a 231 run lead by lunch. And that morning session saw Matthew Revis reach a century for the 3rd successive county championship match, the first uncapped player to do so for Yorkshire since 1945. Excellent effort from him. George Hill was 73 at that point, added just 2 more before he was out after lunch. Short ball from Henry Crocombe that he couldn't master, and spliced it really to mid-on where Daniel Hughes caught him for 75. Here's White round the wicket with a puff of dust as he lets go of the ball. Allsop plays to mid-on. No run. Don Bess, he made 13 and then scooped a shot over his left shoulder straight into the gloves of John Simpson, the Sussex keeper, off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice. He was the 8th wicket to fall, and then they decided to call it a day when Matt Milnes was caught by Tom Allsop off the bowling of Jack Carson for 19. Matthew Revis undefeated on a career best 152 not out, the second time he's made 150 or more in the last 3 matches. He's a man going places in the game as Allsop turns one to mid-on, and there is no run. The wickets were shared out very much by the Sussex bowlers. Gurinder Sandhu 1 for 64 off 19, Finn Hudson-Prentice 2 for 90 off 24, Daniel Lamb 1 for 38 off 6, Henry Crocombe 1 for 91 off 19, Jack Carson weighed in with the most, 3 for 150 off a huge 43 overs, and James Cole's 29 overs 1 for 93. And since they went back out to bat for a second time, trailing by 323 runs, Tom Haines caught and bowled by Jack White for 7 as Alsop gets over a ball short of length and turns it to Wharton in the leg side. And it was Wharton, of course, who took a brilliant catch a couple of days ago to dismiss Tom Haines in the first innings, also off the bowling of Jack White. So this time Haines making 7, and they've moved on with the addition of just 4 more. Daniel Hughes not out 9, and Tom Alsop yet to get off the mark. David Townsend and Jonathan Doidge with you at the moment, and our colleague Adrian Harms is also with us on this third day. It's overcast at the moment. White comes in and Alsop gets right in behind it to complete that over at 16 for 1. Not as many people in as there has been on days 1 and 2, when it was reported that we're around about 2,400 on both of those days. We can see Oliver's Mount, which is away down to the southwest corner, or beyond the southwest corner of the ground here, which is a good sign, because that means that usually that there isn't any immediate weather that might get involved. And the forecast DT was pretty good anyway for what remains of the match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, earlier in the week on Sunday, they were suggesting it might be a bit dodgy today and tomorrow, but we were quite pleased that that forecast changed, and no rain at all, no stoppages. Matt Milnes runs in towards us. Well, Hughes got into a very strange position there, didn't he? And that bobbles down to third slip. Actually, we got 3 slips. The normal Yorkshire slip cordon with George Hill back in the side and back at first slip. Adam Lythe at second slip, who we said he'll probably be at second slip 5 years after he's retired, won't he? Lythe, you don't find him anywhere else, and certainly not early in the innings. And Finlay Bean, his opening partner at third slip. They're waiting for a little bit of a tickle, but that one's defended by Hughes. The ball threatening to roll back onto his stumps, but he just gets his back down and makes sure that doesn't happen. The rest of the field, Gully, cover point, mid off. So 3 on the onside. Not the usual 3 on the onside. There's no mid wicket. There's a mid on, a leg gully, and a long leg. Next delivery, edged, and again doesn't carry, and this time it's Adam Lythe that can't stop the ball going through him. Last over it was Finlay Bean, and that races away. You could hear the thump of it hitting the advertising board down below us, and another boundary takes Sussex onto 20 for 1, Hughes onto 13. Don't know what those slips do, because they're pretty close. Hughes just playing that with soft hands, and the ball not really carrying.
Here, Adam, because the deficit on the first innings is 323 after Yorkshire.
Milnes again working up a bit of pace.
Sussex batting again.
Bowls and pushed into the offside. No run to be had
with an
there.
absolute mountain to climb if they're going to save in this game. Surrey going on very nicely at Durham. They're 49 for 1.
Adrian giving his report in the background.
7 to win and consolidate their place at the top of the county championship. Unfortunately, rain at Canterbury
20 for 1.
117 for 3. In reply to Leicestershire's 400.
Couple of gentlemen down below us.
Rain as well in the Test match.
Seen a fair bit of cricket between them over the years, I'd suggest.
5 for 3. Shubman Gill, the latest man out for 21. Run out by Surrey's Gus.
Waiting for Milnes to come in, round the wicket to the left-hander. He bowls. Hughes tucked up a bit. Quick single. If that had hit, it has hit, and that's gone. It's a run out. Alsop has been run out. Excellent bit of fielding. Oh my word! One thing you do not want in that situation is to lose a wicket to a run out. And well, if the ball was going to hit the stumps, then Alsop was going to be in real trouble there. And well, congratulations to Imam on his first wicket, taking the overseas position here for Yorkshire. He's come in, picked that up, shied at the stumps, and 2 wickets down. Let's look at this again. Those of you who've got the stream, just pushed into the offside, sets off immediately. Alsop knew he was in trouble, and that throw has hit the stumps, and he's out by a yard at least.
Absolutely, Barbic. It's a really good throw, isn't it? Because he wouldn't have had much in the way of stumps to aim at from out there. At going on for square on, wasn't he? It's a great effort to hit direct. Yeah, it's a ridiculous run at this stage of the match. You've just got to bat as long as you can. You don't need quick singles at this point.
It's the shot. It was the sort of the action of somebody who's rattled out there. Poor old Daniel Hughes. He's been clanged in the box by earlier and down recovery, and well, then Alsop didn't have to look at the umpire. He just heard the Yorkshire players celebrating, and well, all sorts of problems at Sussex. But he's unbalanced at the moment, isn't he, Daniel Hughes? He wouldn't have gone for that run, I don't think, if he hadn't have been facing some cracking bowling, getting little edges, wanting to get away, wanting to get down the far end and be positive. But I'm afraid he sold poor Tom Alsop shot there. I think, well,
unbalanced. I should think Tom Alsop think he's unhinged after that.
Well, yes, indeed. I don't think Usain Bolt would have got down there. So Milnes bowls, edged and gone. There's the 3rd wicket. First ball, James Coles edged the 3rd wicket, and Yorkshire tails up. They'll be fancy winning this tonight. That was another cracking dismissal, and Edge Milnes is bowling. He's bowling gas, as they say, isn't he? He's really getting some energy going down there. And well, James Coles has been out on the field, bowled a lot of overs. He's been in the field for a long time, and he's gone first. Good delivery. First to get first up, bouncing a little bit. Tried to force it through the offside, and well. Just have a look at this one again on the replay.
Yeah, it's Will Sutherland who takes the catch.
Fast and sharp to Will Sutherland, and James Cole just looks down as so again, not the sort of shot you should be playing first up.
Yeah, it's just one of those deliveries, isn't it? That if you are going to play them, you play them first up because you want to feel bat on ball, that sort of thing, isn't it? And if he's just got it just back of Scarborough length, it's just climbed a little bit, and in that willingness, desire to just feel the bat on the ball, you just a little push at it. When you've been out there a little while, your judgment's so much better. You know that you don't go at that, and you generally will leave it. It's no danger whatsoever, that delivery, is it, to the stumps, to anything really.
But again, when you get that momentum going from the bowling side, and the batters are feeling under pressure, and if that had been the first ball of an innings, then he would have just shouldered arms to that. It was the first ball of his innings, mind you. Would have just shouldered arms and allowed it through to the keeper. And that's what you've got to do. It's about survival here. And that run out by Imam really has sparked Yorkshire, and there's the celebration. So they're delighted with We said earlier, didn't we, 1 down, 9 to go. It's 3 down, 7 to go now, Doidgy.
Yeah, the celebrations reminded me of that day when they beat Surrey here with 10 balls to go on day 4. Here's Jack White then. And this time Hughes with a solid block. That wicket brought Daniel Ibrahim out there to the crease. He's at the non-striking end and doing a bit of shadow batting at this moment in time, but it just smacks of a team, as Harmsy's been saying, that is low on confidence. When you're this far behind in the game, sometimes you are. You just make poor decisions. There's a bit of brain scramble going on out there at the moment, and they just need somebody to bat. Time, and now plenty of it. Jack White. Oh, good delivery again. There's a big appeal once more. Not out, says Richard Kettleborough, who has, of course, now switched to this Peasholm Park end, but they're going to be up for everything at the moment. And they are all over Sussex like the proverbial rash or a DT cheap suit at this moment in time.
Which I don't own, actually. So that one's gone through, and just flick the thigh pad or something as it's gone through. It's made a noise, so it's not an entirely unreasonable deal. But the opening bowlers really going to work here on this Sussex top order.
White in again, and nicely played this time. Flicked away down to fine leg for 4 runs. He's angled the ball across the left-hander Jack White from round the wicket, and he just got his line slightly leg side of middle, and that was enough to help that ball on its way. So, just a brief recap if you're joining us in the last few minutes. Sussex in disarray here. Haynes gone. Caught and bowl White for 7 from 10 deliveries. Allsop barbecued by his partner out there.
Is that the new term?
Daniel Hughes. A direct hit from Imam. And he was out for none from 11 deliveries. And then very first ball, Coles caught Sutherland bowled Milnes, who'll be... Well, they'll be on a team hat-trick, I guess, for his next delivery. Oh, mind you, they've been on a team hat-trick already for this delivery, won't they? This first ball of this over. That's defended into the offside this time by Hughes. There's no run. Both openers have got themselves on the board. Jack White was particularly good in the Sussex first innings. 19 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 25. His bowling was better than his sports quizzing in last night's competition across the far side of the ground in the marquee. Again, another good delivery, angled in, this one nipping away and through on the rise, so there's definitely still good bounce and carry. We had Mick Lewis in the com box here for the first hour of play today, which was really interesting and informative, and he said still good bounce and carry out there. And he's...
Did he? I thought he was from Australia.
Stop it. 24 for 3. I don't know why I bother sometimes.
Neither do the listeners.
Don Bess, who in the past has probably been accused of catching pigeons at point, he's just chasing off a gull from mid-on. And Jack White now from the Peasholm Park end of the ground, and Hughes pushing into the offside for Matthew Revis, the hero of the hour, with the bat to do the fielding. Yeah, warm applause for another good over. 24 for 3 at the end of it, and that means that at this moment in time, with just 7 wickets in hand in their second innings, Sussex trail by 299 runs.
On this stream, we're just watching replays of the wickets as they're falling. Those of you can see that. And look at this run out again. It's oh dear. Excellent piece of fielding, yeah, it was a very good piece of fielding by him. He would have been a yard or more out of his crease when that hit the top of the stumps. Jack White getting applause as he goes down in front of the pavilion to field. Matt Milnes comes in, bowls, and he's bowling really quickly coming down the hill at the moment. And he's got 5 slips in place. Don Best, one of them, who's run all the way down now to have a word with Matt Milnes. I'm sure Matt Milnes in the middle of this spell, when he's really bowled very well and with a lot of energy, doesn't necessarily need the advice of his off-spinning captain, but we'll see. Best back into position. 5 slips go down. Milnes bowls, and that's a cracking delivery just outside off stump. But Danny Abraham did what James Coles should have done in the previous over, and instead of trying to force it square the wicket, he's just shouldered arms and allowed that through to the keeper. So no run there. 24 for 3, and just a reminder that if Yorkshire do go ahead and complete the victory here, they'll be just 1 point behind Sussex in the table. Milnes bowls, and again Abraham able to shoulder arms and allow that through. He's on a pair, of course. He batted a long time for naught in the first innings to get off the mark when he can. Hughes has got 17 of the 24 runs. This will be a test for Danny Abraham as Milnes steams in, bowls again, and nicely he's off the mark now. Just turns that one away. Square of the wicket, easy as you like. Pops up off the rope into the bleachers. Jack White goes round to retrieve, and what a nice way to get off the mark, particularly when you're on a pair.
See the weather down south as usual, not as good as it is up north. They've delayed the next race at Goodwood due to a threat of lightning.
Thank you, Marty. Marty Emerson. Milnes bowls through to the keeper, and playing this sensibly. Abraham not playing at anything he doesn't have to. To take a 4th wicket. Right, you thought I was being optimistic when I said 5 or 6 down by stumps tonight, weren't you? And I'm beginning to think that, well, long way to go yet. Some good batting. Bat all the way down, you can say, really, with Sussex after the way we saw Sandhu bat in that first innings, number 11. Milnes bowls, and that was his little way. He takes his little detour halfway through his run-up. He does that little mad semicircle, doesn't he? And then comes in from a different angle. Ball through to the keeper, no run. End of the over, just the 4 runs coming off it, but a far more, should we say, relaxed over that one for Sussex. Calm.
Yeah, we're going to have a change of bowling. George Hill coming into play at the Peasholm Park end of the ground. He'll be feeling full of confidence after his 75 runs earlier, and he has been up there with Jack White, the 2 picks of the season so far on the seam bowling front for Yorkshire, and his average would say he's been the pick. It's interesting listening to Mick Lewis talking about him today, and how he was saying his point of difference is that when other people are not swinging the ball, he does that. He still can get it to go. And I said, how is that? Is that body position? Is that seam position? What might it be? He said wrist position as much as anything. Here he comes in from the Peasholm Park, and then round the wicket. First ball, he's a bit of a loose net and cracked into the covers, but Matthew Revis is on hand to field, and there's no run. George's season well. Bring his figures up in a minute for you, but his stats have been good. But as we know, it's Cricket's more than just the stats. They just sometimes serve to reinforce what the eye feels like it's telling you. And he's in and bowling again. And then it's punched away into the offside once more. And there's no run. They've missed a few games, T20s and a championship match because of bruising to his heel, but clearly he's over that. All well and good now, playing his 61st first-class match. George has got plenty of experience under his belt over his last few seasons. Got his debut, of course, under Andrew Gale a few years ago down at Northamptonshire. He's bowling now, back of length, and played out square on the offside by Hughes.
All those 3 deliveries have all been a bit short, haven't they, for his usual length, George?
Yep. Played, of course, against India A for England A not so long ago, so he's on that sort of radar. And bowling wise this season, 39 wickets in Div 1 at 16.69 with a best of 6 for 51 as he's wide of off stump there, and that's left by Hughes. And that, I think, in his case, reinforces how well he's been bowling. 3 5-wicket hauls so far this campaign.
Very good bowler. He'll be on a Lions tour, I'm sure, this winter, as will Matthew Revis is going to be on one as well, isn't he?
You'd think so, the way things are going. Hill in again, good delivery. That's better from George, just a little bit further up the pitch, and he felt like he wanted to play at that, did Daniel Hughes. He's 17 not out. Ibrahim on 4, leans on his bat at the non-striking end, 28 for 3. We've got some peripheral goal movement, 1 or 2 having a bit of a disagreement down away to our left.
They usually disagree over chips, don't they? One of them's found a chip somewhere, the other one wants to take it off him.
Yeah, sun shining brightly as Hill's in again. This one wide of off stump. It very much felt like a loosening up over for George. Not on the money in terms of getting the batters to play as he has been very often this season, but I'm sure he can. Now he's had a sighter, straightened things up.
There's been some rare old gull battles here this week, because he's turn up each day and see a whole lot of new white feathers at the far end, rather. Squabbling during no doubt having had their pick of what's left over, the fish and chips. Not a few chips left, I suppose, plenty of chips left. Always far too many chips, don't they? You not find that, George?
Yeah.
Well, it's a big thing with fish and chip shops. You get half a field of potatoes in there. The average serving of chips. I'm sure nobody eats them all. Here's Milnes. Let's see if he can keep this aggression going for another over. Bowls there to Ibrahim, who's forward, defensive. Seems to have a good defence, Ibrahim. He got a naught in the first innings, but he was in for about 20. He was in for about 20 deliveries, wasn't he? 18 deliveries, something like that. Here's Milnes again, running down the hill. Bowling, and that's through outside the off stump. No run. Sunshine's out.
Rain at the Oval, conversely though. India 85 for 3 when the rains came.
3 down now.
3 down. Do you want me to develop on that? I can do.
You probably can do after this delivery to Ibrahim. As Milnes bowls through to the keeper. No run.
I've had a run out down there as well. Shubman Gill was run out by Gus Atkinson for 21. the most recent Indian wicket to fall. Jaiswal, LBW Atkinson for 2. KL Rahul was bowled by Chris Wokes for 14. Sundarsan, 28 not out, and Karan Nair is not out, 0. So they're 85 for 3 after 29, and rain has stopped play.
Milnes bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, and taken by Howie Duke in front of George Hill's head, I think, at first slip. So live wire, hasn't he, Howie Duke? If you haven't seen him in action, loads of energy, bouncing about all the time. Probably an annoying bloke to room with on tour, I would imagine. Just settle down, Harry. Bowls, and that's played to mid-on the run.
Yeah, there's an energy about him, isn't there?
Yes. Which is good to watch from the sidelines, but I bet you get too much of it. It'd be a bit annoying after a bit. You'd have to give him a clip round the ear at some point, wouldn't you? Sort yourself out, Harry.
Can you imagine what it was like as a toddler?
Oh dear, he'd have been one of those ADH or whatever.
Finger in a video recorder type, wouldn't he? You know, don't touch that plug hole. Socket.
His delivery is through to the keeper. There's no run there.
He probably did put his finger in the socket with the energy he's got when he's out there.
Well, my friend Barry Chambers, who's used to be the Ireland media manager, his daughter's about 7 now, and he's at that age with kids, and they've got a live wire up in Northern Ireland. One of her friends, Danny McLaughlin, invited him round for a play date or whatever it was, and he tried to jump in the toilet. Which is the sort of thing 5 and 6 year olds do, I think, when they've probably had too much fizzy drink or sugar or something. But there we go.
Here's George Hill bowling to Daniel Hughes at the Peasholm Park end in the Scarborough sunshine, shouldering of arms there. No run. Just have a brief flick around the grounds again. They're playing at Northampton, where Northamptonshire 498 for 7 in response to Derbyshire's 377. It's tea up at the Riverside, where Surrey are batting for a second time. Durham 344 all out as Hill is in, and Hughes plays to Imam, coming in from square on the offside. No run. Sorry, 64 for 1 from 16 overs. They required just 112 more runs to win again. And
is that going to be good news for Durham? Not really, because
it's definitely not going to be good news for Durham. No,
that's going to put them into the relegation.
Essex 602 for 6 they made. Warwickshire 307 for 5. George Hill has just switched to over the wicket here to Hughes, who's leaving one slanted across him. Left-handed, of course, Daniel Hughes. So Warwickshire 295 runs behind Essex with 5 wickets remaining. If they end up getting wrapped up fairly quickly, then they're going to have a job on saving that one at Chelmsford. It's tea as well in the match between Hampshire and Worcestershire down at New Road. Hampshire 293 all out, Worcestershire 249 all out, so not so far from parity. 44 runs the difference between the sides. How valuable could that 44 runs be as far as Hampshire are concerned? And they too, well, both sides desperate for wins there. Worcestershire goes without saying, they're cast adrift at the bottom, and Hampshire are hovering in that group of whatever it is, 3-4 teams above the bottom 2. Hughes just played another one out square on the offside, and there was no run. We know as well that it was already abandoned for the day at Cheltenham, and that one looking unlikely to come to a conclusion. Middlesex 445, Gloucestershire 54 for 1. Hasn't been much in the way of play possible over the 3 days, as that one, another leave by Hughes to a ball slanted across him by George Hill. Tea also at Trent Bridge. Somerset made 438, of course, first up. Nottinghamshire 387 for 4. 51 runs behind them, that is, with 6 wickets remaining. but time also beginning to run out on that match. And then Lancashire batting for a second time, 5 without loss, needing 468 more runs to beat Glamorgan at Old Trafford. Still, of course, tomorrow to go there, as there is at all our matches. And then finally, last but not least, Leicestershire 471 in Division 2, of course. Kent 217 for 3 in the 79th over of their first innings reply. Still 254 adrift, but with 7 wickets remaining. George Hill has just bowled one short of length, and that was a very dangerous waft from Daniel Hughes. An exchange of a word or two between George and Daniel after the ball has gone. 28 for 3 at the end of that over. And again, just a bit like the run out earlier, not the sort of shot really that if you're sitting on the Sussex bench at this moment in time you want to see.
We're going to get a bit of early spin, I think.
Early spin. Let's just check in on how long's left in this one, DT, as well, of course. But I think we resumed for this innings with 44 overs remaining on day 3. And yeah, just the 1 over to come now before tea.
I mean that Danny Ibrahim is to be surrounded by close catches. Slip, leg slip, forward short leg, silly mid-off. We've seen wickets fall on the stroke of intervals, haven't we, during this game? I wonder whether you just fancy taking a 4th here. 28 for 3. Off spinner over the wicket. See if he can get some turn. He bowls that one, and there's oohs and ahs. Pushed through fairly quickly. Looking for that bit of rough that there is outside the right-handers off stump, because a lot of the bowlers have been bowling around the wicket. It's far more prevalent these days than ever it used to be. The next ball is pushed to the forward short leg. Waiting, crouched. Best bowls to him. He covers up, defends. He's still got just that one scoring shot, which was the nice clip off his legs to the bleachers boundary. Yes. Holes, and batsman through for a single. He played that just backward a point. Blythe has run to get it, but if he has an argument with Matthew Revis, who actually did do the fielding, I think there'll be only one winner there. I think Revis must be almost twice Lythe's size. Very big man. Same for fielders are going to surround Daniel Hughes. He's a left-hander. Virtually got forward short leg and the bat pad changing position. Best bowls, and let's push to Wharton, who's the bat pad. And he never ever really find a successful name for that. He's a silly mid-off or something. He's not really bat pad. Best bowls, and very nearly gets a hand underneath that, and that diving forward, getting to him just on the bounce, and that is tea. Yorkshire will be delighted with that. Sussex going in 29 for 3, still trailing by a lot of runs. They're under 300, aren't they? What was the lead? It was...
the 294 runs behind. Yep.
294 runs.
Hughes on 17, Ibrahim on 5. And Yorkshire cock-a-hoop at the moment. Just a dozen overs into the Sussex second innings. The players leave the field then for the 20-minute break. Sussex in a lot of trouble with a big hole to dig themselves out of, and as I say, Yorkshire at the moment, well, they are enjoying life in the Scarborough sunshine. We'll take a breather while the players do. And for those of you on Sports Extra 2, I'll hand you back to Kevin Howells. Welcome back from North Marine Road in Scarborough then, where in their second innings, Sussex struggling on 29 for 3 and a deficit therefore of 294 runs, with Daniel Ibrahim on 5 and Daniel Hughes on 15. Adrian Harms is alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, to bring you this first little spell post-tea.
I went for a walk at tea time around the outfield, and there was probably about 20 games of cricket going on with dads and kids and all sorts of people. It's lovely to see on the outfield. And big queue for the ice cream van. The only shame was there's nothing going on in the marquee, Doidge, in the Jonathan Doidge marquee. Lots of lovely flowers. I guess maybe it's the 7th day of the festival, so maybe sort of the corporate entity has slightly run out a little bit, but nothing going on in the marquee. But you know, when you're walking around, it seems like there's an awful lot of people here out on the pitch. Yeah, well done Scarborough for allowing people on to play cricket, and that's what it should be, really, isn't it? But as for the match, I've met a couple of very disgruntled Sussex supporters on my travels, as you would imagine. I mean, it's like being sort of 5-0 down at half-time, isn't it, in a Premier League match? But Sussex have got it all to do, put it that way. Jack White's going to get us underway from the Peacehold Park end of the ground, running into bowl to the right-handed Daniel Ibrahim. He's in on bowls, and Ibrahim is straight on his way with a little clip. Backward of square, don't go for 2. Throw comes in just a single to Ibrahim. He goes to 5, and the total to 29. I think it's 29 for 1. It was 29 for 3, not for 1 at all. Let's go to 30, and Ibrahim goes to 6. So Sussex need 323 if they're going to make Yorkshire bat again and avoid a second successive innings defeat. It's a long way to go, and they're going to need this man Daniel Hughes to make some runs. In comes wide to Moles, and Hughes defends down the onside. Daniel Hughes, whenever he plays the ball in front of him, he's got this habit of he likes to retrieve the ball for the bowler and picks it up and throws it back very obligingly. But he will feel that run out of tunnel what was down to him, wasn't it? I mean, it was a poor call. It was a brilliant piece of fielding. Let's take nothing away from him, because he swooped, picked up, probably just had one stump to hit the brilliant piece. It was a real cost of Ian. White balls to Hughes, who's faced the yellow run, and then do some terrific tired looking shot, I thought, having a flash at one outside the off stump. And Sussex suddenly 3 down, and with an absolute mountain to climb to have any chance of saving this game. And I don't think they're going to get any help from the weather either, because lots of blue sky around. We've got another 32 overs, well 32 overs including this one tonight. Yorkshire understandably cock a hoop. White, with 3 slips and a gully, makes his way in around the wicket bowls to Hughes, and Hughes is full crumbs. Please don't do that. He plays it out to the offside and always sets off for a single. And Dan Ibrahim was sort of on his starting blocks then. Sussex cannot afford another. Well, they can't afford to lose another wicket, let alone to a silly run out.
You get yourself stuck in various positions of the batting side here, can't you? There's the one where you just get stuck because you're just defending to play time, and then you're waiting for a ball with your name on it. And then there's the other one where you sort of think, well, let's just go play our natural game and keep it ticking and that sort of thing. And then, you might take a risky run.
White round the wicket bowls. Hughes defends down the offside of the track, no run. I mean, Sussex haven't lost this game yet, but they look as if they probably, it's going to take something miraculous not to avoid defeat. It's going to mean that they go into this break. I mean, in some ways you could say it's a good time to have a 4-week or 5-week break, whatever it is. It's actually about a 5-week break, because the next round of matches doesn't start, I think, until the 9th of September, Doidge. It's a long time. There's no championship cricket in August. There's obviously the One Day Cup, and players like Daniel Hughes doesn't play in the One Day Cup, so there's been a lot of time off for these players. In comes White and Moles. Hughes defends out into the offside. There is no run. Players going to the 100, other players in the One Day Cup. Some of the Sussex players might feel they need a bit of a rest if they've had a couple of defeats. But the Yorkshire lads just probably want to keep playing and playing. End of the over. I'd better go and do my update, Doidge, with the score on 30 for 3.
Yep, those Sussex supporters who who might want to take a crumb of comfort from this match that took place earlier in the campaign. Yorkshire supporters will know exactly what I'm going to allude to, but the match down at Chelmsford against Essex, the close on day 3 in their second innings. Essex were 64 for 4, 456 runs behind Yorkshire and in a seemingly hopeless position, but then spent 2 sessions without losing a wicket until the very last ball of the afternoon session on that final day. And then, of course, Yorkshire took 4 quick enough wickets in the final session, couldn't get the last one, and had to be were frustrated into drawing a match that I think we all felt they should have won. That delivery from Sutherland, wide of off stump. First up, he's starting the final session on day 3 from the Trafalgar Square end, and Ibrahim left it. George Hill at first slip, Adam Lyth at second, Finlay Bean is positioned as per at third, and Don Bess has gone in at gully with Sutherland now bowling. Jack White down at long leg, James Wharton at mid-wicket, Imam at mid-on, as Ibrahim drops this next Sutherland delivery into the offside. Matt Milnes up at mid-off, doing a bit of ball polishing, and Matthew Revis still basking in that career best 152 not out. Is at point. So 30 now for 3. 10 runs added since that third wicket went down. Sutherland, the chief, as Mick Lewis was saying when he came up to the box for the first hour this morning. Bowls again. And that one run out to Revis coming in from point. Another dot ball. So plenty of positives to say about Will Sutherland, who of course, when Anthony McGrath and Mick Lewis were at Essex, they'd, I think, signed at one point. Not sure if he actually played or if it was just a very short spell there, but well known to Mick Lewis from his Victoria connections. Nicely played here by Ibrahim. Ball from Sutherland that was around about hip height as he took it, but just misdirected down beyond leg stump and flicked away. You'll have heard the thud on the advertising hoardings for 4. 34 for 3. 289 run deficit.
Hello.
1 or 2 excited gulls around pitch side. Flying overhead as Sutherland comes in with that busy run up that he's got. Just wide of off stump, and Ibrahim happy to leave it. Peripheral movement still post tee. Looks like the Greek food stall away to our left, still doing pretty good trade. Fish and chip van still open as well. Sutherland in once again, similar delivery to the previous one, and Ibrahim happy to shoulder arms. Sussex more than happy for any easy leaves they're going to get between now and the end of this match, I'm sure. Every ball, an extra bit of energy expended. Ball getting older. They'll have, if they need to get that deep into the game, chance of a second new ball at some point tomorrow. Jack White is going to continue from the Peasholm Park end of the ground then.
In their second innings, needing another 82.
Daniel Hughes not out on 17, 3 slips and a gully.
217 for 3, replied to the Lettish total of 400.
White comes in past umpire Kettleborough, good delivery, angled in towards the lefty. Puff of dust from Jack White's feet as he goes through tells you that the pitch now, which groundsman John Dodds told me yesterday, just had a bit of moisture in it on day 1. Appears to be completely out of the ground. That was angled in and went past Hughes on the rise towards the gloves of Harry Duke. 34 for 3. White, the latest Yorkshire headband warrior. A fellow called Brooks, who got nicknamed that by my predecessor. And good delivery again from Jack White, and just drawn into having a flick at that one, Daniel Hughes. He's going to go down and do a bit of gardening. A gent with a couple of pints in hand as he walks past down beneath us, must have a bit of a thirst on. Late on day 3. It's tough work, all that watching, as Harmsy will testify. So 34 for 3 still. Ibrahim, the non-striking end, on 10. And Hughes remaining on 17. Yet to score since the tea break, but he will do now because he's going to get 4 down through fine leg. Jack White. Again, coming round the wicket to the lefty, but if he just strays slightly in line, there is no man down there. Hughes got a free hit, really, free flick. No danger of being caught, unless he got a leading edge on it somewhere. So another quartet runs-wise, 21 on the board to him. 38 for 3.
A couple of wickets have gone down at Durham. Surrey's still on course to beat Durham, Doidgy, but Surrey now 94 for 3. Steadingly, there are 80 odd.
Here comes White again. Leg Gully has just been moved in. Don Bess, in fact, has put himself there. That was wide of off stump and left by Hughes.
And the relevance of that result would be a win for Surrey and a win for Yorkshire here would put Durham into the relegation zone with 3 games to play. Lots to play for in September, not least. Is Durham Yorkshire the last game of the season?
It is, yeah.
It is. At Headingley?
Headingley, yeah.
Okay.
It's the only Headingley match left for Yorkshire this season. White turns then. This Pizon Park end leaves us behind and bowls now, and this time Hughes has to play a delivery round about off stump. Back of length slightly. Safely negotiates that.
Dan Ibrahim, I was talking about Dan Ibrahim last night. One of the Yorkshire members came and spoke to me about his innings at Headingley back in those COVID times. I think it was the first match after COVID, Doidgy, when he made that half century that made him the youngest half centurion in the championship.
I remember now, yeah.
I mean, he came back long periods of time. He made a very good 100 up at Durham a few weeks ago. He batted for a very long time, and Sussex need more of that today.
Here's White and Hughes playing this one down backward of point and fielded out there by Matt Milnes on the chase. They're going to get back for a comfortable 2. I wonder what these things are that people keep bringing back in. Is it a cone of chips or is it a wrap or something like that? See quite a few people eating those during the week.
Is it from the Greek?
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually.
Is it the gyros?
Yeah, they probably come round the back of the clubhouse. It's almost you see them coming in this entrance and exit here and think that they've probably gone off to a shop outside. But yeah, good shout.
It looks very nice, actually. Have you sampled it, Doidgy? Or?
No.
Okay. So, from the far end, is that going to be Sutherland who's bowling?
It is. He opened from that end at the start of the session.
We heard about this morning, captain of Victoria at 23. We were hearing this morning, and he's going to come in from the Trafalgar Square end, in and bowls to Ibrahim, and Ibrahim ducks inside the line, and that's just took it around the corner for 4 runs.
Yeah, a repeat really of it, more or less of a shot he played in the previous over. Sutherland just dragging it down.
Yeah. I just stepped inside the line and clipped it around the corner. Dan Ibrahim, he moves to 14, Sussex 44 for 3. Still the 3 slips in place.
Don Beth had just moved himself in at a leg slip.
Yeah.
I should imagine quite a lot of chat between the pair of them actually in terms of how they're going to approach it, because Sutherland obviously captain of Victoria, as we heard, at the age of 23. Don Best doing that job for Yorkshire in this match in the absence of Johnny Bairstow.
Well, he's bowling now with he's got a 7-2. No, he's got a 6-3 field. I didn't see the deep backward square or fine leg as in comes Sutherland racing in with the wicket bowl. Short pulled by Ibrahim. That's 4 runs. Good shot by Dan Ibrahim. He's not going to get himself tied down. So that first innings, he was defending, and then got out. But short ball, and he's going to make the most of it. I think it has to be the approach. Be as positive as you can.
Good job it didn't go anywhere near Jack White, who just stood there saying, I've no idea where that's gone.
Do you know, that's the umpteenth time that's happened today. Finn Hudson-Prentice happened a couple of times in the field. He didn't see where the ball... I don't know if he gets stuck in the background somewhere, but either way, boundary to Ibrahim, who goes to 18. Sutherland again, bowls, and that was very nearly a brilliant catch in the gully. I thought for a minute he got a hand on that. It's flashed away. Ibrahim's going to get 4 runs. He was playing away from his body. Let's just see a replay of this. Outside the off stump. Well, actually, it was a good delivery and came off the shoulder of the bat and flew past Gully, who I thought for a moment had caught that one-handed diving to his left-hand side. Who's that in the gully, Doidgy? It was a good effort.
Matthew Revis.
Right. Well, he's a tall man, Revis. That wasn't very far away. Back-to-back boundaries from Ibrahim. The second, not as convincing as the first. He goes to 22.
The first time I've seen him fielding there, actually.
Sutherland in again. Bowls. And Ibrahim defends onto the onside, and there is no run.
They tend to patrol the covers. Those outfield positions. Got a good arm, Matthew Revis. You don't often see him in close catching positions.
Adam Lythe is just making some sort of a point there to Matthew Revis. Not quite sure that's about. They're making some signals towards the Yorkshire dressing room.
Adam Lythe.
I think Revis might have hurt his elbow.
Yeah, and Adam Lythe has suggested he might move slightly closer to the third slip.
Sutherland in again, bowls to Ibrahim, who's right in behind this, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Actually, when Dan Ibrahim made that 100 up at Durham, he had to face on the last morning. The game was still up for grabs to an extent, and Matthew Potts bowled a very quick spell at Ibrahim, and it was a good test, and he came through that test. So he's used to these sort of conditions. I mean, there's a mountain for Sussex to climb. I'm sort of clutching at straws slightly, but he has proven he can do it. Sutherland in, bowls to Ibrahim, who drives smartly down the ground, nice shot. That's the third boundary of the over, and that was probably the best shot of them all. Slightly overpitched, and just eased it down the ground, did Ibrahim. He goes to 26, and Sussex to 56 for 3, and I think Matthew Revis is going to get a little bit of attention having dived for that catch. Do you think he got a finger to that, or do you think he's hurt his elbow? He's certainly leaving the field.
I'm guessing, I'm not sure. I don't know. But something not quite right, and Sussex have nearly doubled their score in the last 4 overs since the tea break. So beginning to race along, and of course attacking field.
I wonder if he just popped a finger there, Revis. I thought for a moment he doesn't seem to have damaged his elbow, does he?
He doesn't look in any particular pain.
No, he doesn't. No,
as he walks off.
No,
but he is walking off, and he has been replaced by Will Luxton, who's come in wideish mid-off, and Jack White is going to bowl here to Daniel Hughes. And, keeps him honest with a push to Will Luxton in the offside, no run. James Wharton gives the ball a good polish. He's certainly been in this match, James Wharton, throughout, one way or another.
So Hasib Hamid eventually made 208 for Nottinghamshire. I'm pretty certain he's passed 1,000 runs for the season.
So he comes in round the wicket here, Jack White, and solidly in behind it. Once again, Daniel Hughes strolling for James Wharton. Talking of strolling in, ladies, gents with beers in hand, making their way back in. Got to that time of day. Go on, we fancy an early interest at the bar. Fancy a pint, love. Right. That's on the fellas talking to each other. 56 for 3. Jack White, headband on, shirt untucked, wide of off stump and left by Hughes. No run, no deck chairs out any longer in front of the marquee, as you were suggesting earlier.
No, it's empty over there, George.
Quiet
Yeah,
today,
it is.
yeah.
Just reading, did you realise there's going to be cricket in the Olympics in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Yeah. Qualification will be decided on continents and playoff matches rather than the top 6 ranked sides. I don't know how they're going to fit all that in. I presume, yeah, it's going to be a 16 T20 tournament.
White turns again. Comes once more, bowls to Hughes, who's turned that one away backward of square leg. Imam comes into field from that position. Stroll through for 1 run. Hughes on to 24. 26 now to Ibrahim, who's hit several boundaries since he got in.
The matches are going to be played not in Los Angeles, but a place called Pomona. Have you heard of that, Doiji?
No.
Okay, 30 miles from Los Angeles, apparently. 2028. That was a sneaky question you asked last night about the Olympics as well, but we got it right.
Oh, you actually got one right.
We did get it right.
Here's White. This one turned off his legs by the right-handed Ibrahim. Will Luxton fields, no run. When they were still batting, I got a message from Adam Lythe over by the dressing room saying, could I send him the questions from last night?
Why?
Particularly the guest of the year ones. I'm guessing he was probably asking some of the lads.
Oh, I see, okay.
Testing their knowledge. It's quite good, those guest of the year questions.
I thought they were going to ask him the one about his highest score in T20 cricket.
White making his way in over the wicket. And another solid block by Ibrahim to complete that over at 57 for 3, which is a deficit of 266 runs. Batting still to do for Sussex. The ball getting, that little bit older already. 17 overs in.
Matthew Revis is back on the field, so whatever the reason for him going off, he's wandering back on. A bit more cloud around now, Doiji. Sussex will be pleased that they haven't lost another wicket since tea. It's going to be Will Sutherland who's going to carry on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Bowling with 3 slips and a gully is a point. Mid-off is just changing places with mid-wicket. So 3 slips a gully, point mid-off, mid-on, the straightish mid-wicket, and I assume there's a fine leg. Yes, there is. As in comes Sutherland, round the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who has nothing to do with a wide delivery that carries through waist-high to Harry Duke, and there is no run. Couple of other people queuing up for their gyros there, Doiji.
Yeah, nice. Bit of spice involved, and probably something like a bit of yogurt with it as well.
Nice. Sutherland again, bowls to Hughes, lets it go outside the off stump. There is no run. It's a maiden first-class century today for Ethan Bamber, former Middlesex player, now at Warwickshire. I can only imagine he came in as a night watchman.
He's bowled well at Yorkshire on several occasions previously. Ray and Sue Cooper, I've just got an email from a couple of hours ago that's popped up asking about admission. Is it free after tea? Well, you probably know already, Ray and Sue.
Is the answer yes?
I don't know.
All right.
Nobody's relayed any information to me on that front.
It's always free admission at Hove after tea. I thought that was pretty general around the county circuit, actually. Maybe it's...
Edward Harland says, I enjoyed your hour with Mick Lewis this morning. Sure you'll get your tickets and beer. Perhaps not everybody knows, besides the East to be racing and rugby history, Catherine, their mother, who I knew years ago, played international hockey for Ireland. That was when I mentioned David Easterby walking in earlier.
Sutherland in, bowls to Hughes, lets it go outside the off stump. They're on. We were talking about Hasib Hamid. He's now the leading Division 1 run scorer with a shade over 1,100 runs at an average of 80. So if you're looking at county cricketers in England, he ought to be quite high up the list, I would suggest. But it looks like Duckett and Crawley are pretty nailed on, doesn't it, at the minute? Sutherland in, bowls to Hughes, who drives elegantly through the covers. There's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot from Daniel Hughes. He goes to 28. And Sussex advance to 61 for 3, having at tea been 29 for 3. So runs are flowing for Sussex, and I think they just have to be positive in this situation. Yorkshire with a lot of runs to play for.
Yorkshire won't mind it, will they? Because whenever a shot's being played, there may be an opportunity to take a wicket.
Comes Sutherland, bowls Hughes again, lets that go. That was kind of way wide outside the off. Despite the howls, there is no run of the over. Harry Duker goes through his ritual of racing between the stumps, runs up to the far end of the ground. We've got another what have we got? 18 overs gone. We're going to get 44, we worked out. So what is that, Doige? Your math is another 26 overs to go this evening here at Scarborough.
Yep, James Hurl says, afternoon gents, enjoyable coverage. Listening and watching with my father from a sunny Shropshire. With all the talk of Matthew Revis's imperious first-class form, I thought I'd have a look at the wider divisional stats. From my brief research and GCSE level mathematics, I believe Matthew Revis now leads the Division 1 batting averages for players who've played more than 3 matches. 9 matches, 14 knocks, 5 not outs, 853 runs, averaging 94.78 according to James. Jack White continues at the Peasholm Park end, bowling to the right-handed Daniel Ibrahim, who turns that one to leg. No run. The next best is Hasib Hamid, who was 81.77 as an average before this latest round of matches. But Hamid, well, at the time of writing, he said he's currently 188 not out, and you said he's got what, 208? 208.
He's scored 3 doubles this season.
Yeah. So before this knock, this latest knock of 208, Hamid had made 1,063 at 81.77. White to Ibrahim, who defends into the offside. Feel free to fact check. Yeah.
Does that not take into account today's knock?
So before his latest knock, 1,063 runs. So stick on another 208. I'll make that 1,271. And if he was out, that's divided by 20.
Yeah. Yeah, he was run out.
So that'll be 63.55, I reckon. As in comes White, and that's wide of off stump and left. I haven't checked those stats, James, that I've just read out, but thank you for your considered email, and sure we'll at some point find the time to get stuck into that. Let's just see if Matthew Revis's score has gone on his seasonal stats. So the ball is back with Jack White once again. Revis tons in 3 successive championship matches and preceded that with a 93 not out as well at Trent Bridge. White in, Ibrahim right in behind that and defending. And so Matthew Revis, they haven't yet added his 152 on here, so let's have a look. 588 plus 152 is 740. I make that, including this knock, and it was not out, wasn't it? So divide that by coming into bowl to Ibrahim, who leaves one, which wraps him up on the thigh pad. And there is no run. And how many times has Matthew Revis been out? He's been not out 5 times now from 14 knocks. So I'll divide that by 9. 82.222 I got as his average. Unless I've missed something. But yeah, he's bang up there anyway.
He is.
There's a fair bit of cricket to play before the season's over.
We've got 3 more championship matches, Doidge.
61 for 3 here. Sussex second time around. Jack White bowling to Ibrahim. Gets the ball back of length and it's right over the top and defends to Sutherland. End of the over. Is 19 now gone, is it?
Yeah.
19. Yeah.
Partnership of 41 between these two, which has steadied the Sussex ship for the time being. Hughes and Ibrahim having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. Jack White chatting away to some of his... I wonder whether he might be given a bit of a breather while he's running down to his fielding position. It's going to be Sutherland who's going to carry on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, bowling to his Australian counterpart, Daniel Hughes, who waits the left-hander. 3 slips and a gully in place. Sutherland races in, bowls to Hughes, who, well, you have to say it's a good leave. I guess if you lose, you're off peg. You think it isn't a good leave, but Hughes let that go. Let's just see a replay. And there's always a howl from behind the stumps, isn't there? Suggesting it was perhaps close as it was. Here we go. Let's see this again. Yeah, missed the off stump by very much, but you have to say that's a good leave by Hughes, who was involved in that pretty calamitous run out. Saw Tom Alsop on his way without scoring. Sutherland in, bowls Hughes much wider of the off stump, and Hughes just lets that go through to keeper Duke, and there is no run. It was Daniel Hughes' call. It was played out into the offside. It was a brilliant piece of fielding by Iman, who picked it up, swooped him through probably one stump to Amat, hit the stump, and Tom Alsop was run out by a distance. In fact, Tom didn't even look at the umpire, did he? He just kept on going. He knew he was out. But Daniel Hughes will know that it was a poor call. He's doing his best to resurrect the situation as in comes Island Bowls, and again Hughes lets that go outside the off stump. Again it's taken by Duke, and again it is no run. Hughes wanders down and does a bit more gardening.
Yeah, Will Sutherland, just before I go and let DT come in, he's not bowled that much in Championship cricket for Yorkshire because he got that broken toe that Mick Lewis referred to. He's taken just 3 wickets at 62 so far. He strikes me as a big sort of, he's got the bustling run, he's a big energy sort of bowler, isn't he, really, In
and bowls again, and Hughes is right behind this, plays it into the gully, fielded by Best. There is no run.
Hit the pitch, which I guess is no surprise coming from where he does.
Be disappointed with that though, Doidge. Just 3 wickets. At 60. I think Lewis was he was very enthusiastic about him and his potential. Captain of Victoria, but hasn't quite hit his straps here in the Championship. He's coming in now to bowl to Hughes. He's in and bowls, and Hughes just hasn't had to play a delivery in this over, has he? Just lets the ball sail past outside the off stump, and Hughes wanders away to square leg. He will know if Sussex have got to have any hope of saving this game. Much rests on the shoulders of Daniel Hughes. As he goes down, does a bit of gardening, but every over, every ball that goes by is another over out this Kookaburra ball. Sussex battling away. Doidge is taking a break. DT is going to come back and join us. Sorry, Dave. As in comes Sutherland bowls, and Hughes edges, but I think it was a controlled edge, if there is such a thing. The ball bounces in front of second slip, and there is no run. Another over slips by, 61 for 3. Ibrahim on 26, Hughes is on 28. If you just joined us and wondering about the story of the day, well, Yorkshire eventually declaring on 545 for 9. Matthew Revis, a wonderful 100, a personal best score from him of 157. George Hill, good knock of 75.
George Hill.
Eventually declaring with a lead of 323, and Sussex then slumping to 20 for 3, with Haynes for 7, Allsop and Coles both well scoring back in the pavilion, but Hughes and Ibrahim doing their best here to wrestle things around for Sussex.
So it's Hill bowling and pushes that into the onside. No run there. Just saw Paul Farbrace briefly yesterday. He said he'd come up and have a chat with us today, but on days like this, I am not a brave enough man to go down and say, Farby, would you like to go and have a word with us? Adrian managing to throw his kit all around and lose his headset, and Hill bowls, and a nice shot by Ibrahim. Well fielded, but they've got a single, a diving stop there.
John, have you seen Doidgy? He suddenly said, I've got to go, and he's gone off with his red notebook.
Oh, he's going to have a wander around the...
Yeah, he looked like he was in a hurry. He looked as if I reckon he'd got a scoop, you know. Just the way that he scuttled out the press box without saying anything.
No, he's always going to commentate up till about 5 o'clock and then go for a wander for half an hour. Hill bowls, and that's pushed down by Hughes this time into the... He tried to find the gap between third slip and gully, didn't do so. Few gulls swooping. You see, the word gets round in the gull community that it's that time of year again. You have a quick flight down to North Marine Road, you'll pick up a few chips and maybe a half-eaten bit of fish if you're lucky. Some mushy peas around for sure. Hill bowls, and that's punched by Hughes off the back foot square. The wicket doesn't get a run. 62-4-3, and this time they know this is when the food's
They do.
most likely to be found.
Well, I guess while Notts and Somerset are taking points off each other down at Trent Bridge, Surrey look like they're going to increase their lead at the top of the championship. They were 1 point clear going into this round, but they're going to pick up a good haul of points at Durham.
Hill bowls, and that's through to the keeper. No run. Surrey are like they're like Manchester City in the football, aren't they? You know, they've just got so much more resources than anybody.
I'm just looking at who they've got left to play. They've got to play Warwickshire at the Oval. They've got to play Nottinghamshire at the Oval. That could be an interesting battle. Then their final game is at Utilita against Hampshire. So that's potentially a title decider. Notts v Surrey.
Hill bowls, and Hughes looks for the drive through cover and ends up with a thickish inside edge going up to mid-on. No run.
Things have settled down a bit since tea.
It's but what'll that be? Four championships in a row for Surrey, won't it?
Yeah.
But the sort of thing they do that annoys me is signing somebody like Dan Worrell from Gloucestershire. Obviously, he's been offered a whole lot more money to go up there, and he's done extremely well for them, helped them win the title, etc., etc. And the score is 62-3, and it's just they have got that much more talent available. Sutherland is building up a head of steam there, and that's pushed up to mid-on, no run. So your bowling coach outside.
Yes, James Kirtley chatting away to Grant Flower, bowling and batting coach respectively, getting a view from right behind, well, pretty much behind the bowler's arm. Of course, we're getting ready now. There's all sorts of travel logistics going on after this game for Sussex. I'll explain in a moment.
Sutherland bowls. That's popped. Hits.
On the
Hughes on the hand. Ibrahim on the hand and on the glove, and it's ballooned towards gully. And fallen well short of Don Bess, who's still on the ground. He likes the attention, does Don Bess. Always doing something to catch the eye in the middle there. Still on his knees, he's getting up now. The ball's making its way back to the bowler. It was one of those that if you knew it was going to balloon there, he'd have been able to run forward and catch it, but it was that little sort of second, a half second, realising where it is and you're too late. Next delivery turned into the onside by Ibrahim, and there's no run.
He's just rigging that right hand, isn't he, Ibrahim?
Well, I'm not surprised. That ball, Sutherland's working up a bit of pace, and that ball clattered into his bottom hand, was it?
To his bottom hand, yeah. The last thing Sussex need is to lose someone with any sort of injury, but he's batting. He doesn't look at any discomfort, to be fair.
It's Sutherland again. Bowls, and that's through outside the off stump. No run. He looks well organised, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. I think he's one of these players. I mean, he would have known going into this game, particularly picking up a duck in the first innings, that he needs some runs, despite that 100 up at Durham. And I just want he's one of these players. He just needs a start. But having got to 27, I just feel some of that pressure beginning to lift. But he's been much more positive than he was in the first innings, which is perhaps the key.
Sutherland bowls. Not positive there. Well, positive defensive shot there.
Yeah.
Pushing it up to mid-off.
Yes, Sussex have now... I mean, all the counties are all over the place, aren't they, with this one-day cup. But Sussex's first game is up in Northumberland, I think, on Tuesday. So I think there's all sorts of logistics with some players who have got to go back to Sussex for some reason, others who are going to go straight to Northumberland. It does seem an awful lot of travel and hotel expense and various things. That should have been regionalised.
Organisation is Sutherland bowls that through to the keeper, no run at all. A couple of seasons ago, that's the end of the over, 62 for 3. A couple of seasons ago, Gloucestershire coming up here for a one-day game.
Yeah.
But something like this, why? What I would quite like to see with the One Day Cup, because they don't play enough games. If Gloucestershire have got to come all the way up here, why don't they play one game on Tuesday, one game on Thursday?
Yeah,
you
make it
double. Two matches. Why not? What's the problem with that?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's but also I do wonder as well with the one day, because a lot of younger players as well. Would that not be better done on some sort of regional basis? I know people say, well, then you play the same sides all the time, but. Here goes George Hill racing in, bowls to Hughes, who has a little nibble at that one outside the off stump, taken by Duke, and there is no run. But it certainly does seem slightly bonkers, and I think actually Yorkshire are coming down to Hove. I haven't, because the BBC aren't covering the One Day Cup this year. I haven't taken a huge note of who's playing where. So let's just have a little look and see what goes on with the One Day Cup, because I think there is a lot of travelling involved. Certainly last year, break off as in comes Hill again, bowls Hughes, let's go outside the off stump. Sussex went to York, they went to Welbeck Colliery up near Chesterfield, they went to Neath. It was a horrendous amount of travel and driving.
But even that, as if you played. If you went down to Neath, played Glamorgan, and then played in Gloucestershire in Bristol a couple of days,
yes, that would make
it would make sense.
No, it would. No, I agree.
It's
Yellin again, bowls to Hughes, defends into the offside. There is no run. So on Tuesday, Sussex play Durham at Gosforth, and then on Thursday they are back at Hove, playing Kent, Arundel actually, playing Kent. There should be a good crowd there. Then they go to Lords, so that's not so bad. Where do they go after that? Hill is back to the end of his mark. Adjustment to the field, still got the 3 slips in place. Bowls, and Hughes hits that firmly, and that's 4 runs. Good shot by Daniel Hughes, bit too much width from George Hill, and melted away by Daniel Hughes. Disturbs a family enjoying a pizza over by the marquee. But Hughes picks up another boundary. He goes to 32. Sussex to 66 for 3. Then they're at home to Lancashire, so Lancs have got to go to Hove. Sussex then go to Northampton, which I guess isn't that bad.
Well,
So actually looking, it's not too. Then they're at home to Somerset. So still a fair amount of travelling. In comes Hill Bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Duke behind the stumps, and there is no run. That being said, I've enjoyed the 50 over competition in the last couple of seasons. There's been some good games. It's been an opportunity to see some of the younger players in action, and actually the games have been really well attended, unsurprisingly, because it's August and school kids are on holiday and they want to watch some cricket. And with some decent weather around, there's been some really good, very well attended at Hove, and I'm sure there'll be a good attendance at Arundel.
50 overs games are good cricket as well.
Yeah, they are. In comes Hill and Bowls outside the off stump, taken by Duke, who sets off on his sprint to the other end of the pitch. 66 for 3, 32 to Hughes, 27 to Ibrahim, and these two have added now 45 for the Sussex 4th wicket. They've still got a mountain to climb of Sussex, but at least they're in the foothills as they make their way up.
Yeah, they have. I mean, these two really have got to bat through tonight, or one of them certainly has got to be there at the close. To go into the final day with only 5 wickets or less in hand is no position to beat. And you start a new over from Sutherland, and that's played defensively into the offside by Ibrahim. No run. It's just a bit. You must be able to program a computer, surely, to come up with. And there's all this talk these days about the environment and not travelling as much as, minimising your travelling and things like that, which the ECB play, all keen on. As next delivery is pushed back down the pitch, no run to be had there, and then they produce a set of fixtures that has teams
all over across the
travelling all over the country.
No, it's a very good point. Actually, talking about games up in the north, off a bad light at Durham, with Surrey needing another 41 runs to win with 7 wickets remaining. So I don't think it's forecast to rain all day in Durham tomorrow. So it very much looks like Surrey are on course to win there. Maybe not tonight. Must be gloomy because they've had the benefit of the floodlights up in Durham.
Sutherland, very straight approach, bowls. Very correctly in defence. There is Ibrahim. It's a bit gloomy up north. Marty will have had a good day with Mark Church and Kit Harris. 66 for 3.
A few people wandering out, Dave, but I think fiddle for the day.
No, this is next ball is striking Ibrahim on the pad, but a bit high, and we've seen
lacked a bit of conviction, didn't it? The appeal.
Yeah, the people leaving around this time. Callie used to have this theory that it was the early sitting for dinner in the B&Bs, but just how often that goes on these days that people actually come and book themselves into a B&B and have the half board, as they call it, breakfast and dinner. I'm sure that doesn't happen very often these days. Maybe I'm wrong. Sutherland to Abraham bowls and defended into the offside, no run, and that's why they all disappear at 5:30. I think it's more likely that they're disappearing to get back to the B&B, have a shower and a brush up, and go out. A bit like yourself, off for an early Italian tonight at Pomodoro.
I am. Yeah, I booked the table.
You have?
Yeah, but I had to book. When I booked, I tried to book one for 7, and he couldn't do anything till 7:30.
Yeah, he'd probably be busy. You'll find a table for us, though.
Well, I know you're regulars.
Comes Sutherland, bowls, and covering up goes Ibrahim. Did you speak to Alessandra?
I've
No, you didn't ask his name, did you?
And it was a lady who answered the phone.
Oh, well, it wasn't Alexander. It was a gentleman who told us the other day he's approaching 50. He looks a lot younger than that. Very interesting character.
66 for 3 at the end of the over. As you talk about eating around Scarborough, we, because Georgie had his quiz last night, I decided to have fish and chips before the quiz, and I'm glad I did because it didn't finish till quite late. We went to the north, I think it was called the North yeah.
I bet there was a queue. I bet there were people in front of it.
There was, and my ticket number was, I think, 134. And as I got in there, they were just calling out 120 to get there. So, but it was excellent fish and chips, I have to say. And as we came out, the queue was even longer than when we went in. In comes George Hill around the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes. Lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Duke, and there is no run. We've got another 20 overs to be bowled tonight.
It was that busy. I was here over the weekend. It was that busy on Saturday that I gave up in the end. I just I went down to Renard's on the corner there, sort of stretched my legs and whatever.
Good fish and chip job as well, doesn't it?
Oh yes, seaside fish and chips.
Hill in bowls, Hughes is forward and plays defensively into the offside. There is no run.
Then the stepdaughter came over. She lives down in Snaith, which is sort of down Gould Hole way down there somewhere. I had to drive up on the Sunday, and fish and chips. You don't have fish and chips on a Sunday. Ended up having a roast. You can't. So there's something intrinsically wrong, isn't there, about having fish and chips on a Sunday?
Hill in bowls, Hughes defends into the offside. There is no run. We're joined by listeners to Sports Extra 2 here at Scarborough, where we've been uninterrupted throughout the whole match by rain or bad light. High cloud, patches of blue above the ground. If you're just joining us for the first time, an eventful day. Yorkshire eventually declaring on 545 for 9. Matthew Revis with a career best 157 not out. A lead of 323 over Sussex. As Hill is in around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who punches into the offside and takes a quick single fielded at mid-off by Wharton. One more to Daniel Hughes, the Australian. He goes to 33 and Sussex to 67 for 3. So Sussex set the unenviable task of clearing 323 before they got into positive territory. Made an awful start. They were soon 20 for 3. Haynes out for 7. Disastrous run out, Tom Alsop for a duck, call through for a single by Daniel Hughes, which really wasn't on at all. An excellent bit of fielding by Iman, hit the stumps. Hit it again, bowls to Ibrahim, who defends into the offside, and there is no run as a very noisy seagull comes and nestles on top of the commentary box. And then the very next ball, James Coles, who's been in such good form for Sussex this season, flashing at a wide ball outside the off stump from Milnes. He was out first ball at that stage. Sussex 20 for 3, and we were beginning to think at that stage whether this might be all over today. But Daniel Ibrahim, the 21-year-old, has come in and played very solidly alongside Hughes, and Sussex just clawing their way back bit by bit as it comes. Hill and bowls to Ibrahim. There's a loud appeal. That was a good shout. Ibrahim was back. He
kept low as well.
He did get a bit of a tangle. Umpire
it's Richard Kettleborough
says not out. We'll see a replay of this.
He doesn't get too many wrong, Kettleborough, but no, I think it might just have been a bit high.
Yeah, good shout. George Hill was imploring Richard Kettleborough to give it out, but he doesn't do so. So it is the end of the over. Sussex are 67 for 3 with Hughes on 33, Ibrahim on 27. I'm Adrian Arms, Dave Townsend next to me, Jonathan Doidge, our third commentator. Yorkshire very much in the ascendancy, but Dave, Sussex at least making Yorkshire battle away, but it's a mountain to climb. 323 before Yorkshire will need to bat again. And a Yorkshire win here with the bonus points accrued so far would mean that Yorkshire would close to within a point of Sussex in a relegation battle, which is starting to involve 3, 4, maybe 5 sides.
And where would Durham be in relation?
Yes, well, Durham would be in the bottom 2 if they lose to Surrey. That does look almost
Yorkshire
certain. And Yorkshire win, yeah. And Durham has still got to play Yorkshire. That's the final game of the season. And Yorkshire have still got to come to Hoves. There's all sorts of if, buts and maybes as we go into September.
Bit of spin now. Dominic Best bowling, and Went around the bat. Slip, leg slip. Bat pad on the offside and forward short leg. All looking for the little edge from Hughes, who plays that one into the ground on the bounce to James Wharton, who's in there very close on the offside. Alga square end. Bowls, and there's a big appeal for LBW. Not happening. That would have to have turned a lot, I think, to get the umpire raising the finger there, but the pressure on again with the off spinner. Bowling to Hughes, and that would just bounce just a little bit. Played down backward a square. No run. We saw for a period yesterday, Adrian, when the ball really started to pop and do things for the spinners.
It did.
Around this time of the day. And I wonder whether we'll see something similar to that tonight. Hughes just taking a while just to settle himself. Best bowls to him again, and he clips that one wide of mid-on, gallops off for a single. Oh dear. And
Athletic by Duke.
A bit of a wild throw. An apology there from Jack White as Duke took it. Well, that's how he duked for you. You get the feeling he'd rather take them like that than just over the top of the stumps, than sort of flying one-handed. And
well, it's goalkeeper style.
Oh, he certainly got. He certainly got bags of energy. I say he'd be that uncontrollable kid, wouldn't he, as a 6-year-old, running around, and everybody else sitting down at the party. Next delivery is pushed into the onside by Ibrahim. No run there. The end of the over. A couple of LBW appeals in the last couple of overs from Yorkshire, but Sussex weathering the storm.
They are. An increasingly glorious evening. Lots of blue sky above the ground. The sun
You were worried about there being bad light?
Well, and Doidgy laughed at me when I said the light wasn't great earlier on today, but they're off at Durham for bad light. But here, the light couldn't be better. Lots and lots of blue sky, and so I don't think the weather's going to come to Sussex's rescue, nor should it, because they've been outplayed in this game really since the start, making 222, and as you said, Dave, that could have been a lot worse, because Sussex at one stage were 150 for 9. And then this morning, as Yorkshire looked to step on the accelerator, 161 runs in the session Yorkshire scored. George Hill running in. He batted very nicely this morning, bowls to Daniel Hughes, but that's a delivery that's wide of the off stump, and Daniel Hughes has nothing to do with it, the left-hander.
It looked
the ball go through to Duke.
He looked as though he got a bit of it back, didn't he, this morning, George Hill. He's not had a good season with the bat, but I think when he's playing that front foot pull over mid wicket or out towards cow corner, that's when he's really confident with the bat, when he's really in, and he hit a cracking 6 down the ground as well.
He's on his way again, running away from us, and bowls to Hughes, who defends a ball just short of a length into the offside. There is no run. Yes, he made 75. George Hill today said a partnership of 140 with Matthew Revis, who went on to be undefeated on 157. And the key to the partnership, Dave, was the fact they scored so quickly, and Sussex just couldn't find a way of plugging the gaps. And the scoreboard was racing along at the best part of 5.5, 6 and over, which really set up the declaration for Yorkshire. And again, bowls to Hughes. Does it nick that behind? They think they've got their man. Umpire Hartley says, no, that is not out. That's the umpteenth time that's happened, with Yorkshire trying to convince the umpire that Daniel Hughes has got a little nick on it.
Well, usually it's because the ball has gone between bat and pad and is just to flick the thigh pad or something as it's gone through. And Hill didn't even turn around to look at the umpire, which I think is an offence, is it not?
That's a good delivery, isn't it?
Ooh, they were up immediately, and
I don't, looking at the slip corner, I'm not sure they were totally convinced, but it was a terrific delivery by Hill. It really was. He's in again, bowls, and he's past the outside edge of Daniel Hughes again. I think credit to Daniel Hughes. I think on that occasion he pulled the bat inside the line.
Yeah, you can often tell with a slightly false appeal, can't you? Maybe on the stream we'll get a better view from this angle, and No, I don't think he was too close to that, George. But you can often tell, can't you, the false appeal. There's just that little split of a split second where they're not appealing, and then they're really giving it everything. And
well, he's got 3 slips waiting should there be an edge. 3 men saving 1 in the covers as George Hill races away from us. The sun disappears. He bowls to Daniel Hughes, who's up on his toes and steers that to backward point, and there is no run. So 3 in the covers. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep square leg down in front of the tea room at the far end of the ground. Do you ever venture down to the tea room, Dave?
I do. Have a wander around the ground. I can't say I'm a patron of the tea room, but it's quite nice just to stand out on the balcony, watch a couple of balls when you're doing
doing a lap.
A lap.
Hill in again, bowls, Hughes drive sweetly to mid-off, fielded by Wharton, and there is no run. The end of a tidy over from Hill, a maiden over, 66 for 3, 34 to Hughes, 21 to Ebram. We could tell it's the tea room because on the top of the roof there are the words written at tea room, and people sitting on the balcony with the white fence in front of it. The sun is out and Scarborough is looking a picture away to our left-hand side. The dignitaries are sitting on the balcony away to our left-hand side. I can see the chairman of Sussex there with his wife enjoying the cricket in the sunshine. And in complete contrast to the weather in the south of England today, which I think has been pretty miserable. The weather has been pretty good here, and increasingly so. It's a lovely sunny evening here in Yorkshire, and we've got another 17 overs to go tonight.
Dom Bess starts the first of them, and he's going to be bowling to the right-hander. Now there's a foot mark. You know, this it's becoming more and more prevalent these days that fast bowlers just automatically bowl round the wicket to left-handers. And if you've been out in the middle there, you see there's a foot mark in an awkward place. Certainly if Bess can hit it, and he hasn't hit it with that one, because Ibrahim has just played it back quietly past him. But it wasn't a problem that right-handers used to face very often, only if they have a left-arm bowler. As Ibrahim going back across his stumps, left arm over would be creating those sort of problems. But it's a real little target out there, I think, for Dom Bess. You see, comes in from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls, and there's a big shout for an LBW, and again not out. No movement there from umpire Hartley.
They're all leaping about, aren't they?
Dom Bess is not amused.
He's not.
So this one would all be about that. Well, it's pitching outside, hitting him outside the line. If he's playing a shot to that can't be out. But, well, never mind.
He's just getting slightly trapped on the crease, Dan Ibrahim. I noted a couple of deliveries before. He was going to get down the track a little bit.
Best bowls to him again, and plays defensively to James Wharton bat pad on the offside. Catching will go down as forward goes Ibrahim again and plays defensively. George has just tried to break my hand by throwing his phone at it. Yes. So he's now going to come in and.
Well, I'm going to go. But,
well, did you just wait a minute? We've got you've got to have to keep talking.
Yes, I'll keep
then George will come in here, and then I'll move down there, and everyone will be happy.
Well, Georgie's returned, actually. He's got his red book with him, and the fact that he scurried out of the press box, I was speculating that Georgie had got a scoop, and he was running around the ground with his red notebook to pick up some vital information. Anyway, I'd better go, because I think I'm being summoned. I'll speak to you later.
George Hill bowling to Hughes, who's just run that one down to third man, and will pick up a couple of runs. Takes his score to 36. Just so that you both know, I need to be off commentary just before 6:05 because I've got to do a piece into our cricket show, which they want me for longer than the usual few seconds. 68 for 3, George Hill. continuing. I'll tell you what I gleaned from talking to John Dodds just now down the bottom boundary, the groundsman, as Hill is in bowling, and Hughes has a push and a miss at that one. John's opinion, and he'd know a thing or two about this place, having done the ground here for who knows how long. And he says historically, you'd want to stick your off spinner on this end. Jack Carson, of course, got the ball to turn from this P-zone park end. He said, I think they've probably got a bit caught up in the fact that Jack White's roughed it up a bit when he's been bowling around the wicket, as George Hill currently is as well. Very wide on the crease, though. You have to turn the ball seriously to get it from that wide to hit the stumps. It's turned to leg, no run.
Yeah. But there is rather a footmark in a very, very handy place that I think, as you say, they're getting a bit carried away. They've seen that, and they want to exploit it. I have to turn the mic up because Adrian, I mean, he barely needs the mic.
I'm going to say I had to turn it down a bit, as Hill is in, and that's turned to leg, where Bess is in to do the fielding. No run. I just had a chat with one or two people on that whiz round the ground. The three people we were talking to in the North Riding last night are just positioned to the right of the sight screen at the Trafalgar Square and on the back row. I think it was Andy who was talking about scoring, wasn't it? And he's got a big scorebook out. He's doing that while he's watching.
What about his missus who fell over? Is she there with them, or is she having another day off?
Here is Hill again, wide on the crease, straight, pushed back down the pitch. George can't get hold of it, but James Wharton lobs it into the gloves of Harry Duke. Have I got the right day today for Jake? Yeah, I think Paul and Bev Wharton, happy 37th anniversary if you're listening. I think it's today. I think it is. They've had an anniversary message for that last 4 days now.
Who was this? This is to another couple of Yorkshire fans, supporters.
James Wharton's parents.
Oh, right.
George Hill is in and bowling, and solidly blocked this delivery by Hughes once again to complete George Hill's latest over. There's been a lot of Yorkshire out there, if you know what I'm saying. They've made themselves heard and seen, scurrying around thinking they've got wickets, imploring both umpires, Peter Hartley, who's standing at the Trafalgar Square end, and Richard Kettlebrew standing at this P-zone park end, imploring him to give the decisions, to raise the finger, but they've been unmoved thus far.
37 years. But James Wharton's only about 22, 23, isn't he? Young man.
Yep.
Don Bess. Over the wicket, bowling, and that's played to Wharton. Raises a hand as he just backhands that one into the stumps. But chance of Danny Ibrahim being out of his ground. Next delivery from Bess. Game goes to Wharton. Forward short leg.
There's a continued exodus from the ground this afternoon. It seems to be. I don't know where it'll come from, because there don't do that many people in it.
So that delivery, it beats Ibrahim as he comes down the pitch. So how should that whole talking about?
Yeah, that's
certainly to push it without how you for the long. There's a different to turn it short. Let's deep better first stroke. Those of you stream, just had a wander out at tea time, just have a look at the picture. You've seen that footmark? That's French.
Yep.
In goes Best. There's a couple of shuffles in. Not back, showing his delivery. That's pushed out square, no run. There's encouragement going on in the crowd and teammates as well. Best bowls, and that turned, but it's just eased away down towards third man. Jack White does the fielding, and that is the end of the over. And that That's takes the score to 75 for 3. Don't know how far in we can get these cameras, but it'd be good to have a look at those footprints if the director's listening. For those of you who are watching the stream,
George, please unpack it. Recently, in right-handed, and to those of you watching in black and white, they pitch is green. Pink and red. See that? Watching well. Okay, and frame play out to
he knew what he was saying, George.
And again, is no rock. A couple of cups can over cloudlets. Get it. Suami. Revor Hill to get to England first. Possibly to the outside. F and Jockey Clarity earlier on, to called in carry on coursing.
No cops in during that little skip we did, was there?
No, mentioned Oliver's Mount. Just motorbikes and sidecars around Oliver's Mount. The race is not cars. As George Hill is in, that's run down backward of point by Ibrahim, who'll pick up a single man to field. Andy Walker said it was wonderful to get back from the doctor's surgery to see that mighty Matty Revis has scored yet another century. What a season he's having. Tremendous for the young man. That previous message about something like the different I and Lily big bit another
oh god she still seems to bend it. What's that? To him to let that to strap drops you fall to Nichols again lose an hours up use I off slags which and again the poor shoots through and Abraham gets back on it, plays it down back with a swear, and these two making a good fist of it. 76 for 3. It's been hard work for them, I've got to say that. But Hughes been in there from the start, of course. He's on 38, Abraham 29. Still a decent number in here today, but we thought the crowd was down a bit today, didn't we? Maybe 1,800 or so.
Yeah, George Hill to Hughes, who pushes into the offside no run. You're having a grand with the video recorder, aren't you, over Abraham and Ibrahim?
Am I?
Called on that one, where you just get you get a letter out and you get it.
It's my southern accent, that's what it is. Ibrahim. What am I saying? Abraham? Probably got Abraham on my mind or something.
It's Hill with wickets on his mind, but not with this delivery. Flicked away down back of square leg. Imam is around smoothly to field. They get one run.
Always used to have a problem at Middlesex a few years ago, not with the pronunciation, but he got a century today, his first class century, Ethan Bamber. I always used to call him Nathan for some reason, probably because I'm brain freeze or something.
I think I've called Brett D'Oliveira every other D'Oliveira name in the family this season, as that's a pull shot. He fortunately probably didn't get hold of it quite as well as he might have done, because...
Was that Ibrahim?
That was Ibrahim. Abraham might have been Knowles a deep square, but Ibrahim tickled it round the corner, really. He was picked up, I think I called Oliveira Damien. No, but I didn't. So I wasn't getting wrong with the other short ball. But George Hill is pulled around the corner by Hughes. Position of 4. So... partnership so far worth 62, 40 of them to Ibrahim, 43 now to Hughes, who I think Harmsy said was due some. I think he said he was due some runs. Yes. Daniel Hughes. Yes. He's a few against his name here. Still a fairly hefty deficit, but the deeper you can take it and all that. He's in again, this time by Hughes, and again I mentioned back to that match at Chelmsford just a couple of months back when Yorkshire needed 6 wickets on the final day, 6 in addition, but they couldn't get a wicket until the fall of the afternoon session. Then picked 3 in quick succession after tea, war, and had 35 minutes, I think it was the last pair, and it's on. And you look at the table now, and that was still an important last wicket partnership for Essex that day, which stopped Yorkshire from winning. So nothing's impossible. That's pushed out into the offside, final ball of the over. 82 for 3.
Very rare that you see 6 wickets defending, batting out a day. I think it's happened too many times in Test matches, and would have had probably even fewer times relatively in county cricket. So it's best to get padding away, and he's appealing for LW. That's just a ridiculous appeal, Dom.
Yeah, I think Dom's thinking that there are some still a minute.
Yes. What's he going to do this time? He keeps the pressure on though, doesn't it? As he bowls again to Ibrahim, and that's pushed down on the onside. It also puts a doubt in the batsman's mind as to, am I going to pad another one away? Because the umpire's thinking, can't do that too many times. So it's not a bad ploy. Down the pitch comes Ibrahim and plays that one up to long on for a single.
Yeah, he's already run past one, of course, that spat and beat Harry Duke.
There's a clear footmark what he aims for with the right-handers, but not to Daniel Hughes. Round the wicket to Hughes. Hughes defends. Glorious evening. It's probably the best evening we've had up here of the 7 days of the festival. Bowls again, quicker delivery, and that's played firmly up to mid-on, where is that Jack White there, who comes across and dives just to cut the ball off. That next one is driven firmly into the shin guards of James Wharton. Jack White's got one of those old-fashioned mullets, hasn't he? Distinctive haircut these days. They used to be around all. Did you have one back in the day?
No, absolutely not. No, I disliked intensely the mullet, and when it first came out in the probably
80s.
Well, yeah, it was definitely the 80s. I was going to give you more of a more than just an approximate. It was definitely 85. It was very popular. Probably back half of 84, maybe onwards for a couple of years, 2-3 years. All the footballers had them, didn't they? Back in those days.
I had a bit of a mullet at one stage. And of course, our good friend Mr. Jason Gillespie has carried one on into the 2000s, I think.
Yeah. Matthew Revis. Well, there's a name for the day. He's coming on at Peasholm Park End. Over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Ibrahim, who turns his first delivery out to mid-wicket. 1 run. Interesting to listen to what Mick Lewis had to say about him as well earlier on. Still kind of feeling his way back in throughout this season with the ball, having had that back injury right at the end of last season. And I think we were both of the opinion that the best spell we've seen in bowl for Yorkshire was here, from this end. I think it's from the other end, wasn't it? From the Trafalgar Square end last year. Switched round the wicket to the left-hander, who gets the ball back of length and punches it square. Misfielded there by Matt Milnes. James Wharton has gone to do the cleaning up out in the distance. They've got back for a comfortable 2. Yes, order. I see it's not preventing some people from making their way towards the exits though. Crowd dwindling. Ravis running in. Another ball just short of length and pushed into the offside for Wharton to field. Today, 9 after this one. We are 10-6. Probably in the game off stump and left this to Hughes. 45 to him. Started today 5,829 first class runs against his name at 38.35. And his 92nd first class match, Daniel Hughes. So a bit more experience than the man who's bowling up. Comes in now, straightens things up. It's a decent difference. Nice and defensive match. A few goals sitting in protest. Down through third man to the left-hander. Going on for a dozen of them. Scatter if Matthew Ravis bowls him one a little bit too wide of off stump, but not that delivery. It was wide of off stump because it was left comfortably. End of the over. 86 for 3 then. Hughes still 45. 32 to his partner out there, Daniel Ibrahim, and the pair have put on 66 so far for this 4th wicket.
Yorkshire just getting to that stage where they're wondering where the breakthrough's coming from, aren't they? This partnership's gone on just that little bit too long, a little sort of...
Yeah, it's gone quiet, hasn't it, now?
Worrying length of time as far as the fielding side are concerned. A few discussions going on and wondering where they're going to be attacking Ibrahim. Still the same 4 men around the bat, although the bat pad on the offside's gone back just a little bit. He's almost sort of silly mid. Oh, he's going in again now. Too close. Here's Bess bowling, and that's worked through the short legs for a single out to deep backward square. Applause down below us. Appreciating this fight back. Not appreciating it too much. 45 for Hughes, 33 to Ibrahim. Bess round the wicket to the left-hander bowls, and he looks for the drive, and that's going to take him to within 1 of 50. Finds the gap and races out over to the bleachers. Hits the rope, pops up. Young man gets a feel of the ball. There in the crowd, can't be more than about 7 or 8. Let's have a look. How's he fielded that? Oh dear, missed it. Got it at the second attempt. And, next ball from Bess is pushed again through the offside. The leg slips now come into a sort of gully, the second slip. So no leg slip. Where's this 50 coming for Daniel Hughes? Best bowls to him, and he pushes that to that's Wharton. Bowls again, and that's short, and that is going to be Daniel Hughes a 50. He's just rocks back off the back foot, plays it through the covers out to the boundary. He's taking his hat off a minute. He's one of the fielders. Acknowledge the crowd, big applause. He just sort of half wave. Maybe he's one of those that only really puts his bat up for the 100. So, Daniel Hughes.
Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe it's because his team is so far behind he doesn't want to look like he's celebrating something.
That's true. It could be also he's still feeling guilty about running out to Old Elsop.
Matthew Revis, meanwhile, continuing from the Peaceholm Park end, that's turned into the leg side by Ibrahim. Don Bess fielding straight mid-wicket, does the fielding, no run. Bit to think about then for Don Bess and his teammates. How they're going to chip away, continue to chip away at this Sussex batting lineup. The most recent wicket fell at 3:38, so we've had, well, take 20 minutes out for tea. We've just seen another single turn into the leg side by Ibrahim. But pretty much just short now of actual playing time, 2 hours since the last wicket was taken. So similar to that 9th wicket, or 10th wicket partnership, I should say, in the first innings. So they're holding Yorkshire up here. Revis, ball back in hand, round the wicket, bowling to Hughes full. He did bowl a good Yorker quite a few times, Matthew Revis, on his first introduction into the first team, but that one has soon disappear in favour of shorter stuff. What?
It's what Yorkshire need at this stage, isn't it? It's a little energetic burst.
It's in again, and again. Blocked this time to the leg side of straight by the left-hander.
I was thinking a minimum 4 wickets down tonight. It's beginning to look unlikely, Doherty, with only 7 overs after this one?
Yeah.
These two can see it's starting to be a great effort.
Hughes, they nibbled the ball today as they were in the first thing.
Hard to say, isn't it? I mean, they are still creating sort of half chances and appeals and LBWs that are close but not out. So keep plugging away.
It's against 4 and driven to the long deck, fielded by Jack 6-3 enter.
Then get the sum in hand. We can see how well down fit. Yeah, no one rock, a lengthy piece of radio leads. Don Bass bowls. Ooh, that was turned around corner late there. Going to pick up 2 runs as him. And they could quite easily have gone to hand with George Hill in that leg slip.
Between the two, they're putting a third in there, Dave.
They put a third one in there now. It's the sort of horse and stable.
Yes.
Yes. Bowls could ever be, and again that's put through the short leg, and Bean had been brought in as the short. I
like to get it quite from go.
It's through the batsman. Yeah, that's probably the best ones. Always simply pushed out of the
Would he go back?
was the huge into the offside.
Actually, it's a matter of Daniel Hughes' character that he's been able to put that behind him and get his head down, and because often that could be because he will know that was his fault.
Yeah.
No question at all about that, and you could tell when Tom Alsop was running, he quite what he'd done. So he's correct. Just saw the festive viewing now. One of them, Snow Young came off the pitches. He ran down the boundary edge And Jack White took the tap and signed a bit, and then went to a really nice moment. Back for a second. Total goes to 102. Fabre said after the defeat against Essex, and I'll use the word he used, he said, you know, I think sides think we're a bit soft. And I'm a bit worried about that. He felt they're a bit soft against Essex last week. And it's not the first time he said it last season either. So that, you know, they'll be, and I'm sure he would have said that to the players, who are probably pretty keen to show that they're not soft and that they can battle through adversity. Revis in, Bowles, Hughes defends. On quite to go. Durham have lost, so in the champagne they'll set for the 14th open box, and very 10 point of view, Wiltshire with Durham. Some points. Income here as comes Revis and Bowles. Oh, so pointing towards Jonathan, not us. I thought for it we'd gone off. We'll haven't. No rub, 102 for 3.
Thank you though for the offer.
So, Sussex have got a week tomorrow. It's still an awful long way for them to go, but they'll be encouraged if they can. I think I was Revis beats Hughes out off start. Good to Revis, and Hughes ain't done the wrong beating. I think go me. Good clip in the middle. Finding Maiden and Bowles, and Hughes drive sweetly to mid off a good tumbling stop. Mid off by. That's the skip diving to his right hand, road lips by. 5 overs left in the day, 2-3, 54 Hughes, 39 to Ibrahim. They have a little middle pitch. Mad, which probably had up downstairs.
The energy's gone out. It's a little bit flat at the moment.
I mean, looking ahead to tomorrow, a new ball, they use short off the prop tomorrow.
They won't take in 7 wickets at that stage.
No, they won't.
They've got to do these. And his Dom's in the house. They just give it off. And he go in. He's new little fellows out. The right-handed Ibrahim, who crashes that one away backward a point. Pick up at least a couple of runs. The routine on filters relief an injury, you think. It was not against played back legs. Just in the ball has been Anthony keys the spins back and Paddy. Next to all is but no non-best age the most protects I think it's just almost like thinking to clubs doesn't it? It was next delivery is turned again through the short like Brennan's got a single, so he's getting applause. Moves on to 42, 105 now for 3.
So that's just 3 overs to go after this one tonight. So it's showing. They keep changing the overs on the board. They've got 39. They had 40 a moment ago. I'll look at my live scores. It'll give me the right answer.
Next delivery pushing forward. Now, who took the new ball? It was taken at this end, so it would now be 40 overs or 42 overs. But
yes, I think it's 40 now. Yeah, so it's 4 to go in the day. Very quickly elsewhere, looks like a draw at Chelmsford. Warwickshire 417 for 7, trailing Essex by 185. So I guess they haven't yet avoided the follow-on, but that looks nailed on a draw. Also nailed on a draw at Tramp Bridge, where Notts are 511 for 6, leading Somerset by 73. Well, I guess if they get a lead and perhaps the Notts spinners get to work, but it looks like a heading for a draw there. Down at New Road, Hampshire 95 for 2, leading Worcestershire by 139. Probably heading for a draw there as well. In comes Revis over the wicket bowls, always a full toss. Clipped away by Ibrahim, and he's going to get a couple of runs down to deep backward square as the throw comes in. Good bit of fielding actually, and momentarily Ibrahim just needed to get a bit of a move on as the throw came in. The one result has come at the Riverside, where Surrey have beaten Durham by 5 wickets, which means they're on to 175 points. I mean, Notts will still pick up points in the game against Somerset, so it's and still Surrey have got to play Notts at the Oval, so still all to play for at both ends of the table. Revis going to get him bowls. Ibrahim is up on his toes and steers that to backward point. There is no run. From where they were, if they cooked themselves out of this feels like a win.
Absolutely.
But they've got an awful long way to go. 96 overs tomorrow. There'll be a new ball at some stage.
Yorkshire will want a wicket in this final 3 or 4 overs just to take the momentum into tomorrow, won't they?
Absolutely. Revisin bowls. Ibrahim shows good judgment. Lets that go through to the keeper. And there is no one. There's been a lot of interrupted play in the second division of the Championship today with... if I can get onto the right page, that is.
I don't think Middlesex and Gloucestershire got on at all.
No, real shame down at Cheltenham.
Do you know what I'd do at this stage here, Adrian? I'd give Matt Milnes a final couple of overs on the top end.
Revisin bowl. I think it's 4-1 to 6-4-5. I mean, they've listed down when do Smith again or gorgeous Revisin plays through one to the leg side. Don Best trots to his side. I agree with him. Understandably, when the wicket of James Coles were taken, the Yorkshire fielders were absolutely cock-a-hoop, weren't they? But since then, they have gone a little quiet. I can see Adam Lyth. Is he warming up at slip there, or is he just doing some stretching?
Adam Lyth, did you say?
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't be the worst call either, just to bowl the final over from this end.
Revis in again, bowls Hughes, lets that go through outside the off stump. Again, there is no run. Partnership between these two now worth...
Oh, he's going to bowl from that end.
Oh, there we go. Thought he was doing a bit of a stretch. Partnership between these two is worth 81. Sussex at one stage, 20 for 3. Now a debate between Ibrahim and Hughes, and I'm sure that's all about, come on, we've got 18 balls to get through. And we give ourselves some sort of a chance tomorrow. But Adam Lyth, who the Centurion from yesterday, is going to have a little twirl from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Much underrated off-spinner, Adam Lyth. There is one person who doesn't underrate him as an off-spinner, and that's Adam Lyth. So he's going to come on and bowl the last couple of overs to that end, and I think that's a very good move. Matt Milnes, he's been the most threatening of the quicker bowlers today, but you just think, well, am I going to come back for 2 overs? You warm up after 3 or 4 balls. Is it worth it? This is well worth it because he does give it a good rip. Does Adam Lyth?
Got that leg side traps because generally Brim has been turning the ball onto that side. Everyone's got an opinion here the field should be. Anyway, I think they've settled on it now.
So Adam Lyth, first ball of the innings for him, bowls and forward offensively comes him, and you just wonder also the batsman feel the the England spinner, the number 1 Yorkshire spinner's come off. Should he be the this is the second-rate spinner, just nothing to worry about, and he does give the ball a good tweak. I will say that. So bowls again there, and that's turned on the bounce to Wharton at forward short leg. Bean is at backward short leg. George Hill at slip. Bowls again, and that's turned into the onside. In fact, it's not George Hill at slip, is it? It's George Hill's just moving back in.
Is it Revis at slip? He's a big fellow, whoever it is at first slip. He's certainly got an opinion about where the field should be.
No, it's Finn Bean at first.
Right, okay.
Hill at second slip. And Wharton under the helmet. Lyth bowls. And, he allowed that one to pass outside his off stump to Daniel Hughes. So, here's Lyth again, bowls, and
nice spat.
That turned and spat, and again he gets a lot of action on the ball. Easily have just been nicked to slip or into the keeper. Bowls again, and hits that one backward a square. He's going to pick up 2 runs. As Jack White does the fielding out there in the distance. That is the end of a pretty good over. And still plenty of enthusiasm out there amongst the Yorkshire fielders, but it has gone just a little bit flat with the bowling. Don Best going to bowl the final over from this end, which was what Doidge was suggesting earlier.
Right.
Is the best end to bowl from.
Well, we shall see. Can Sussex see their way through these last 2 overs of the day? Daniel Ibrahim on 46, Daniel Hughes on 56. Between these two, Warren up 30 overs. Ibrahim's on slight conviction. Yeah.
If we are striking him outside.
Nicely flighted off break there. Best again. And bowls slightly quicker delivery, which Ibrahim defends down the pitch. And again, there is no run. Ibrahim waits as Best shines the ball on his jumper and comes in again. And bowls. Ibrahim turns on the bounce to short leg. Again, there is no run. It's coming around the wicket for these last couple of deliveries. Ibrahim retakes his guard. But we have rattled through the overs in this match, which has been excellent. We've finished, about 20 past 6. Bessin again bowls, clipped away by Ibrahim to reach mid-wicket. Either way, the ball's now back with Bess, and there is no run. So final ball of the over. Round the wicket, in and bowls. Ibrahim turns that for at least a single, and they'll settle for a single as the ball is fielded at backward square leg. So, there's 1 ball to go. I'm sorry, I miscalculated. 112 for 3. Ibrahim goes to 47. Hughes to 56. Still to come for Sussex, John Simpson, who made a few runs this season. Finn Hudson Prentice. Danny Lamb. There is batting to come for Sussex. As in comes Best, played by Hughes into the offside, and there is no run. So Sussex will go, if they can survive this over, will go into tomorrow thinking, well, they've got half a chance, Dave.
Hey. Well, I would perhaps give it a
30% chance?
Quarter of a percent.
Okay, right. Okay.
Half a chance, a quarter chance. Yeah, something like, if they apply themselves. Well, we saw it, didn't we? We saw it at the end of their first innings when the Yorkshire.
Or Sandu and Lamb, yeah.
Sandu and Lamb.
Yeah.
On this pitch. Obviously, tomorrow the pitch is going to be a little bit more worn, and the spinners will come into their own.
All crowded. I think they wanted to have almost a ring of 3 in front of Daniel Ibrahim. There are already 3 men on the leg sides for the catch.
Adam Lythe starts the last over of the day, bowls, and that's turned through the short legs by him. Just waiting for the one that he doesn't quite get right, aren't they? And Lythe giving it a good old rip as he bowls this one, and that brings Ibrahim forward defensively. No run to be had though. He's not bothered about runs at the moment. So they're going to be trailing by more than 200 tonight, despite this very good rear guard in this final session, where no wickets, unless one falls shortly, will have been taken. That's next one is turned into the onside. No run. And Adam Lythe would love a wicket here. The celebration would be something to behold.
It would.
Lythe bowls, and Ibrahim again pushes into the short legs. But again, in perfect control. Lithe, quicker delivery. There's a sort of half appeal. So anything too serious about that one? Is this the last ball? Have I counted correctly?
I think you have.
Intriguing day's play. It was in a fine century from Matthew Revis. 3 quick wickets after Sussex had conceded that massive first innings deficit. And what's coming out here now?
Another helmet.
Last ball of the day. Excellent. He doesn't miss too many tricks, Dom. He's full of tricks. He's Dom Bess, and he's going into a bat pad on the offside. The skipper himself. So slip bat pad on the offside, and you've got 3 short legs, or three in a ring, just a couple of paces away from the batter. Really cranking up the pressure for this final delivery. Can Lithe deliver? Bowls, and he over pitches, and he's hit for 4, no doubt. The ball's going up towards the boundary at
50 for Ibrahim, I think.
3 runs, and indeed Ibrahim brings up his 50. So applause for him. He's 50 not out, 56 not out to Daniel Hughes, 115 for 3, and well batted Sussex in that final session. Hats off. And Yorkshire will have to wonder what they're going to do to take these 7 wickets tomorrow. So good days. Good day's cricket, Adrian.
Yeah, well, good day's cricket. I think you're right. Credit to Hughes and Ibrahim, because Sussex looked down and out, didn't they? 20 for 3 in a pretty demoralised side. But Daniel Hughes, who will feel he owes his side after the run out of Tom Alsop. John Philby, the Sussex chairman, is out clapping heartily on the balcony as he applauds Ibrahim in, Hughes in. Both have gone through to their half centuries. And Sussex, with just half a chance of saving the game, they're still well behind the game, and Yorkshire's still hold a lot of the cards. But 7 wickets to be taken. Sussex needing another 208 to avoid an innings defeat. A new ball would be available tomorrow after lunch. So you'd feel that Yorkshire are still favourites, but Sussex at least are going to make them fight, and that will certainly please Paul Farbrace.
Well, we'll be back tomorrow, 5 to 11, for the final day's play. It should be an interesting day, and hope you'll be able to join us again there. So from myself, David Townsend, Adrian Harms, and Jonathan Deutsch, have a very good night. We're off for some Italian food.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.